Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. Today we are taking a look at a so-called red pill debate with, I believe, what is labeled a traditional conservative in Michael Knowles, taking on the one and only Pearl Davis, quite active on Twitter and social media. She is a trigger master. I mean, she triggers quite a lot of goofs out there. Pretty hilarious to watch. Now, Michael Knowles is supposedly a pretty logical individual, and Pearl Davis makes some pretty decent arguments. I mean, mostly in the realm of common sense. I mean, how are we going to define red pill? Obviously, the origin here is the Matrix. Red pill could be harsh realities. Blue pill are the NPCs that want to hold on to the illusions of the mainstream and the idiot box. I mean, can red pill simply be defined as common sense these days? I mean, what is controversial about some of these statements? I mean, we will see. We will see, obviously, declining marriage and fertility rates in the West. A lot of issues there. So we'll be diving deep into this so-called debate. Took place not too long ago, and I won't be implementing the logical analysis system here simply because I don't think there's going to be that many fallacies either way. It's more of a discussion that we will logically analyze. If it does turn out to be a logical fallacy spam fest, I will retroactively implement the MindShock logical analysis system. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting, informative, educational, and entertaining, you could donate to our PayPal, help support the channel, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, and help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, possibly might be on display right here in this analysis. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube, help support the channel that way. And make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind. Leave them in the comments section. So we have the fallen slaves us all in here, and Heracles, the one and only Heracles in here. I haven't seen this yet either. This is going to be my blind watch, so to speak. I will be going through this for the first time as well, and I'm curious. I'm actually kind of curious to see how this is going to play out. Because, I mean, Pearl Davis's claim to fame is it kind of similar to Andrew Tate? I think she's been called the female Andrew Tate. She mostly just, makes common sense comments, and then, all the woke goofs just have meltdowns. All the woke goofs and the feminists just have meltdowns over basic common sense that nobody would bat an eye at 20, 30 years ago. So, obviously, the regressives, aka progressives, those who pretend that they're progressives, I guess a more accurate term would be regressives, because they want to, destroy the economy, just, cease all reproduction, so to speak, so society's crumbling anyway, and just all around spread degeneracy. I mean, is that kind of the woke agenda? Can we frame it like that? I don't claim anything is true or untrue. I'm just asking questions here. I mean, what would be an accurate frame here? Are the so-called woke, liberal, regressive agenda, is that just spreading degeneracy to crumble society even further, even if it is with good intentions? I mean, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, some of these clueless goofs, they might have the best intentions ever, but that doesn't change reality, hence the title, Red Pill. So, let's... just a quick take on Michael Knowles. There's plenty of videos of Knowles just absolutely decimating like college woke goofs who were brainwashed by their woke professors in this regressive agenda. And it's kind of weird because they pretend that certain groups are marginalized or don't have rights while trying to destroy everybody else's rights, which is not only worse for the minority group, for the total, but it also becomes worse for the minority group. So in the end, it just becomes worse for everyone, and they don't have the mental capacity to comprehend that. Obviously, I'm not a statist. I don't promote statism in any way. But Michael Knowles is this conservative, I'm assuming Republican conservative. Not 100% sure on that. But yeah, he just decimates some of these goofy so-called regressive liberal agendas and arguments very, very concisely and clearly. Like, he's really impressive. Some say he's more impressive than Ben Shapiro in his decimations. Now, I don't exactly know what they're going to be talking about here. I'm guessing it's mostly marriage and dating, but let's see what happens. I mean, actually, real quick, let's do a poll real quick just to see who thinks Pearl is going to win this debate. Let's see. Harry Love thinks Ben Shapiro isn't all that clever. I think he is. But he has his blind spots are really bad. Like, he's going borderline vegetable on his blind spots. I actually did a whole podcast on blind spots. A lot of people requested me to logically analyze Ben. He's tough, you know. It's kind of hard to find a debate where he's not absolutely obliterating everybody in everything. I don't think he's actually ever done a certain debate on injections or certain medical treatments. I don't know if he's done an official debate on that. Obviously, that's one of his blind spots. Harry says far too many emotive arguments from Ben. I haven't noticed that. I mean, a lot of times he's just throwing it in the face of the people that are trying to have a debate with him. It's not necessarily part of his formal argument. I mean, just separating the two. Hello, Sarah Catherine back here. Axiom in the house. Yes. Middle East, that's another one of his blind spots. He's got a couple of blind spots where, he just goes borderline vegetable. But on not his blind spots, he's one of the best to ever debate. He is sharp on his non-blind spot topics. Yeah, I guess that you can say that the blind spots are connected to his emotions, I guess you could say that. But yeah, his blind spot topics, he's bad. he's terrible. But aside from those, other than those, like in all his debates, he's pretty on point. Okay, so most people are voting against Pearl here. Interesting. This is interesting. Michael Knowles getting a lot of respect in the chat here. A lot of respect in the chat. I'll let it go another minute. And yeah, I don't know, actually. It seems like, is Michael Knowles with marriage like Matt Walsh is with the moon landing? It seems like a lot of these Daily Wire guys who are really sharp, their blind spots, they just go full vegetable. It's kind of weird. They're debating red pill. I'm assuming this is marriage and dating. Not quite sure. I haven't seen this. This was sent to me for a logical analysis. I'm doing a blind logical analysis here. For some reason, I just don't expect this to be a high fallacy count. If it is, I will retroactively implement the MINDSHOCK logical analysis system. I don't think it will be necessary for this topic. Like, obviously for flat or earth or some of the other topics, we need that system because, it's necessary. But for this, I'm not sure it's going to be that much fallacy spewing from either side. But let's see what they bring to the table. Oh, wow, it evened out to 50-50. Okay. Yeah, Harry Love, that'd be a good one. Andrew Wilson is quite the powerhouse. He also has a few blind spots, but yeah, that would be an interesting debate for sure. I don't know what the topic would be, but Andrew Wilson of The Crucible is quite sharp, and he's also hilarious. Michael Knowles used to be a lot more hilarious than he is now. Hello, Kill the Bank. You guys are just in time. We didn't start yet. I'm just launching this poll here. Most people think Pearl is not going to be able to defeat Michael Knowles. Now, for those who don't know who Pearl is, she's not a liberal. She is not some woke Democrat goof. I don't know if people are voting without knowing who she is. They're both conservatives, I believe. And they're both anti-woke. I believe they're both specifically anti-woke. Anti-regressive, progressive, whatever you want to call them. I am Ion's cat in the house. Pinto Sack in the house saying Pearl's takes on women are spot on. Harry Love, glad to hear you know of Andrew. Yeah, Andrew came out of nowhere. I was so surprised. I don't even remember the first podcast I saw him on, but he came out of nowhere, and he came, like, I was probably as impressed with him as when I first heard Ben Shapiro in debate. I mean, he is a powerhouse. Harry Love says, I think Michael's morals may be rooted in more solid, cogent foundations, but could be wrong. Yeah, I have no idea what to expect here either. I mean, this is, I think a lot of people might not have seen this. I have no idea what to expect. This is going to be completely blind. Texas Rules asked, when are you going to cover the Pizza Gate topic? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. That will not be on YouTube, so yeah, I can cover that on Rumble. Rumble and Rockfin will be for that topic. And I'll post a heads up in the YouTube community tab here. Okay, so, wow, how everything has shifted. 56% edge to Pearl. So let's get this party started. If audio levels are good, everybody can just, Heracles says, Michael is traditional, and that is where his blind spot will show. So that is the prediction from Heracles.
But I'll see guys that take you guys' advice, and sometimes, it ruins their life.
What would men do if they begged you for advice?
Again, I'm not in the business of telling men what to do,
But I think you kind of are.
Well, what percent of women do you think are marriageable?
I think you're skirting the issue.
People are not going to return to marriage until you make the institution more fair.
Well, what they'll do is they'll return.
Yeah. Doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what I say. You guys have been preaching marriage for a decade.
Yeah.
And the rates of marriage.
So I believe this is specifically marriage-centered. So yeah, let's see what happens. That's like a little clip preview.
Marriage have still been going down. Why? Because the cost is too high and the quality of women is too low. How do you fix it?
Do you want to get married?
Uh-oh, I think he's going anecdotal right there, man. That's interesting. But I have no idea what to expect here. I really don't. Okay, Harry loves it. I forgot he's Catholic. Oh, yes, he is Catholic. I forgot that as well. So, I mean, wow. The thing is, he's so anti-woke, though. Is he going to be just spamming hasty generalizations where he's not going to be able to separate, Democrat women from Republican women? Is he just going to group them all together? I mean, is that what's going to happen here? I don't know. Snake in the house. What's up, man? Haven't seen you in a bit. He forgets he's Catholic. Oh, man. Is this going to be a train wreck? Do you guys think this is going to be an absolute train wreck?
We have a lot of controversy around these parts. You'll be shocked to hear sometimes people don't like us, they criticize us. And yet, we have found someone who I think is even more controversial and subject even to more criticism than we are in this building. That would be my guest today, Pearl Davis.
Thank you for having me.
Pearl, thank you for coming on.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk about the thing that you get in all sorts of trouble for, which is marriage and your prescriptions for men and women and your observations of modern.
Dub with great questions here. Is he a strict Catholic or an online Catholic? Yeah. Pinto Sack says, women working has been a disaster for everyone. I mean, that's, the string pullers, the powers that be that unleashed feminism to destroy both men and women. I mean, a lot of people don't know that. the whole divide and conquer strategy and, taxation or extortion, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I mean, let's see.
In life. First, though, I have to ask. You, first of all, are like 12 years old. You're quite young. A lady never tells, but you're quite young. You burst onto the scene.
Yeah.
I think if you're not the most controversial person.
What is 12 years old? What? Is he talking about how long she's been online? I don't even know if she's been online that long.
On the internet, you're probably the most controversial person on Twitter.
Okay, yeah.
X
Twitter
now.
is funny.
How did that happen?
Gosh, it happened so fast. Well, it all started, I moved to London to play volleyball. And essentially what happened was I started reacting to red pill content.
Okay.
And I didn't understand why men were complaining about dating. I kept hearing like men complaining about dating. So I ended up doing a panel show where I interviewed 1,000 women about dating and relationships. And I came to the point where I could see where the guys were coming from. I had a second question too. I wanted to know, why don't men want to get married anymore? I grew up in a 2-parent home. My parents have been married for 30 years. I didn't understand it. And I came to find out that when men have children in this country,
In this country, meaning the U.S.
in the United States, they're not legally entitled to their children. And I think it's the biggest issue that we're facing right now.
What's kind of crazy too? If people said a lot of this stuff just 20 years ago, they would never become famous over saying things that are just common sense. But are we in times of universal deceit, where telling the truth is a revolutionary act that draws much ire from the triggered goofs, from the Dunning-Kruger mob?
Single mother homes, they lead to school shooters. You're more likely to commit crimes, drug deal. Every problem in society comes from single mother homes.
Well, that'd be an extreme appeal to extremes logical fallacy and hasty generalization. Because not every problem, but yeah, a lot of problems. And again, who just brought up, women working, aka feminism. Yes, because before women in the workplace, you'd have parents more likely to stay together, much lower divorce rate, much more solid foundation for the youth. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're going to specifically address that. I think they're both specifically anti-feminist. So, but I don't know if they're going to discuss that. I'm not even sure exactly what they're going to disagree on. I mean, I don't know.
And so, what I found is that men are not getting married not because they don't want relationships, but because they fear divorce.
And divorce rates, I guess it's not that divorce rates are skyrocketing, in part because fewer people are getting married now. But you observed that divorce is...
Well, divorce rates are skyrocketing compared to decades ago. I mean, what does it mean? Like this year they're not skyrocketing compared to last year? I thought he'd be a little bit more eloquent than this right out of the gate, but I mean, I don't know. This is not shaping up well for Knowles.
One could say is at the very heart of the political problem, because marriage, the family, is the fundamental political unit. So you crack that up, you're going to crack up society.
Yeah. So, I have a documentary coming out called Why Don't Men Want to Get Married Anymore, where it really dives into the problems as to why the institution of marriage is failing. So.
Okay. So that answers why men are reluctant to get married now. Now, what do we do about it?
I think the first thing you need to do is switch the laws to make them more favorable and fair. So, for example, the tender years doctrine, do you know what that is?
The tender years? No.
That assumes that the mother is the best one for the child under the age of 7. In some states, it extends to 16.
Wow, Pearl bringing the facts. Pearl's like taking Michael Knowles' position. Usually Knowles is the one schooling people on all these factoids that they don't know about. I mean, this is not shaping up well for Knowles.
Yeah.
That's an openly sexist law. That's openly sexist.
What do you mean by sexist?
Seriously? He's going etymological, no true Scotsman. I mean, is it not obvious how that's sex? How can he say, what do you mean by... He doesn't know the definition of sexist? He's failing fast. We're 3 minutes in. This guy's collapsing. Knowles is completely collapsing. This is crazy. This is crazy. What? Scott Matznick, yes, it certainly did. I mean, look at cancel culture and just the censoring on all these platforms, right? We can't even talk about certain topics on YouTube anymore. 10 years ago, we could. 10 years ago, YouTube was the Wild West. I mean, it was total free speech central. So was just about every social media platform. So, yes, I think we are firmly in the times of universal deceit. And it was definitely an executed plan. I mean, Kill the Bank says he's folding like a lawn chair. I mean, that's a good way to put it. I mean, that was a flat out, I mean, not just red herring question, etymological fallacy, no true Scotsman fallacy, but also you could say that's a non sequitur. How do you ask, unless he doesn't know what it is, in which case, what is he doing debating if he doesn't even know what sexism is? I mean, this is insane.
Because, sometimes people say sexist, and if they're referring to real misogyny or something.
Well, what? Sexist is just discrimination. Misogyny is outward hate. Like, this is really weird. He doesn't even have his definitions. Or is he assuming Pearl is so dumb that she doesn't have her definitions? But how could she not? She just referred to a doctrine he wasn't even aware of and clearly stated the sexist basis for it. What does it have to do with misogyny to assume that the female is always better suited to raise a child? I mean, this is weird.
I don't like that. But if they're saying men and women are different, I certainly
Well,
do agree with that.
they are different, right?
Yeah.
But what evidence do we have that the mother is the best one with the children?
Well,
The kids are the most likely to be abused by the mother, not the father, by the mother.
it's a little
what
unclear.
they'll
That's a little unclear because, for starters, as you just acknowledged, the children are much more likely to be with the mother. Not only in the case of divorce, but also in the case of a married
But
couple.
why?
What? Wow, this is Noel's worst performance ever. So hold on a second. They're more likely to be with the mother because the dad's at work. What? The dad comes home from work, has some alcohol, and beats his kids. I mean, that was very, unfortunately, that's, somewhat common. So what? I mean, that was the most non-congruent argument I've ever heard. I mean, this is insane. This is he definitely is folding like a lawn chair. Why is he so triggered, though? Because, first of all, he's anti-divorce in the first place, right? He's religious, etc., etc. Why is he even like, is he's coming in triggered? Like, why is he automatically jumping to disagree with her? It seems like he would agree on paper because he doesn't even believe in divorce in the first place, but he's immediately jumping to argue. Now, is he trying to assert dominance here because she's already made him look foolish by referring to doctrines he doesn't even know about? It's kind of weird here. I mean, this is a terrible showing right out of the gate. Exactly, Heracles. Pearl was clearly referring to that in divorce law, the mother's default guardian, which is sexist, of course. Shouldn't they examine both parents to see who's more suitable? And Pearl's point actually is true. Children are more likely to be harmed by the mother than the father and the elderly on most statistics. So, yeah, this is really weird. It's like Knowles just got triggered for the sake of getting triggered. I mean, he pulled out like a classical liberal debate tactic. Just argue the opposite. Just cuz. I mean, it's so weird. He's saying that the father just doesn't have the opportunity to abuse the children because the mother is with them the majority of the time. That doesn't make any sense, because even if that's true in the amount of hours per day, the father's still with them at some point. Unfortunately, fathers still beat and abuse children, unfortunately. Just because they don't do it during the hours they're at work doesn't mean they don't do it. I mean, this is a pathetic rebuttal from Michael Knowles. I mean, this is crazy.
Daddy's at work.
But why?
Why
So
are
the
kids more likely to be with mothers?
the way the laws are set up, it punishes men for being traditional. If you're a traditional,
No, when I say kids are more likely to be with their mothers, I just mean because even in a traditional family,
right?
I, daddy, am off at work right now, and mommy is home with the kids.
Until daddy comes home and on the weekends. Like, what? What is he talking about? you know, if a father wants to be an abusive father that beats his kids, he'll do it. He'll do it after work. He'll do it before work. He'll do it on the weekends and vacations. Like, what is this guy smoking? This is crazy. I mean, this is the most pathetic I've ever seen Knowles. And it seems like he's arguing just to argue in the first place. Like, why is he even arguing with her here? They're both anti. Like, what? It's so weird. This is so weird. This is so weird. Matari Sensei says, I think what his point is that it's not clear because we don't have the same bias for men. We can't entirely compare likely. Well, yes, we can. Because a lot of fathers that are not divorced still beat their children before work, after work, and on the weekends. And yes, Heracles, women work too. Women, when they're at work and they're not with the kid who's either at school or at daycare, obviously they can't abuse the kid when they're at work. I mean, this is the most pathetic point I think Michael Knowles has ever made. Ever. Certainly the most pathetic I've ever heard. He's saying fathers don't have the same opportunity to abuse their kids. I mean, they don't have to abuse them the same amount of hours. We're talking about, because if we're talking just hours of abuse, if the mother does spend more time with younger children. So if he's talking exact hours of abuse, she was bringing up abuse in general, not how many hours of beatings. It was just whether beating or not beating at all. Yes, school wins in hours anyway. But yeah, obviously they're not talking about hours. They're talking about either abusive or non-abusive.
But so what's your point with that?
My point is that and the statistics are a little unclear about this. There was a number from HHS in 2009 showed that women are much more likely to abuse or neglect their children. There's another number from last year from, I think it was the National Child Abuse and Neglect Data Set or something like that, which found that it's a little closer to equal. Women still have a slight edge on abuse, but it's close to sexual parity. But then when you factor in...
Not the biological dad. That includes stepdads.
Wow. Pearl knows all the nuances of these stats better than Knowles. She's absolutely obliterating it. I mean, she's pulling a Knowles on Knowles. Because Knowles was stuttering there. He sounds a little confused. He's saying the stats aren't clear. It sounds like he doesn't understand the exact metrics of those stats. And it didn't even take Pearl 1 second to succinctly correct him regarding the stepfathers. Lord Zed says he's distracted. She's pretty hot, like a real-life April O'Neil from Ninja Turtles if you squint your eyes a little. Interesting point from Lord Zed.
Not the biological father.
No, that's biological father.
No, it's
it is the 20. Which data set are you referring to?
Well, they've done comprehensive studies over the last 100 years.
But
so
what do you mean by they? Like, I'm referring to a very specific data set.
Okay, go ahead.
So in that very specific data set, that would contradict the 2009 numbers from HHS, but nevertheless, it would.
So she's talking about tons of studies over 100 years. He's saying there's one study that contradicts all the others. Like, why do we even care about one possibly faulty study? This is kind of weird. Knowles himself has made this point in several debates when people cited a study that disagrees with all the other studies. He himself has said that, you know, that one study could be faulty, many studies could still be faulty, but they're less likely to be. So if we're talking about one politicized study, especially that came out recently, I mean, he made the argument against the argument he's making himself right now on many occasions. About some one rogue study where the numbers supposedly contradict. But it actually doesn't even sound like he's confident that it says that. Because he couldn't even name the study.
Still prove your point, which is that the women are slightly more likely. But then I guess my point is, right, the women in marriage and outside of marriage are much more likely to be with children all of the time.
Right,
so,
but what does that have to do with anything? And also, what abuse is more likely to be reported? Against the father or against the mother? What abuse is more likely to be marginalized, particularly emotional abuse, from the mother or the father? So, I mean, it's kind of weird. It's almost like he's being intentionally obtuse here. saying that the mother is with the kids possibly more hours than the father, but might even not be that much more if the mother works and the kid's already in school. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't sound... he's sputtering here, and I don't know why. Why is he arguing with her on this? Because he doesn't even believe in divorce either, right? I mean, he's so traditional. Why is he even picking this? It's like he picked this hill to die on right out of the gate. Unless this is all about asserting dominance and he realized she made him sound dumb right from the beginning. So he's pushing back just to kind of, I don't know, assert dominance in the debate. But he should have better numbers and the exact names of the studies and the metrics. But by his own admission, there's only one study that shows that it's kind of close, and all the others don't. So this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird.
There
But
the
then
parody is almost
you would see the
surprising.
abuse numbers go down as women have spent less time with children. So in the last 50 years, women have worked more.
Hold on, you're saying that children are more likely to be abused
more likely-
in a traditional family with mother and father, or you're saying single
I'm saying
father and single
women are
mother?
the most likely the ones to abuse the child.
I mean, he's intentionally trying to obfuscate here. She made her point clear 3 times already.
And even if you include, you think abortion's murder, right?
Yeah.
So 1 out of 3 women's had an abortion. I've seen some numbers.
Wow. Another decimation point. This might be the best I've ever even seen Pearl. I mean, she's just calmly dismantling this intellectual. We can call him an intellectual. He's usually pretty intelligent in most debates. She's dismantling this guy.
I've
Let's
seen
say 1 out of 4, but
Yeah.
but the point is still the same. If 1 out of 4 men committed murder, we would all
sure,
be.
though. Yeah, I mean,
And so-
abortion is murder, but also you know, there's a lot that goes into that because there are
And
obviously
so
the
I just
abortionists who
couldn't.
can- yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, you know, when we point to an issue like abortion,
hmm
you know, obviously, yeah, that's that is murder. It's not only morally synonymous; it's the same thing. But then also, you know, the male abortionists are involved in the murder. The male legislators who pass.
If
these
I
laws.
hire
But that has nothing to do with the parent. The whole point was the mother, if the mother's getting chosen as the guardian, that has nothing, the fact that that the non-biological father of the child assists in an abortion has nothing to do with her argument. I mean, this is insane. I mean, Knowles is scrambling, strawmanning, diverting here. Her point was clear, that the law is sexist. Look at how far, look at the mental gymnastics. He wants to bring in the fact that there's not always a male abortionist, right? Sometimes it's a female doctor doing the abortion, so it's not always a male. But that's completely irrelevant to the point of the parents. Axiom states, now I can't believe I voted for this fool to win. Well, again, if you don't know who Pearl is, I mean, Knowles is usually sharp. I can't blame you. I really can't blame you because Knowles is usually an intellectual powerhouse. I mean, he dismantles people, but now he's getting dismantled. Heracles says this is worse than I thought. I mean, I actually can't believe he even went to that. Because not only did he go false dichotomy, hasty generalization, straw man, and non sequitur, and diversion fallacy. I mean, that was a quintuple fallacy stack. By saying that the abortionist is male, which is not true, because that's also a false premise, because not all abortionists are male. But that has nothing to do with a biological father being less likely to abuse the child. I mean, this is painful. This is crazy.
hitman, I'm still responsible.
Sure, but so is the hitman. He goes to jail too.
Right, but there's far more women that are hiring a hitman than men performing the act.
And she didn't even catch that. I mean, she's calling him out on the BS there. Like, she actually went with him in the diversion fallacy. That's a point against her. I mean, I don't know how smart she is. I don't think she's that smart. I mean, she kind of, yeah, she kind of seems like, yeah, she memorized a lot of talking points, and she's on a common sense level. Like, she's one of these people who probably knows what a woman is. You know, it's a low bar. She's there. I'm not going to call her dumb, but I don't think she's a high-level intellectual. I mean, this is tough, but she went along with him with the diversion. In terms of hiring a hitman, she paralleled that if we're talking an abortion is hiring a hitman. That's what she was saying. She wasn't strawmanning to all hitmen being hired not to kill children. So, yeah, let's stay congruent here. So, Knowles scrambled with his diversion fallacy. She didn't call him on it. She could have just said, what does that have to do with the biological father being less likely to abuse the child? Like, what? Yeah, he's blaming the male doctor, and not all abortionist doctors are male anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, what? This guy's smoking here. What is he smoke? Did Knowles smoke something weird before this? I mean, he's getting embarrassed here. I mean, why did he even post it? He posted this on his channel. Can you guys believe he posted this on his channel? I mean, wouldn't you think he'd be too embarrassed to post this on his channel? I don't know.
Well,
So
I guess in every
point.
abortion, it's a woman who's procuring one.
Exactly.
Right.
That's my point. And so my point is that law is openly sexist.
It's sexist, but men and women are different. So
wait, so now he's agreeing that it's sexist and scrambling. What's up, Christopher Allen? What? Axiom says it looks like a Long Island iced tea in his glass. Is that the 50th one he had? I mean, I don't know.
Shouldn't it be sexist?
Wow. So he pivots. I mean, look at this mental gymnastics pivot. What do you mean? So he started with, what do you mean by sexist? Now he's agreeing. Now all of a sudden he's agreeing, and he's saying it should be, despite the fact that they just both agree that women are the ones procuring abortion. And the fact that all the studies except for one say that the woman is more likely to abuse the child, and he's arguing in favor of the sexist law after all of these have been established, not before. Not before. He didn't say it should be sexist at the beginning before they went over all this information. He's saying it after. I mean, he's totally reminding me of these woke college goofs that he usually dismantles. Oh, how the tables have turned, Michael Knowles.
Meaning, when a little baby calls out,
Mhm.
a little baby is calling out for
Mhm.
mommy, not daddy.
Mhm.
Now, I'm not saying this is good. I think divorce is unacceptable in pretty much
Mhm.
every circumstance. But if there is going to be a divorce, it would seem natural for a little baby to be with the mother rather than the father.
Even if you look at infanticide, it's almost unheard of for men to ever commit it. It's almost 100% the mother.
Well, that's
my point.
that's
My
contradicted
point
by
is,
one study.
I don't think.
What? Can he cite the study? He's interrupting her. So, okay, so there's countless studies and stats showing that infanticide is overwhelmingly performed by women. He's saying there might be some study somewhere. I don't think there is, actually. Let me double check. I don't believe there's a rogue study on infanticide. Yeah, mothers. Wow. So straight from the wiki, fatherly cases of neonaticide are so rare that they are individually recorded. We're talking, what is that, single digits? A review of 40 years of research. This is straight from the National Institute of Health. A review of 40 years of research on both infanticide and neonaticide showed that the incidence from 7 studies, 2.1 to 6.9 per 100,000 live births. Okay, that's kind of a lot. I mean, obviously, too many. Yeah, I mean, I can't find this. He said he just jumped in there saying there's one contradictory study. I don't think there's even one. Female perpetrator. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't. The only study that's showing similar number is for older children, which is not infanticide. So I don't know if he just moved the goalpost there. Yeah. So I can't find any contradictory study that he's claiming unless you move the goalpost to include older children. Yeah, I can't find it. He's claiming there. Let's see if he knows the name of it. It almost seemed like he just jumped in to interrupt her. And even if there was one, again, he himself has pointed out that, weighing a rogue study, which is possibly faulty, above countless other studies is problematic, especially if the study can't be repeated or replicated in any way. Who paid for that one study?
I think it's right that men are not entitled to their children. It's 50% their DNA. It's 50% their child. Why are they not entitled to 50% custody? And
They
if you
should
look
be entitled to 100% custody within the context of marriage, which is indissoluble.
Right.
But to the point you just made, where you said fathers don't kill their kids.
And notice how he completely dodged the question. Non sequitur. I mean, this guy's dodging all over the place. Pinto Sack says Knowles will never debate anyone to the right of him. So Pearl, with some basic common sense, is catching him off guard. I mean, not just off guard, but I'm actually astonished how he... Does he not realize how bad he looks? I mean, she's decimating him right out of the gate. I don't understand why he's even arguing this point. I don't get it. Like, he chose this hill to die on. They just started. It just doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think statistics are basically fake, but if people are going
Well, okay, so hold on a second. Okay, so now... Wow, so he's going to denial of all statistics. So, okay, obviously, improper use of statistics is a logical fallacy. For example, cherry picking, etc., etc. But these are just the basic stats. So is he saying, so he doesn't believe that that women are the usual perpetrator of infanticide and neonaticide? He doesn't believe that. He thinks it's all fake. So he thinks the men are the ones doing it? I mean, what is his position here? Does he think the infanticide isn't even real? Because if he thinks all the statistics are all fake, I mean, what does that mean? I mean, this is insane. I mean, this level of goofery. I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is actually dumber than Matt Walsh on the Moonlit. I didn't know I would say that. I mean, he's exhibiting zero brain. He just, this is like throwing the white flag up. Oh, all statistics are fake. I mean, this is insane. This is really insane. It's like he just threw up the white flag.
cite them, I'm happy to cite them when they buttress my argument.
So he thinks all stats are fake except for the one contradictory study that he's hallucinating is real. Notice how he didn't cite that last one. The only contradictory study is for older children, which is not infanticide. So does he not know what an infant is? I mean, this is insane. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Knowles just exhibit this level of goofery.
And there was a study came out 2017, I think, from Forensic International Science, something like that, which showed that 57% of the time in cases of killing offspring, it's the fathers who do it, not the...
Yeah, notice, so now it's the goalpost shift to offspring. It's no longer infanticide. It is no longer offspring. That could be adult offspring. That could be adult offspring. And that could still just be that one rogue study. And I wouldn't be surprised if he included stepfathers. Is this biological fathers, or did he include stepfathers in that? Heracles says it's going to get worse when they get into if women are marriage material.
Mothers. Now, again, I'm sure that one can pull some other statistics.
Right, and
the
then
other
you can
side.
go into the abortion stats too.
And obviously abortion.
My whole point is that I think that men should be entitled to their children. I don't think it's fair the way the system is. You know, regardless of where you fall, it's not fair that women get custody 90% of the time. It's not fair that men are always paying alimony, they're always paying child support, and that they are punished for being traditional. Because the more time they spend providing for their family, the way they calculate it in in child support is they kind of do a, I gotcha. You did the right thing. You provided for your family. Why are you punished in child custody cases?
This is kind of weird because you would like she's defending traditional men. You would think he would agree with her. Like, is he just being contrarian for what? I mean, this is weird. Or did he do zero research? Did he not know who Pearl even was? Is that what happened here? So he thought she was just some online personality spewing whatever, and he felt he needed to push back just for the sake of it, and he got it completely humiliated. I mean, this is possibly worse than Matt Walsh on the moon landing. I mean, this is crazy.
You didn't do the right thing if you got divorced.
Right, but it's filed by women 70 to 80% of the time.
It goes even higher, actually.
And
it goes even higher.
Wait, so he's arguing against him? I don't understand what's going on here. He's jumping in to disagree. Matari Sensei saying he's playing devil's advocate against Red Pill, but he's supporting her point. I mean, this is so weird. Like, she humiliates him, then he argues just for the sake of arguing, and then he backs up her point. Whether it was marriage, whether it was the sexist point that he conceded on, and then looked like a complete fool because he still argued after he conceded. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It's really weird.
So
if women are, college educated.
If women are college educated, but I guess this is the key
point.
To me, this is the key because, the liberals love to say, see, college-educated women, they favor liberal policies, which is true, but I don't think that college education signifies a, particularly strong education.
Okay.
To me, it's clearly a sign of liberalism. So then, I don't mean to blame the victim here if I'm talking about the men, but it would seem to me if you don't want to get divorced, not marrying a liberal woman is a good place to start.
So this is, wow. I mean, talk about a goalpost move. Talk about a non sequitur. Instead of understanding her point, he throws it back. I mean, this is kind of like victim blaming, right? It's kind of like saying, if you don't want to get robbed, don't go out at night. I mean, that still doesn't mean that there's not a victim in the situation. There's not a human rights violation, because the point was about the violation. So, I mean, this level of goofery, I've never seen Knowles exhibit anywhere near this level of goofery. I mean, this is just really insane.
Mm-hmm.
If the more liberal women are, the more likely they are to divorce.
I mean, what does that have to do with the sexist court law? Like, what does that have anything to do with it? Like, I mean, what? I mean, is he just not arguing in good faith here? Because good faith, he would be like, yeah, that's horrible. Now, like, how do we fix the issue? But that's not what he did. He literally contrarianed her, pathetically, I might add, just for the sake of doing that. Like, why is he so triggered he can't even concede that that is an unfair law and it should be on a case-by-case basis, keeping in mind these statistics that women are more likely to harm or abuse their children? I mean, it's just kind of weird how he can't even concede a single point here, except when he does to back up her own argument, like with the even higher divorce rate. But then he goes back to being contrarian, humiliating himself even further. This is quite a bizarre psychological study here.
It's almost like a truism, right? It's like saying, the more likely a woman is to support divorce, the more likely she is to divorce.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then why would a man marry a woman who would support divorce?
Like, why would you go out at night if you're aware that most muggings take place at night? Like, why would you even go out? I mean, just lock yourself in your room. Who cares about human rights? Who cares about anything being fair? This is a really weird argument. I mean, it's just insane. Not to mention, a lot of these men, when they do get married, it's before the woman has, like, a lot of these college sweethearts or high school sweethearts, they got married before all the degrees. So it's just it's a completely nonsensical argument here. I mean, it's just straw man stacked on goalpost moving. It's insane. Harry Love says, it's like he is hearing himself and it's compounding the fail. Yeah, compounding the failure. That's a good way to put it.
What percent of women do you think are marriageable?
Wow, look at his face. Look at his face. It's like he didn't even expect her. Like, he's been decimated this entire time. Now look at his face. It's like he's in shock. Like, I think he's so triggered here now. I mean, obviously he has good emotional control, so he's not going to show that he's triggered. But look at the shock on his face that she asked that question. Look at his face. Like, how can he get out of this one without catching heat? Oh man, this is crazy. Look at his face. I mean, this is the story here. I mean, she's so calmly decimating this guy. I'm actually really impressed with Pearl. She usually doesn't do this well. Like, she usually has the same points that she cycles. I haven't seen that much. This is probably the best performance I've ever seen of her. And I still can't get over his face here. I want to see who thinks he's actually going to answer the question, or he's going to go to diversion fallacies and all these other fallacies instead of answering the question. Does he have the integrity, the honesty, the good faith to just throw out his opinion? His percentage might not be a fallacy if it's his opinion, but he's probably going to be too cowardly to even address that. So, also, she's just being too nice here because she's allowing him to kind of go to these diversion fallacies, and she's following him down, these diversion alleyways, and she's also thrashing him in those alleyways. But she doesn't have to do that. She made an initial point, and he's scrambling and diverting from those initial points. I mean, this is crazy. This is great. I am curious to see what he's going to say. But just to the previous point, a lot of these people get married before the woman finishes her education, so the guy might not know that she's going to end up with all these degrees. So it's not really relevant. And again, if we're going off pure stats, I mean, if they're getting married after she has all the degrees, again, I don't have all the stats in front of me. I believe they're not going to, the chances of having the amount of upper degree women who want to have children is much lower than those without degrees. So most of these situations in family court are going on with women without high level degrees. So yeah, this is tough. This is really tough.
What do you mean by marriageable?
Wow, he keeps spinning his wheels. So every time he gets demolished, like, what do you mean by sexist? What do you mean by so he doesn't know what marriageable means? Are we to believe that this guy is so dumb he doesn't know what marriageable means? Now, obviously that differs from person to person a little bit, but in general, like, I mean, does a guy want a wife who's some kind of drug addict on the street or something? Would that be someone who's marriageable? I mean, someone who's completely insane with many prior convictions of stabbing their ex-boyfriends, would that be someone who's marriageable? So, yeah, I mean, wow.
No tattoos, no debt, not overweight, doesn't openly hate men. It's not the majority, Mike.
I mean, she could have also said non-Democrat. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously those are subjective metrics, but it's weird that he even asked that. I mean, it's obvious what she meant in that situation. Oh, she's also Catholic? I didn't know that. So they're both Catholic. Wow. Interesting. Lord Zed said 4% in the USA, 18% worldwide. Every babe in Sweden is marriageable as far as I'm concerned, fellas. Throws off the percentages. Well, you know what? A lot of these studies, too, these are all a year, 5, 10 years behind. I mean, what is the landscape literally today of which no studies or statistics will reflect for another couple of years? Because statistics are always behind. I mean, wow. This is crazy.
Cool.
What's the number?
These are confirmed by an actuary. It's less than 5%.
Wait, so he's asking her the number? He went to the tu quo qui fallacy? What? That's crazy. So now he asked her. So he's completely clueless about all of this. Yeah.
Which actuary?
Not-
Like, what study is
It's
this?
called It's a World Without Men. It's
It's a study, or it's a blog, or a book, or what is a world
it's a
without men?
book. It's a book, and they go through the numbers that are confirmed by an actuary.
So I saw that
And-
book. I saw that
and
book.
but you know this, Michael, even in
Wait, so he's saying. Wait, so he doesn't know what it is, but he saw it. So he saw it, but he didn't read it. He saw it on a shelf? What? What? Wow, this is weird. This is just really weird.
real life, you go on the whatever podcast.
Yeah, yeah.
You go, I mean, you see Fresh and Fit Miami. It's
Yeah.
not like, and I've interviewed 1,000 women. 1,000.
Yeah.
I've interviewed Christian women.
But
I've
you know, the
interviewed
thing is,
Catholic women.
So I saw that book.
And I've been on the other side of divorce.
Yeah.
And I've seen men that did the right thing.
But I'm skeptical of your number here because,
Okay.
look, I'm not like,
Wait, it's not her number. Wait a second. What? What? Huh. Why is he pretending it's her number? I mean, just straight up false premise lying. I mean, this is weird. I mean, this is just so weird. Like, why is he even arguing? If he's this religious Catholic, I mean, what is a marriageable woman according to Catholicism? And so, did he forget? Who said he forgot he was a Catholic? That might explain a few things. Like, if he thought he was some kind of woke lib right now, that could make sense. Does he have a personality disorder? Does he have a split personality disorder? I mean, what? This is so weird. Yeah, but Pinto Sack says, JLP says educated women don't make for good wives and mothers. But here's the point. If, like, he just stacked a couple of diversion fallacies here, you know, because he's getting so demolished. Yeah, he's making me cringe too, Dirty Clean 555. He's getting so thrashed here. I mean, he diverted like 3 times in a row now. The original point was about the sexist family court, where when those people got married, she might have not even had all those degrees. So it's all non sequitur, because it doesn't matter. And why is he arguing against all of the stats? And he said, I think all statistics are fake. I can't believe he even said that. I mean, he's the one using a lot of statistics in a lot of these debates as well. It's insane. Dirty Clean 555 says she's cool, calm, and collected, and he's flustered and sweating bullets. Yeah, look at his hands. I mean, he's already getting defensive with his hands. He wants to stop the train wreck. She's just plowing him over. I mean, she's steamrolling him intellectually. I mean, look, he's so threatened. He's literally putting his hands up to stop her from destroying him. I mean, his subconscious does not lie.
it's a crazy world. The women have crazy colored hair. They have tattoos. They do
Right.
crazy stuff. But I saw that book. Maybe you had mentioned it, or someone on the internet mentioned it. And I didn't know, was it a study? Is it a this, or is it a that?
You know what else is crazy? Out of all of the college, he's given so many speeches at colleges. I mean, he's seen a lot of these women out there. Like, you know, for him, what is his position? That most women are marriageable? Like, none of this makes any sense to me.
And it's this book by a blogger who,
And again, I'm not, you know, saying that most men are marriageable either. I'm just saying, like, Michael Knowles here, he's getting thrashed.
does not really.
No, he's an economist.
So I read the book. I hate to
Okay.
be.
Oh, so now he's admitting he read the book that he pretended he didn't even know about, then shifted to saying he saw it. Then he called the numbers in the book Pearl's numbers and not the numbers from the book, taken into account however many years of stats. Wow. I mean, this is completely bad faith. I mean, this is so bad. She's been good faith so far. He's completely bad faith here. I mean, if you're not even going to have a good faith debate, I mean, what's the point?
I would encourage people to take a look at the book. I open up the book. The first sentence of that book, there is one mistaken quotation and 3 grammatical errors in the first sentence.
Wow, he's going straight to the cherry picking fallacy. So the book might have had a bad editor, if that's true. Somehow he's trying to say that negates all the stats that actually didn't even come from the author. but from all these other sources that the author compiled. Wow. 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 Yeah, but Matari Sensei, that doesn't make any sense, because if his position is religious, then he has to say that most of them are unmarriageable until they fix whatever issues. Right? Wouldn't he have to argue even, I mean, wouldn't he have to agree with her even more because he is religious? I mean, this is crazy. I mean, he's going full vegetable mode. I mean, this is crazy.
And then I looked for the 5% number. The 5% figure appears nowhere in the book.
Wait, how is he looking for the 5% number if this was before Pearl told him the 5% number? Is anybody even following his story here? I mean, he's arguing like one of these college students that he's usually demolishing, except he's being the one demolished.
So again, I'm not saying that.
Wait, how could he be looking for the 5% number if he didn't know that the number was 5%? I think he might be lying. He might have not even read the book. He started off with, I saw the book. Now all of a sudden he read it. This doesn't make any sense. I mean, this is weird.
The world is teeming with women who are traditional and,
Right. Would you agree it's the minority?
Who are marriageable?
The minority. Even if we look at just overweight. 70% of 70% of women. Sometimes I think you guys are so out of touch.
I don't think
like
it's a disqualifier.
70%. You want a fat wife? Like, come on.
Well, she's decimating this goof. She's decimating this goof. Is Michael Knowles' wife fat? I mean, I don't know. Again, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I was not expecting this level of decimation.
No, guys, this is what you're telling men to sign up for?
Well, what I'm telling them.
Hold on. Let's take a look of what percentage of women are obese. Wow. I wish I hadn't looked this up. This can't be right. This can't be right. Wow. What? 27.5% of women are overweight. 41.9% are obese. What? That can't be correct. Roughly 2 out of 3 U.S. adults are overweight or obese. 69% are between overweight and obese, of both male and female. So, is Michael Knowles' position that obese... Well, here's the thing. I mean, if you're an obese man, would you marry an obese woman if she was kind and marriageable? Yes, I guess, right? I mean, why... I mean, I don't know, maybe not be your first choice, but if you're obese, I mean, I don't know. This is just kind of weird, because I think Pearl's kind of looking at it from maybe an average non-obese man's point of view. I don't know.
I guess what I'm
and that's my point. It's not the majority. And when is the last time you dated? Like 10 years? You've been married for a while. So sometimes you talk, and I just think you're a bit out of touch with
You're saying
current dating.
Okay.
She's being too kind. I mean, she decimated him logically. And she's being way too kind here to him.
Okay. No, that's fair. You're saying I never swiped, I never did any of these things.
Correct. And I'm saying I've interviewed 1,000 women. I could give you examples in real life too. I mean, that's a ton of people, Michael.
Sure.
So
sure. I have no doubt that the dating.
I've never seen him stutter and sputter this much. I mean, he's literally and especially the look on his face when she asked him what percentage of women he thought he was marriageable. He was absolutely terrified on that question.
Pool is difficult now, but
the problem is that the state is the legal enforcement arm
Well, that's,
Or-
that's by definition. That's what it's-
Correct. So there's no way for a man to get married in 2024 without being entered into the state contract.
But that's always been
And
true.
so I understand, but I understand men's hesitation when the quality of women has gone down.
But what if,
I don't tell men not to get married or like what to do. I think every man has to decide for themselves. But I don't think you're going to win a lot of support, or I think you have to understand the problem in order to come up with a solution.
Knowles doesn't seem to know much about this. I mean, have you ever seen him this confused? Have you ever seen him this terrified? Have you ever seen him sputtering and stuttering and humiliating himself this badly? I mean, this is crazy. And that's the thing. Pearl's not even, I mean, no offense to Pearl, but I wouldn't put her as some kind of intellectual powerhouse. So she's not even an intellectual powerhouse, and she's wiping the floor with him. I mean, absolutely wiping the floor with him.
so you are telling men at the very least, you're observing that it is not advisable today in 2024 to get married.
I would say that every man has to pick for himself. But I think objectively, if me and you sign a contract and one of us is paid to leave, you would never sign that business deal. You would never sign it.
I did, right?
If
If you're saying that's the state of marriage now, I did get married, therefore I did sign it.
That wasn't the congruent argument. She was asking about a business deal, not them. It seems like he intentionally didn't understand that, unless his brain completely shut down. I mean, this is... Harry Love says, Colonel Mustard in the ensuite bathroom with the lead pipe battered. Wow, so did he intentionally not understand that? Is he playing stupid at this point to not get obliterated? I mean, she's clearly talking about a business deal parallel, and he's just jumping back to, oh, well, I signed that contract for marriage. She's talking about a business deal. Would you sign a business deal like that? Like, I mean, this level of goofy, this is something else. I was not expecting this. No, he's saying he would in marriage, because he already did. He's not saying if he had some kind of real estate contract where the guy he was signing with would get paid for breaking. He's not saying he would sign that.
Okay, well, congratulations, but I think a lot of men are going to be hesitant to do that.
And you're saying
Yeah.
it's rational for them to be hesitant.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's advisable,
No, not advisable.
but rational.
Every man, like, okay,
What's the
I'll
difference?
give you an example.
He doesn't know the difference between advisable and rational? Really? So he doesn't know what the word advice means, or to advise someone to do something? I mean, this is getting painful. I don't think we're going to make it through this tonight. I really don't. I mean, my apologies, but I don't think we're finishing this tonight. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but there's only so much of this I can take. I mean, I can stomach it a little bit longer, but we might have to take a break and resume tomorrow. I mean, this is terrible.
I'm not here. I think men have had enough of women telling them what to do. I'm
Mhm.
not telling men to do anything. But I think your situation is going to be completely different than the average Joe making $45,000 a year. If your marriage goes south, you have the money to afford lawyers.
I have the money, but I'm
You
going
have
to
the
lose
money.
half my money.
What?
One of the
But do you think you're in the same position as the average man making $45,000 a year?
Wait, he says he's going to lose half his stuff. If he has $10 million, he's going to be left with $5 million, and he has no problem paying the lawyers. It's clear that her point is about a more average person, or even below average pay, not being able to get those lawyers to fight for their children. Like, is he this dumb? So he has to be playing stupid here, right? He has to be playing stupid. Yeah, Dub says he has proven to be a liar by saying he never heard of the book, then recites sections of it verbatim. Well, he might be lying. He might be lying about even, he might be lying. I'm not so he either read it or he didn't read it, and he pretended that there was a grammatical error in it. She should have had the book in her own hands. That would have been better if she came. She came prepped, but if she came prepped for deceit, that would have been better if she pulled out the book and showed it to the camera. that if it didn't have that typo, he's claimed there was some kind of grammatical error. Like, as if there are no, I mean, so what? That means there was a bad editor. That doesn't mean all the citations from the studies are wrong. So yeah, he's lying either way. Either way he's lying. Whether he's lying about the grammatical error and he didn't read it, and he's also lying about he looked for the 5%. She just brought that point up a second ago. Does he have a time machine? Like, what? What? I mean, I don't know why she's being so nice here.
The answer is no.
No, but I don't.
The answer is no.
I don't think it's because of my money, though. You know what I think it's because, well, look, when I got married, I didn't have a lot of money, but now I have more money.
No.
But I think there's a bigger distinction here,
Okay.
which is I am of a religious view and practice that does not recognize the reality of divorce.
And notice how that's a complete non sequitur, because she was talking about the sexist laws in family court. And he's talking about his own personal beliefs and even the beliefs of the religion not even recognizing divorce, which has nothing to do with what she was talking about. It has nothing to do with the original point. He's usually the one decimating the college kids for doing this, because they literally do what he's doing right now.
Not only do we discourage it, not only, I'm a mackerel snapping papist, a member of the Catholic faith.
I'm Catholic too.
You're Catholic also.
I'm also Catholic.
So, marvelous news.
Yeah.
We do
and
not.
Catholics are not immune to divorce. I have seen it. I've seen people getting married for the second time. They still get communion, and the number of annulments is going up.
That's not licit.
The number, but
that's
they
a grave
do. But that's the
no.
But I know.
Yeah, I mean, so Harry Love says bad faith. He is acting badly at that. What's the word for it? It could be hack. It could also be a charlatan. He would probably hate to be called a charlatan, but that's kind of what he's doing.
But it doesn't matter because it happens all the time.
But you can,
and
it
totally.
I see someone who calls himself
we have a record.
Catholic
We have a record number of annulments this year in the Catholic Church. You cannot. The Catholic Church is getting more. You see the Pope, and I think we could agree on this stuff.
The Pope for all of the liberal.
I've never seen him sputter like this. Has anybody ever seen him sputter like this? Now he wants to maybe make a joke about the Pope instead of addressing her point. She completely decimated him with all the facts and figures. This is a decimated man we are looking at. Decimated. Completely, utterly decimated. Even with the Catholic statistics. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, Pearl came prepped.
Statements that have appeared in the press under his name. The Pope is generally pretty good on matters of sex and marriage. He's pretty clear.
But what does that have to do with what you just said about the record annulments in the Catholic Church?
When you say, Catholics get divorced, it has happened. There's a distinction between an annulment.
It's around, I looked it up before this, it's around 25, 35.
So that's how, it's
around, it's around 35%. And so that's not a small percentage.
What's the national average? Like 45% roughly? So.
Well, 2024, it was 50.
Wow. I mean, she came prepped. She's pulling a Michael Knowles on Michael Knowles. I mean, she came prepped. Harry Love says, it's like a musician tuning up for a gig without learning the song. I mean, I've never seen Knowles this decimated and doing this much sputtering and diversion.
Okay,
so I know everyone splits hairs over like the 5-10%, but regardless, it's not small.
So what that means then is that if you're a man, and I totally grant that dating pool's tough and the economy's tough and the divorce courts are terrible and divorce laws are terrible.
Wait, so he just argued with her for 30 minutes on how it's the way it should be. Now he's saying he agrees and it's terrible? Or, I mean, maybe he's just agreeing for the sake of argument. But this makes him look really bad faith. Lord Zed, how dare you? Lord Zed just says this is how Seagal versus Van Damme would go. How dare you? I actually, although to be fair, I don't know how Seagal versus Van Damme would go. Pinto sack, how dare you? He came into this as prepared as Maxwell Powers in a Mind Shock podcast. Oh man, I don't know how Seagal versus Van Damme would go. I guess you'd have to give a year for Van Damme and a year for Seagal. Which year Van Damme, which year Seagal? Because I don't think they had the same prime range. But I don't know. I really don't know.
But they should sign up anyway.
Well, yeah, no, before we even get to that,
Okay.
before we get to that, one way to mitigate one's risk in marriage of divorce would be to be just any old Catholic, right? Because you then reduce the likelihood of divorce by 16% immediately. 16 percentage points, much more than 16% from the 50% number. So then, what if you're Muslim?
Okay.
Divorce rates among Muslims, even a little lower, 30%.
Okay.
Divorce rates among Orthodox Jews, 30, as low, there's a lot of different kind of Jews, but it goes down to as low as 10. And then you get down to a little more of the old school Catholics, which is kind of how I practice. There aren't great numbers on it.
Do you go to Latin Mass?
Traditional Latin Mass,
Okay.
the like.
Old school Catholics, what percentage of women are marriageable for an old school Catholic? That's the question he didn't want to answer, right?
Yeah. That's a lot of patience.
It's a,
Yeah,
but
that's
frankly,
a
I
tough one.
find it.
No, it's good. It's good. Latin Mass is a little better.
It seems like it goes faster
yeah.
than the shorter.
No,
you
it's
know,
it's a little bit better in the Latin Mass. I'd agree.
But you know, when it comes to divorce, the numbers are a little sparse here.
Oh, Harry Love is bringing some real arguments here. 2021 Steven Seagal versus 1988 Van Damme, or vice versa. Wow. So I think 2021 Seagal beats 2021 Van Damme. Aikido is actually excellent because you don't really need that much strength. So the older they get, the more I'm going with Seagal. Lord Zed says 1990 Steven Seagal versus 1990 Van Damme. Or right now, any place, anytime, any place, to infinity and beyond. Okay, 1990 Seagal versus 90 Van Damme. That'd be tough. I might have to edge to Van Damme, maybe. It's just tough. Seagal's never fought a guy who could kick like Van Damme. If Van Damme tries to punch, I'm going Seagal, no question. I mean, Seagal's going to snap that wrist. But if Van Damme's got those fast kicks, though, he's got those fast kicks. If he kicks Seagal in the kneecap, and then maybe the throat, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Aikido has the counters for that, too. But Van Damme was so fast back then. Dub says it depends which one was doing more coke the night before. Oh, you bastard. Okay, all right, let's get back to this.
It's like 5 to maybe 10%.
But the problem is with most of those stats, most of those studies were done before social media. Anyone that dated before and after social media knows it completely changed the game.
But how can Michael Knowles really be this dumb? Oh, come on, man. Matari Sensei, Jason Statham isn't even a real martial artist. I mean, come on. Seagal any year would decimate Statham. I mean, I could double check that. I don't believe Statham is legit at all. I think he just did some basic training for movies. I mean, Seagal ran his own dojo in Japan and is one of the most highly ranked Aikido tekas in the world. The highest non-Japanese ever. And Van Damme, obviously, was a karate champion. Yeah, I don't believe, I don't know why we're talking about this on this podcast, but... Okay, so apparently Statham did do some kickboxing and karate recreationally while working at local market stalls. He was actually a footballer and a diver. He was on Britain's national diving team? That's impressive. And then he became a model. So he never did any real... He did McDojo stuff when he was a kid, like any kid does. He never did any real training. I mean, he would get wrecked by Seagal and Van Damme. Heracles says Chuck Norris would beat them both. I don't think so. I think any Seagal beats any Norris. Norris is too slow. And there's actually a training clip. Did you guys know that Chuck Norris actually trained with Van Damme? You guys want to see a video? No, we'll do that on the next Q&A. Stop distracting me, chat. Stop distracting me. We're doing a red pill analysis here between Knowles and Pearl. On the next Q&A, we'll look at Van Damme versus Chuck Norris, because they actually sparred, and I have some clips of that.
How do you mean?
Well, women now have access to men anywhere. And cheating and goes up. Like, dating, you know, the number one way people are meeting under 30 is dating apps.
Heracles says Norris was a 3-time world champ. He had a lot of titles. He might have even was more than that, depending on the league. But he was slow. You can see in there, Norris never fought anybody as fast as Van Damme. As fast and dexterous as Van Damme. Lord Zed said Seagal would destroy a room full of Norris, Van Damme, and Statham. Oh, you guys are gonna love my Steven Seagal podcast. Steven Seagal actually picked a fight with Bruce Lee, believe it or not. I have evidence.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this is a completely different dating marketplace than when you were dating.
Though I guess
And that's my point.
when I was dating,
there's no Catholic woman in divorce court. Women will throw out their religion very, very fast when they want to leave. You cannot pray a woman that wants to leave you into not leaving you.
I think you
And-
don't the statistics I just cited show that you can, because the
No, but
divorce
the
rates are so
The statistics he just cited before the social media age, which she just pointed out. This is getting painful. I'm not going to be able to last more than a couple minutes here. So let's see if we can at least finish this topic, and then we'll finish this up tomorrow.
The problem
much
with
lower.
those is they include women over a certain age. The women under the age of 35
You're saying
have
it's
been
different.
on. So yes, it's
Yeah.
completely different.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I
mean,
think you can't really deny it with what you've seen. Like, you go on whatever podcast. Are those the same women of our grandmothers and great grandmothers? No, it's completely different.
there's not a ton of
Michael.
Orthodox Jews and traditional Catholics on that podcast, but
You know,
and perhaps
and
there's a reason for that.
And you know, you
But what's the percentage of the total population that are that Orthodox? Going back to the question of what percentage was marriageable. I mean, man, Knowles is sinking so fast. Yes, Pinto Sack. Everybody's homework for the next live Q&A is to watch the Michael Douglas movie, The Game. We'll probably be doing the next live Q&A in 2 or 3 nights. We're going to try to finish this up tomorrow night, but let's see how far we can get here.
gotta ask, like, the reputation. What's the reputation of Catholic girls?
Well, what do you mean? I mean, again,
That's my point. My point is they have if there was an abundance of wives in church, Michael, the men would be lining up to go.
but they
And men,
they do
men
at the
are
traditional
leaving,
churches.
Men
at
are
least.
leaving the church under the age of.
They do? Wait, if they do, why are marriage rates plummeting? Like, this is the most embarrassing Knowles performance I've ever seen.
35 young men, you know, church participation is going down altogether, but young men are leaving the church.
But what about the traditional parishes?
The traditional
He keeps cherry picking as if it proves his point. Her point is not about, the extreme orthodoxy, the outliers. That's not her point. Her point isn't even about Catholic guys. She's talking about just in general. So he cherry picked and then cherry picked again. He stacked cherry picking fallacies on top of each other within his own entire web of diversion fallacies. I mean, this is crazy.
parishes.
They're exploding, and it's all young people. I mean, the median age is like 22 in these parishes, and it's largely
These parishes that are less than 1% of the whole population?
young men. So I totally
Right.
grant you that a lot of modern religion has become quite effeminate and has driven men away.
Right, but I'm saying
we-
the Catholic Church is not exempt. It's absolutely not exempt. I've seen a lot of the same trends in the Catholic Church.
She also I guess she wants to go into the Catholic Church, but this was an argument in general about women marriageable, men not having equal rights to children. It wasn't subcategorized to Catholic people only. And then he wants to even cherry pick down from the Catholic to the extreme orthodoxy and these outlier parishes. I mean, I mean the level of goofery here.
I guess my confusion is, though, you bring up these statistics, and so then we acknowledge the statistics that show that if one gets married, assuming that divorce is not a sacramental reality, that the likelihood of divorce goes way down. But then when we say that, you instantly say, well, actually now the statistics aren't worth anything because young people are different.
Wait, say that again? Sorry.
So
wait.
We agree that the numbers for Catholics, Jews, Orthodox Jews and Muslims, divorce numbers are way lower. And you acknowledge those statistics, but then you say,
no, I don't. No, I don't.
You don't? Okay. All right.
No, because most of those include women over a certain age.
Right. You're saying the young people, it's totally different.
Time, Michael.
So what is?
And that's the same thing. Like
she's totally just educating him. I mean, she's scolding him like a little schoolboy. I mean, he keeps strawmanning her position, and she has to scold him like he's a little schoolboy.
Time my parents got married in is completely different.
So what changed other than now they have so they meet on apps rather than at bars, and
that's the only thing. So he's never heard of feminism? What the heck is going on here? What, he thinks the only thing that's changed is the apps? Seriously? Wow. I mean, isn't this the guy that debates woke ideology and the perils of feminism, the perils of Democrat agendas, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, this is the guy and now he's saying what's changed other than swiping apps? What? Okay. Wow. I think I might have to check out here. Let's hear his answer, and then we're going to wrap this up because I just can't handle much more of it. We need to split this up. I mean, I'm just a mortal man. There's only so much of this gophery I can handle in single doses. Oh, man.
It's the big change. That's why we can't believe the statistics anymore.
Well, the average marriage is 7 years now, Michael.
Right, but we've had divorce, expanded divorce for a long time. We've had no-fault divorce in America since 1969.
What? Wow, his red herring, non sequitur, diversion fallacy spamming is crazy. I mean, maybe I should have implemented the logical fallacy system for this. I mean, I was not expecting these kinds of logical fallacy stacks from Knowles here. Wow. Because he kind of just also backed up her point, because whatever he said, 1969 or whatever, a couple decades of feminism and all of these Illuminati agendas, and we are where we are. Pinto Sack says, Pearl could snap Knowles like a twig. Lord Zed would pay to see. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see him fight. Isn't Pearl 6 foot? I think she's 6 foot tall. I mean, that'd be, Michael Knowles, for all of his argumentation against, the feminization of men, etc., and his anti-woke agenda, he does appear to be quite frail and weak. I mean, maybe the suit is covering up a shredded body of a Greek god, but it seems like he's a twiggy, frail guy. I mean, at least Ben Shapiro can do one-arm push-ups. Have people seen that video in The Office? He just starts busting out one-armed push-ups. I mean, he's got at least some kind of muscle on him. Knowles is very twiggy. He seems very twiggy. I don't know who would win in a fight. I think she plays both basketball and volleyball. And I think she's like 6 feet tall, like 5'11" or 6 feet. I think she plays both sports. I think that's what she said. And possibly even one or two other sports, but not as seriously. I think she's a semi-pro volleyball player and former basketball and volleyball player in college, I think. I believe that's what she said. So, yeah, I mean, I think I'm done here. I'm going to have to tap out here. I mean, there's only so much. Harry Love says he usually has some charisma, but today has shriveled in the Amazonian presence of Pearl. All right, tomorrow we might have to go earlier because this is going to be so long. We're probably going to go quite a bit earlier tomorrow than we did tonight. So, yeah, let's pick this up tomorrow. We can recover. We can all recover from this train wreck, And now that we know more what we're in for, because I'm listening to this blind, so I was just like you guys. I had no idea what to expect. Now we can brace ourselves for this level of gophery from Michael Knowles, so we know what to expect, so we can last longer next time. Maybe we can bang it out in one more stream, but who knows? We'll see. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us here. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast in this red pill debate, logical analysis between Michael Knowles and Pearl Davis. If you enjoyed the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And we are taking a look at the Red Pill Showdown between the one and only Michael Knowles and Pearl Davis. This absolute train wreck, which we started in part 1, we will continue dissecting here in a logical fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. Make sure you check out part 1. We are picking up right where we left off. We didn't really know what to expect, but, I mean, it was quite painful. I mean, I've never seen this level of gophery from Michael Knowles. And it's been astounding to watch and extremely painful. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support logic and reason in a world where it is quickly going extinct, as this analysis also demonstrates here from Michael Knowles. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the chat that way. Make sure to subscribe, hit the bell for notifications if you're still not getting them. Like and comment on more videos. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So now that we kind of knew what to expect, I mean, I hope everybody's had a good recovery from part 1. A lot of time to recover from the goofery. And we will remain steadfast here in trying to dissect what exactly is going on in Michael Knowles' brain here, as he gets completely decimated by Pearl on some of the most basic points. I mean, it seems like he was struggling with basic definitions. I mean, he was flat out dishonest on multiple occasions. So let's continue to see what's going on here. And we will pick up right where we left off.
Again,
That's my point. My point is they have if there was an abundance of wives in church, Michael, the men would be lining up to go.
but they
And men
they
are-
do
men
at the
are
traditional
leaving-
churches.
men
I
are
mean.
Again, right where we left off, he's stacking multiple cherry picking logical fallacies on top of each other. If we do end up implementing retroactively the logical analysis MindShock system, I mean, this would be a super fallacy because he's stacking two identical fallacies. So, and moving the goalpost, and no true Scotsman. I mean, this guy's stacking fallacies like crazy here. I mean, I'm surprised he actually posted this. Is anybody else surprised he actually posted this? I mean, maybe he didn't understand what was going on, like, as it was happening. But after the fact, if he watched it, why would he make this public? Does anybody have any theories on that?
leaving the church. Under the age of 35, young men, church participation is going down altogether, but young men are leaving the church.
But what about the traditional parishes?
The traditional parishes?
What about the 1% of the 1%? I mean, who cares about the actual topic here about men in family court? How about Michael Knowles? Michael Knowles only cares about the 1% of the 1%.
Exploding, and it's all young people. I mean, the median age is like 22 in these parishes, and it's largely young men. So I totally grant you that a lot of modern religion has become quite effeminate and has driven men away.
Right, but I'm saying the Catholic Church is not exempt. It's absolutely not exempt. I've seen a lot of the same trends in the Catholic Church.
I guess my confusion is, though, you bring up these statistics, and so then we acknowledge the statistics that show that if one gets married, assuming that divorce is not a sacramental reality, that the likelihood of divorce goes way down. But then when we say that, you instantly say, well, actually now the statistics aren't worth anything because young people are different.
Wait, say that again? Sorry.
So
wait.
So he just completely strawmanned her.
we agree that the numbers for Catholics, Jews, Muslims, Orthodox Jews and Muslims, divorce numbers are way lower. And you acknowledge those statistics, but then you say,
no, I don't. No, I don't.
You don't? Okay, all right.
No, because most of those include women over a certain age.
Right, you're saying the young people, it's totally different.
Time, Mike.
I mean, his intellectual dishonesty and bad faith argumentation here, that surprised me more than anything, because I don't know if I've ever seen him just go pure bad faith like this. I mean, this is a little bit surprising for me.
So what is,
and that's the same thing. Like the time my parents got married in is completely different.
So what changed other than now they have so they meet on apps rather than at bars?
Yeah, this is where we stopped. This is where we stopped part one. What's changed? Just the apps. It's not the decades and decades of feminism. It's not the decades and decades of increased corruption and societal decay and degeneracy. It's only the app. I mean, how did he even get that out with a straight face? Can anybody figure this out? I mean, just the level of goofery. Like somebody brought up that he's just playing devil's advocate. Well, sure, you can play. There's a difference between playing devil's advocate logically and complete bad faith goofery. I mean, that's huge. That's a huge difference here.
That's the big change. That's why we can't believe the statistics anymore.
Well, the average marriage is 7 years now, Michael.
Right, but we've had divorce. Expanded divorce for a long time. We've had no-fault divorce in America since 1969.
And also notice how he's attempting to frame this as if 1969 is ancient. As if that's not simply one generation. I mean, the level of goofery and dishonesty here. I mean, he's weaving quite a web here of fallacies and dishonesty.
So, I acknowledge these are, by historical standards, relatively novel, but we're still talking like 50 years, right? More than 50 years.
And so what's his position? That nothing's changed over 50? Like, what exactly is his position? Because Pearl's saying stuff has changed in half a century. He's saying, it's just swiping on the apps that's changed, nothing else? Not the complete decay of the education system? Not the complete march into degeneracy through all the media, not the increase in corruption and inflation and again, all of the feminist propaganda and having women in the workforce, abandoning the children, the feeding of the ego and narcissism through all media. I mean, what's his position here? I mean, I don't understand. Like, is he just spinning his wheels in some kind of, again, is this some kind of humiliation ritual where the Daily Wire sold their souls and now they have to engage in these humiliation ritual? Is this what this is? I mean, that would explain it, but I don't know that this is what it is. I'm just asking questions. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. This is, of course, MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure.
I don't, I just think a lot of times I hear you guys' advice to go to church and find a good woman. And I don't necessarily think it's bad advice in general. But again, I think that times have changed. And I think a lot of times you guys are a bit out of touch with what the average man is going through in this country.
Well, what do you mean by the average man?
What, seriously? The average, he doesn't know what average means? Well, what? I mean, he's completely gone full vegetable. I mean, he's full vegetable. He doesn't know what sexist means. He doesn't know what average means. How can he not know what average means? I mean, there are 4-year-olds who know what the average guy. Not the millionaire or the billionaire or even the homeless guy. The average guy. I mean, what? I mean, look at his face. He said that with a straight face. This has to be a humiliation ritual at this point, doesn't it? I mean, this is insane. I mean, the only other thing I could think of is if he realizes the severity of his obliteration here, and he's just trying to buy time while he's spinning his wheels. He's using that as a coping mechanism to try to come up with something to not sound dumb, so he just keeps asking these super basic questions. How does he think, if he watched this interview back, I mean, I want to see Michael Knowles give commentary. I mean, it would be nice if he gave commentary on this MINDSHOCK logical analysis, but at least just watching it back, I want to hear his thoughts. Like, what would he think of his own statement here? Yeah, Pinto Sack. He also didn't know. What do you mean by marriageable? Like, seriously? The level of terror on his face when Pearl asked him what percentage of women were marriageable, that was hilarious.
I guess. Men come in all shapes and sizes. So,
wait, so he's saying men come in all shapes and sizes, so he doesn't know what the average means of those shapes and sizes. I mean, the level of gophery, I don't know. Does anybody think Michael Knowles can ever come back from this? I mean, he's supposedly this powerhouse intellectual like Ben Shapiro, or in the same realm of Shapiro. How is he ever going to recover here? Now, I didn't watch Shapiro vs. Destiny. The fact that he even had that mentally disabled goof, Destiny, on his show, I mean, that's a huge L in the first place. I don't know how it actually went. Maybe we can analyze that. I'm sure it's going to be painful. But can Knowles recover from this humiliation?
You know, acknowledging the fears of the modern...
Do you think men have valid fears in getting married? Do you think any of it's valid, or do you think they're making it up?
Yeah, I think that marriage entails risk.
Okay.
But there are ways to mitigate risk.
There are
and it's
ways,
a natural institution.
Correct. There are ways to.
This is so weird. I mean, this is so weird. It's like everything has jumping out of a plane has risks. You know, you can mitigate those risks. You can wear a parachute, but you should still jump out of the plane. But you can mitigate the risk. I mean, does he not realize how dumb he sounds? This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Mitigate risk.
Yeah.
But like, because I don't know, when you talk about this stuff, you guys are just not sorry, I don't mean to say you guys, but
please,
but
generalize.
Sorry.
It's okay.
But sometimes I'm just like, how do you not see where the men are coming from? I've talked to men.
How does he not know what average means? How does Michael Knowles not know the definition of average? What?
that did the exact same thing. They took you guys' advice to a T.
What's our
And
advice? Our advice is
okay,
just
to marry. I've
get
seen
married.
a lot of stuff from the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
Okay, might be you, might be other guys that say get married young, right?
Yeah, it's
To
good.
sign up. Okay, but I'll see guys that take you guys' advice, and sometimes it ruins their life.
Because they get
And
divorced.
and the divorce isn't like the woman ruins their reputation.
Mhm.
Calls him an abuser. And even
Yeah.
calls him an abuser, says all these awful things. He hasn't seen his kids in 2 years.
It's awful. Yeah.
And it's the saddest thing when you
Wait, so he's acknowledging that it's awful. What's his argument here? What is his actual argument other than to jump in being contrarian?
see a man that's going through a divorce.
So what's the alternative, though?
Wow, he went with This is embarrassing. I mean, the level of gopher here. I mean, obviously falsification is independent of replacement. I mean, this is just basic logic. Like, we could be arguing about serial killers and then like, well, what's the alternative to having maybe we should just have serial killers because sometimes they kill bad guys, right? Right? And there's ways to mitigate risk. I mean, don't go out late at night, don't go out alone, maybe be armed, but we need those serial killers. What's the alternative? I mean, the level of gophery here. I mean, I gotta say, I really was, even after part one, where Knowles kind of revealed himself, now, I mean, he just dropped the floor out on his own gophery. What's the alternative? I mean, what? Like, what? How is that an argument?
I totally agree with you about the risk and the pitfalls of modern marriage.
Well, I
Wait, since when? He just spent 20 minutes going full contrarian vegetable mode. Now he's saying he totally agrees? What? Wait, what? What is is anybody following here?
think that the laws need to change first because regardless of what I say,
Before people get married?
Well, it's not about what I say. It's about what people will do. You guys have been preaching marriage for a decade. Men aren't signing up.
No,
Men aren't.
men
The
still
rate
get
of
married.
but the rate of getting married is going lower.
Right, but we
less
also
and less men are
errat-
getting married.
We redefined marriage at the federal level.
correct,
We've also had
correct.
divorce for 50 years.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, he keeps going with these diversion, red herring, and non sequitur fallacy stats. Maybe I should have implemented the counter. I mean, I honestly thought this was going to be more discussion based. I didn't think we'd be seeing this level of goofery, because, I mean, Pearl's probably only hit 1 or 2 fallacies. And Knowles is probably working on 100 right now, not even counting the super fallacies. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Yeah,
Again,
correct. No, you're right. You're correct. But I'm saying laws need to change. Personally, if it was Pearl's world,
Yes.
and I think you're probably going to have to find somewhere that meets in the middle for something to pass. But if it was Pearl's world, I wouldn't have alimony. I wouldn't have child support. I don't think you're entitled to it.
Yeah,
I don't.
I would.
Notice how Pearl is clearly citing her opinion, not necessarily what is right or wrong. Her personal opinion in a non-fallacious manner. I mean, she is schooling this goof. She is absolutely mopping the floor with Michael Knowles. Who would have thought this? Because again, no offense to Pearl, but she's not exactly this high-level intellectual. And she is absolutely decimating Michael Knowles on every level.
Certainly eliminate no-fault divorce, and I would greatly restrict divorce broadly. Yeah.
Okay, so here's a little bit. This is what I thought it would be. Just normal conversation with some opinions, like what's going on right now. I could do this, we would do that. That's what I thought this whole thing was going to be. And now we'll see where it continues going.
Yeah, but I think until you do that, you're going to have a hard time getting men to sign up, until women get in shape.
Sure.
If 70% of women are overweight, that's not a great sell to men.
But okay, so
Yeah, 80% of
Who thinks he's going to address that instead of dodging? Who thinks he's going to address what Pearl just said? 70%. I don't think it's 70% obese. Well, we went over the stats on the first one. Maybe overweight and obese. They were scary stats, don't get me wrong. I wish I hadn't looked them up. Magnet Mountain 33 says, he looks like he popped out the Christmas crack.
women gain 20 pounds in the first 5 years of marriage.
Sure.
know?
Yeah, that's no good. They
You
should
know,
stay
and
fit.
that's
That'd be
you
nice.
should stay
Well, no,
right?
they should gain
You
a
know,
lot of weight
and
to have children. They should gain so much weight
Come on.
because they're having
But
children.
this is my
Wait, what? 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 I mean, I guess that was some kind of an appeal to humor? Because obviously, you know, not 100% of married couples have children. Actually, let's look up the stats here. Let's look up the stats. Wow. Actually, it's quite difficult to find exact stats here. So, of the couples that do end up having children, it's usually within the first 3 years. Or they already had at least one child or one on the way. I'm trying to find the stats here. Women get married 29 when they have their first child. But it doesn't say what percent of married couples. It also looks like the divorces are higher in childless marriages, 30%. Okay, wow. So it's not a lot. So Science Direct has a 2020 stat here. 30% of couples, both partners intended to have a child. Out of these, about 3/4 have a child. So is that 3/4 out of the 30%? Which would not be a lot. So 75% of 30%. That's a pretty small percentage. So clearly the majority are not having children. Okay, so there goes Michael Knowles' any shot at some kind of legitimate point there. I think he was just trying to be funny, as they should gain weight with pregnant. Obviously, Pearl Stats has nothing to do with pregnancy weight, because the majority aren't even getting pregnant in the first place. I mean, this is really weird. Ericly says, man, I'm driving and it's killing me that I can't comment. I mean, this is going to go on for a while. I don't know how long you're driving, man, but I mean, we're just getting started here, so.
my point. You know, you're not going to appeal to men by shaming them into marriage.
I'm not shaming anyone. I'm just recommending.
But I've heard
'cause
you
it's a
guys
natural
say things
institution.
like you're not like a real man if you don't get married. I've heard this.
What does he mean by natural institution? I would call that a false premise. I mean, you could say it's an appeal to nature, logical fallacy as well, but it's not even really that fallacy, because in nature, most species are non-exclusive. They're not monogamous. So, you know, that I don't know how he can even. He keeps saying it's a natural institution. What's natural about it? I mean, having children might be natural. What's natural about a man-made institution of marriage? Like, he keeps repeating it as if it's legitimate without backing it up.
From
No,
the trad cons camp.
That's not exactly true, because
Okay,
some men are
glad-
called to religious life, some men are called to celibacy.
Right.
But the
okay.
ones who are not are called to marriage. Not merely because it's sort of fun, though it's fun, but because it's a natural institution. Because men have certain ends, we have certain goals, right? So one of them would be we want to have children. This is not just a preference.
What does that have to do with marriage? I mean, as if men don't have children without being married? I mean, what? I mean, the level of goofery on display here, it seems like he doesn't know what the word natural means. I mean, he could say it's a pillar of his particular religion. He could say that. But he's kind of making these broad, fallacious claims.
You know, de gustibus non disputandum est. This is an aspect of the natural
But
law.
don't you think
What natural law? What natural law? Like, I don't understand what he's talking about it. Is he talking about the religious scrolls written by men? I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird.
they should follow their purpose and God first?
That is part of their.
Okay. No,
According to who?
I don't think so.
That's How do you mean?
I don't think men's purpose is women. I think
No,
men's purpose
having children
is
certainly would be part
well,
of it.
why? Why
Well,
is that their purpose? Even the Apostle Paul said it's better to be alone, or not the Apostle Paul, but it's even
Apostle
in
Paul
the,
was celibate, yeah.
but
But well, to mention
sorry,
the,
I'm getting
no, the Apostle Paul is celibate. You know,
yeah,
but since you mentioned Christianity,
right.
it's important to remember.
She's schooling him even in his own religion. I mean, this is crazy. Well, I guess she's Catholic too, but again, she's not even purporting to be this powerhouse. She should have mentioned Proverbs 31:10 to 12. A good woman is hard to find and worth far more than diamonds. So, if a good woman is hard to find, according to the Bible, why would he refuse to answer the question on what percentage of women are marriageable? Because even in biblical times, again, Proverbs 31:10 to 12. If a good woman is that hard to find, I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy stuff. I mean, it's like he's terrified of saying anything even remotely critical of women as a class. That's what it seems like. Like he can't have any honest conversation about it. Even though he spends half his time dunking on, woke goof women at colleges. It's really weird. Really weird.
Remember, our Lord is the bridegroom. The
Mhm.
church is the bride. So, from the Christian perspective, marriage is understood to be a symbol of Christ's love for his church.
Mhm.
Now, that's the
But
supernatural
that's
perspective.
not how it's practiced today.
In
And that's the
some quarters
point.
it is.
But you can say my special religion. Here's the exception. It's not across
No,
the
my
board.
true religion
Okay,
that
okay, well,
built our entire civilization. That's what I'm talking. It's not
I'm
some,
a
it's not some
Catholic
eccentric.
too. I'm a Catholic too. But
Well, I'm
you
just
cannot-
describing to you the Catholic view of marriage,
Yeah.
which is different than the view you're
But it's not the way that Catholics are doing it. If we have 25% getting divorced, that's
I mean, look, I'm not even the most religious guy. I'm not religious at all, actually. I mean, I'm not the most well versed in the Bible. But this goof is so utterly clueless. I mean, let's go to Proverbs 21:9. Better to live on a corner of the roof than to share a house with a quarrelsome wife. I mean, is Knowles just this intellectually dishonest that he's kind of pretending that marriage is the greatest thing ever and the majority of women are marriageable and all this? Like, what is wrong with this goof? Like, he's never heard of Proverbs 21:19 either? I mean, there's another translations here. Better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. So, I mean, this is clear advice that, being alone in the desert is better than with an unmarriageable woman, so to speak. So, the level of gophery here on display, I mean, the sheer dishonesty even inside his cherry-picking fallacy. Because he's going to the 1% of the 1% in Orthodox Catholicism. He's ignoring all of the wisdom in the Bible here, specifically pertaining to being alone is better than a quarrelsome wife. I mean, does he not even read the Bible? What is wrong with Michael Knowles?
it's not a small number.
Well, it's not
and
the way that
just because
25% are doing it.
It's
Or
30.
even
It's really
35%.
35.
Yeah, yeah.
But I try to be conservative because I don't want to go back and forth.
But to that point, Pearl,
Yeah.
Joe Biden calls himself a practicing Catholic. He supports killing infants in the womb up until the moment of birth as a matter of law. So,
But we get into a
Yeah.
tricky territory.
What does it have to do with any of her points? I mean, the Bible says what it says, does it not? I mean, how many times do we have to repeat Proverbs 21:19? How many times? Like, she should have thrown that in his face. I'm surprised she's came relatively prepped. I'm surprised she didn't have a couple of those up her sleeve.
territory when you get to play God and decide who's a Catholic and who's
I'm not
not.
playing God, and I don't decide the magisterium. But
okay.
but the
But he's just spamming no true Scotsman's fallacies.
the deposit of faith does, the
Mhm.
magisterium does, sacred scripture does, the vicar of Christ does, and
Mhm.
on this point, all are clear.
All are clear? All are clear on what? I mean, is Proverbs 21:19 clear? Better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. Not just in a comfortable house without an ill-tempered wife, but it's better to live in the desert. So out of different situations, even like you don't even obviously living comfortably in a luxurious house without a quarrelsome wife is nice. But if the two choices are luxury house with a quarrelsome wife and alone in the desert with nothing, according to the Bible, according to Proverbs 21:19, it's better to live in the desert. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. And this goof doesn't even know Proverbs 21:19. Not that this was even a religious argument in the first place, because Knowles claimed to not know that Pearl was Catholic. I actually didn't know that either, but he was the one preparing for this. He was having her on his show. So if he truly didn't know that she was Catholic, why is he even bringing up Catholicism? And if we're talking about average, is the average man in divorce or family court or not? Are they truly an Orthodox Catholic? Obviously not. So what does this have to do with anything anyway? I mean, Knowles is just spinning his wheels in gophery here.
And by the way, I'm not even talking about marriage necessarily from a supernatural perspective, though I certainly view it that way.
Mhm.
But there's also the natural perspective, which is that there is, you say men should follow their purpose and should follow God. I, of course, agree. So how do we know our purpose?
Well, you could start by reading Proverbs 21:19. You could start there, Michael Knowles. You could start there.
Men have what? We have the scriptures, we have revelation, but we also have our conscience and reason. And so there's something called the natural law.
Conscience and reason. So if you have reason and you realize that, having this statist cult of sociopathic genocidal maniacs hallucinating they have the right to rule you and grant you permission, to scribble on paper to grant a marriage license because you're too much of a peasant to even decide that for yourself, that, the man, the logic and reason can decide, well, maybe marriage, government subsidized marriage or government authorized marriage, government approved, government sanctioned marriage, perhaps that's not a good idea. So how about implementing some of that logic and reason instead of saying natural law without knowing what it is? I mean, I'll look up natural law in Catholicism. Maybe he has a very strict natural law definition in Catholicism. So, wow, so that proves the point against him even more. So let's go to here to the Catechism of the Catholic Church. So here we have, this is the official Catechism of the Catholic Church. The natural law expresses the original moral sense which enables man to discern by reason the good and the evil. The natural law is written and engraved in the soul of each and every man. Because it is human reason ordaining him to do good and forbidding him to sin. But this command of human reason would not have the force of law if it were not the voice and interpreter of a higher reason to which our spirit and our freedom must be submitted. Okay, so I will also go to this all proves going against government sanctioned marriage, so to speak. This all goes against it. I mean, this is kind of insane that he can't, like, everything he's saying is technically proving Pearl's point, even within the strict Catholic definitions. I mean, this goof can't even apply what he's claiming to apply. He can't even do that. He's not even there. But I have another quote I want to go over here from the Bible. It's actually one of my favorite ones. Because a lot of goofs, like a lot of statist goofs that claim to be Christian and follow the Bible, they clearly don't. They do the opposite of the Bible, what the Bible says, while bootlicking these corrupt statist scum authorities that claim to have the right to rule them. So we have a couple here. So 1 Corinthians 2:5, that your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. So you have these corrupt scum in Washington, D.C. making all these laws for the peasants. That's the wisdom of man. That's not the power of God. So the Bible clearly says to not put faith in these fallible, corrupt humans. Ephesians 6:12, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities. Again, those that are granting marriage license to the peasants. I mean, the rest of it goes against the powers of this dark world and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. There's a lot of components here. But it specifically says against the rulers, against the authorities. So a lot of bootlickers that claim to be Christians or religious, they put the authority of government, they put their religion of statism first. And then they pretend to be Christians that follow the Bible, like Michael Knowles here. Because he's going against how many passages? I mean, we just started. I just cited like 4 different passages from the Bible that Knowles is specifically against here, while he bootlicks the state in saying that marriage is still a winning proposition on paper in this contract that one party is literally paid to break, and paid handsomely depending on how much the other party makes. I mean, this is insane. This is really, really crazy. This is really crazy. I mean, the level of goofery here from Knowles. I mean, he doesn't even know what the Bible says. I mean, he's hallucinating natural law would support entering government contracts from these corrupt authorities claiming to have the right to rule against the will of God. Like, he's actually supporting this while pretending that's what the Bible says? I mean, this is crazy.
And the natural law inclines us toward marriage. Men and women are by our...
Also, notice how it never said any of that when I'm reading straight from Catholic Church literature here of the natural law. Nowhere does it say anything about marriage here. It just says against sin, serving God. It doesn't say anything about marriage here. Nothing. The precepts of natural law are not perceived by everyone clearly and immediately. In the present situation, sinful man needs grace and revelation, so moral and religious truths may be known by everyone with facility, with firm certainty, and with no admixture of error. The natural law provides revealed law and grace with a foundation prepared by God and in accordance with the work of Spirit. Nowhere does it say anything about bootlicking authorities and kneeling authorities and to authorities getting marriage licenses or any of this. Nowhere does it say any of this. It actually preaches the complete opposite of that. Submission to God, not government authorities, not groveling for licenses to get married, for tax extortion breaks or whatever, not groveling in family court in violation of God. I mean, everything Knowles is saying here, I mean, this is a good freeze frame. I didn't freeze it here on purpose, but this expression on his face is clearly demonstrating the strength of his argument, which is nothing. I just went through I just went through Catholic text. It doesn't say anything about natural law being connected to marriage. I mean, maybe there's some obscure reference somewhere somehow, but just on natural law itself, it doesn't say anything about it.
Very nature inclined toward marriage. You would disagree?
No.
You wouldn't.
Well,
so there you go.
No,
there you
no,
have
no.
it.
Well, sort of. I think men. Sorry. I think that in the current market, there are just not enough wives to go around. There are not enough wives to go. Women that deserve to be wives. In my opinion. Okay.
Sure.
You'd agree on that, right?
Well, I don't.
Like so.
I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
He doesn't know what she means by that. Seriously? I mean, he's just lying through his teeth now. Why would you even have a conversation with someone who's just a blatant bad faith liar like Michael Knowles? I mean, I don't think I will ever watch anything with Michael Knowles the same way again. I actually thought he was good faith. Call me naive. Like, again, I haven't seen tons and tons, but I've seen clips here and there of, over probably a few years now. And he really did seem like a legit high-level intellectual for the most part. Everybody's got blind spots. I've never seen him be this obviously bad faith. I've never seen him lie through his teeth so obviously as he's doing here.
Maybe I would agree, but
Okay.
I don't know exactly what you mean by it.
Okay. Do you think men should have standards?
Yes.
Do you think it's okay for them to want a woman that's in shape? Do you think that's an okay standard?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, a girl that's religious. Would you say that's good? Okay,
necessary.
but that's not the majority. That's not the majority. So what are men supposed to do in the meantime?
They're supposed to convince the women to get in shape and get religious.
Good luck. I've done it for a year. Good luck.
You haven't had,
That's
but maybe the men would be more persuasive than you would to these women.
Good luck.
I don't know.
Did the OnlyFans models quit that you interviewed?
I don't know if that. I've only
Come
interviewed a few on whatever. But
No,
some
they're
of
on
them
the
might.
shows. That's the point.
There's actually there.
I mean, miracles happen, but I wouldn't bet on it.
There are a couple
And
gals.
that's-
There are a couple gals who've written into my show, not from the Whatever podcast,
Yeah.
but who were watching my show,
Mhm.
and really watching in the member block and
Mhm.
everything, who were both like online pornographers to some degree.
Mhm.
And one said she was going to quit. I kind of lost track of her in the show. Another one
Mhm.
quit, had a major conversion,
Mhm.
and
So what are we to make of this anecdotal logical fallacy? I mean, what are we to make of? Like, what? I mean, what does that have to do with anything? Again, how many times do we have to go back to these Bible passages? Proverbs 31:10, a good woman is hard to find and worth far more than diamonds. So he's pretending this doesn't exist. And then, of course, Proverbs 21:19, better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. So what percentage? I mean, he's already cherry-picked 1% of 1% to try to pretend marriage is good for the 1% of the 1%, which might be true for that particular group, which is completely insignificant to the general average. So, I mean, what is his point here? Like, what is Knowles trying to accomplish here? I mean, this is weird. I mean, it's just really weird.
what a wonderful
that
evidence of the
one?
glory of
Was
God.
it the one on Twitter?
Yes.
Yeah, her OF link was still up. So a lot of times.
She denied it. Someone said that was true.
Her
I didn't
OF
see it.
link was still up. Yes, it was. I checked it.
I didn't
Yes,
see it.
yes, it was.
I-
I'm
she-
positive.
She posted it and showed that it wasn't still up.
It was.
As if links can't be activated and deactivated. Like, is Knowles new to the internet? I mean, you can deactivate and reactivate a Facebook account. You can do that with any account. Like, how goofy is Michael Knowles here? I mean, he's pretending not to know how basic social media even works. I mean, this is weird.
I don't
still
know.
up, but
I don't
okay.
know. She seemed pretty
But
sincere to me.
my-
But in any case, are you denying the principle that people can change?
Yeah, I mean, God can forgive you, but men don't have to.
I'm not
I
talking about
don't think
forgiveness.
it's.
I'm not
but
talking
I
about. I'm talking
wouldn't
about
say-
repentance.
I wouldn't. Repentance is good, but I wouldn't say that makes her wife worthy if you still used to have an OF account. You would agree that men, in general,
Yeah.
should not date women that had OnlyFans accounts.
It's not ideal. But
Okay,
I don't
but
think it's
you can't
disqualifying.
Wow, it's not ideal, but not disqualifying. Wow, the level of disingenuousness of Michael Knowles. Like, honestly, it's going to be tough to watch anything that this guy does after this interview. I mean, he's so bad faith. I mean, he's more bad faith than a lot of these flat Earth guys or these flat Earth debaters that debate against the flat Earth. He's more bad faith than a lot of these anti-flat Earth grifters. I mean, this is crazy. This is really weird. I mean, he's exhibited almost zero good faith here, other than a few moments where he agreed with her while being contrarian the whole time. It's just very, very bizarre interview.
Definitively, you
No, I
can't
think so.
definitively.
Who thinks Michael Knowles would have married a former OnlyFans model? He says it's not ideal, but it's not disqualifying. Who thinks he really would have? I mean, I don't know. Maybe he would. Maybe he would, but this is weird. I mean, it's really weird.
Say that a woman. Okay.
I don't think it's disqualified. I mean,
Well,
because,
I think you're gonna have a tough time selling guys on that.
I'm not convinced of it. I mean, you know, to quote
Wait, what is he talking about? If he's talking about the 1% of the 1%, so if he's talking about this Orthodox Catholic young man, he thinks this, because he keeps arguing about this 1% of this 1%, he thinks they're going to want to marry a former, as he put it, online pornographer, however he put it. Is that what he really thinks? I mean, this is weird. Who thinks he's actually good faith here? Who thinks he's actually arguing in good faith? I don't know. That's a tough sell for me that he's good faith here. Because this doesn't make any sense.
John Vianney, the Saints didn't all start well, but they all ended well. So I wouldn't.
Wait, what do the Saints have to do with an average man in 2024 deciding whether he is or isn't getting married? What? What? Why is he talking about saints now? Is he saying the average man can become a saint? What is he talking about?
Recommend that people get involved in porn in any way.
Okay.
But there's also, you know, on the men's side of things, men are in a little rough shape because of our modern culture too.
Mhm.
A lot are addicted to porn. A lot have hooked up with a lot of people.
But what does that have to do with anything? She was talking. Notice how he can't stay on top. He's like allergic. This is the woke, liberal, regressive playbook. He can't stay on topic to save his life. I mean, it's just diversion, red herring, non sequitur, tu quoque. I mean, it's just fallacy after fallacy. I guess I should have implemented the fallacy counter here. I mean, they had literally 10 seconds of regular, normal conversation that I pointed out earlier. I thought this whole thing was going to be like that, which is why I didn't implement the system, where they just kind of gave their opinion. Like Pearl said, if this was Pearl's world, this is how I would have it. And then he gave his opinion. I thought the whole conversation would be like that. They basically had 10 seconds of productive, good faith conversation this whole time.
A lot of kind of indulged perversions and things like that.
Mhm.
Doesn't make them particularly marriageable either.
But
It
why
doesn't-
is it whenever we say something about the women, we have to say but men?
Well, because it's an observable fact. And
Classic non sequitur. Oh, look, that floor is wood. We're having this conversation. Why do we have to mention that the floor is wooden? Well, because it's an observable fact. I mean, the level of goofery that Knowles has sunk to here. Because a lot of this, like, he's using the same tactics of the woke goofs that he usually decimates. I mean, has it not dawned on him that he's humiliating himself in the exact same way that all of the woke goofs that he obliterates humiliate themselves? Like, has that not dawned on him? Like, I still can't believe he posted this. I can't believe he posted this on the internet for everybody to see. That's the most mind-shocking thing out of everything for me. I mean, Pearl would obviously post it. Why would he post this? Like, does he have no self-respect for himself? Like, I don't, again, is this some kind, has the Daily Wire just completely sold out and this is all one big Illuminati humiliation ritual?
marriage involves men and women.
I know, but all I'm saying, you know, Michael, all I'm saying
Yeah.
is don't date. Like, it's just crazy sometimes. I get so curious because I say,
Yeah.
Men shouldn't date women that used to have OnlyFans. Like that shouldn't even be an argument. That
yeah,
should
I don't
be
know.
like a.
I don't know. I mean, again, it's not
Would
ideal
you?
to have.
You wouldn't date a woman with an OnlyFans.
I wouldn't date any woman now because I'm happily married.
No, but if you were single, right? You wouldn't do that.
it would be.
She's obviously referring to if he were single, and he knows that. Which is why this is pure bad faith from Michael Knowles.
Come on.
It would be an obstacle.
It would be such a big obstacle.
It would
you
be an
wouldn't
obstacle.
do it. But
Yeah.
that's the.
I mean, what kind of an answer is that? It would be an obstacle, so he wouldn't do it? Like, what? I mean, this is like nailing Jell-O to a wall. Michael Knowles has been reduced to arguing like a woke goof. I mean, this is sad. Did we ever think we'd see the day? I mean, Knowles built his entire career on decimating woke goofs. Now he's become one in his argumentation, at least for this interview.
Problem.
I don't
Like
know.
I interview guys that are dating a girl for 6 months. They find out she used to have an OnlyFans account. These are real things that happen.
Sure. Yeah. It's
You
not
know?
ideal. Though, frankly, I'm again
Yeah.
to your point. I've been out of dating for a long time, but these days,
Well, if he was out of dating for that long, why is he arguing with her on every single point? Like, what? Like, this is really bizarre because on one hand, he's arguing like a woke goof, but on the other, he has enough awareness and wherewithal to cede basically everything, but only after being a contrarian goof. And it's always two-sided because he's still arguing. He's saying that technically she's right, but why is he still arguing? Like, if she said 1 + 1 was 2, and then Noel says, well, what do you mean by 1? Well, how are we defining 2? Okay, but 4 times 4 is 16. So why are we talking about multiplication? Well, because it's an observable fact, but we're talking about 1 + 1 is 2. Like, he can't stay on the topic. It's just absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane.
can one find a girlfriend? I mean, I assume it can happen, but in modern kind of liberal secular dating, can one find a girlfriend who's never texted a naked picture of herself?
Wow, talk about moving the goalpost. Whoa, talk about non-congruent argument. Texted to who? A private individual? Like, did he really just compare? Did he really just compare private texts with someone putting things on the internet for literally millions of people to see, a lot of it for free, some of it might be paywalled, whatever. Did he seriously just make that comparison? I mean, he's gone full veg. He's been full vegetable. I mean, what? This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. Like, he's becoming the king of non sequitur, red herrings, and non-congruent arguments. I mean, that would be like what you would expect from a woke goof to bring up, to divert.
I don't know. Women do this all the time now, and then it becomes a big scandal when they get.
Yeah, and so
leaked on
do
iCloud.
those women deserve to be wives?
I don't
you
know
don't
that
think
they.
that-
I don't know that we deserve
But
much
that's
of anything.
that's my
all,
Look at his dodging. I mean, this guy's sputtering. Oh, I don't know if we deserve much of any. I mean, these kind of diversion fallacies. I mean, this is insane. This is crazy. Like, does he not realize how dumb he's looking? I mean, I don't know if he's approaching Craig levels. Craig is a unique individual of Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, he might just be a brilliant actor who went full retard. Michael Knowles is just, I mean, I don't think it's cognitive dissonance, Matari Sensei. I think this goof is just bad faith. He's clearly lying. I mean, do you really think he doesn't know the difference between private texts, between two private individuals, and someone putting an entire website together, some kind of adult work website, for the entire internet and world to see forever? Like, he really brought that up? Seriously? Like, really? I mean, this is crazy. This is insane.
to do it is my.
That's my point. Is the women of today are not the women of yesterday, and it's
Sure.
becoming more and more difficult to find the women that you're talking about, and there are not enough to go around.
But you're framing.
That's my point.
Sure, but you're framing this as a question of who deserves to be married. But my framing of it is what one ought to do. That marriage
But
is a natural end of our nature.
A natural end of our nature? I mean, this guy's sputtering like a fool. I've never seen Knowles sputter and stutter and just spew nonsense like he's been doing this entire interview. I mean, this is crazy. Well, that's what's weird, Matari Sensei. Matari Sensei says he's definitely being bad faith, but it's due to his worldview, purely ideological. Did you just get here, Matari Sensei? Because it's not even his worldview. I mean, I'll go over the Bible passages again. Proverbs 31:10. A good woman is hard to find and worth far more than diamonds. Like, Knowles is just unaware of this passage, or he pretends it doesn't exist. Proverbs 21:19. Better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. Not just alone by yourself in a house, but it's better to live in the desert. In a desert with an unmarriageable wife. Or a bad wife. So even even according to Knowles' own Catholicism, I even went through the definitions in the Catechism of the Catholic Church text, the reference text of natural law. It doesn't say anything about marriage. It doesn't say anything at all. I went through it earlier. I read through all of it. It's not here. It's just not here. So this is just pure lies coming from Knowles' mouth here.
I don't deal in oughts. I deal with what is. Not what I want the world to be.
But the is of our nature implies an ought in our actions.
But
What? What? The is of our nature implies the ought of our action. Even if that were true, like, let's give that to him. I don't think we should, but just for the sake of argument, let's give that to him. Nothing in the nature says anything about marriage anyway, and the Bible specifically warns about the so-called wisdom of men and the rulers and the authorities. Because he's saying signing this contract where the other party is paid to break it is somehow good. And just because you can take mitigating risks, you should still do it. You should still do it. Like, let's, you could walk on the train tracks and not get hit by a train. You could take mitigating, you can mitigate the risk, you can maybe have a lookout somewhere, it's just crazy. I mean, this is crazy. This is definitely the worst Michael Knowles has ever looked. This is worse than anything I've seen from anybody on the Daily Wire. I mean, he's arguing like one of these woke goofs that he spent his career decimating in colleges.
It's not about what we want it to be, Michael. It's about what the world is.
No, I'm just saying how people ought to behave. They ought to.
But what does that have to do with anything? Like, he's spinning his wheels in this demagogue. I mean, he's going politician mode. I mean, he's exactly like a woke goof that doesn't want to be wrong, so they're just spinning their wheels and stuttering and sputtering and spamming fallacies, trying to appear smart and not wrong when they clearly are. This is crazy.
Get married is what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
which is implied by our nature, which is the is.
Okay.
Right.
He keeps saying nature. I don't know why she's letting him get away with this. Like, she's being way too nice. I mean, this is insane.
Because at the very least, bro, you would say people want to have kids, right?
Not a lot of people. I mean, what is he talking about? Some people do. I mean, it seems like the majority don't, and that number's plummeting. Matari Sensei says, have you seen her destroy Andrew Klavan? I haven't seen... They did an interview? I don't know how much more I can handle of these Daily Wire guys on the red pill, but, I don't know.
I mean, if women wanted to have kids so bad, why are they killing them like crazy?
Yeah, there's a lot of abortion. It's dreadful. But I'm just saying people in general, you would admit, want to have kids.
Sometimes they do and they don't. I mean, women aren't having kids like they used to. I talk to women all the time that say they don't want.
Whoa. Matari Sensei saying regarding Pearl, she whipped him too. He looked almost worse than Knowles. I find that difficult to believe. I cannot believe anybody can do worse than Knowles here in this type of debate. But I'll check it out, Sensei. I mean, I'm going to need some recovery time after this one, but we could check it out later.
Have kids.
People, yeah, they say it's
So,
unfortunate.
but that's and
People
that's
say
what
a lot of those things.
and that's where it's going.
But I guess-
mean, but half of women are going to be single and childless by 2030.
What about
that's
these
the way
men?
the world's going.
Wow. His immediate response is, what about these men? That's his response. Like, he can't stay on topic to save his life.
The men you're talking about, the men want to have kids, right? Or no, they're also degenerates. Everyone's just a degenerate now.
Men,
Wait, how is he equating being a degenerate with not wanting to have kids? What? I mean, a lot of smart men don't have kids because, again, they can't find the good woman, which, according to the Bible that Michael Knowles purports to believe in, Proverbs 31:10, a good woman is hard to find. So if you can't find a good woman, and then, of course, Proverbs 21:19, better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. So if these are the options, why would a God-fearing man who reads the Bible do the opposite of what the Bible says? Like, Knowles is encouraging everybody to do the opposite of what the Bible says here in his goofery. So how is that degeneracy? How is following the Bible degeneracy?
men want marriage relationships and families. Men want that in general.
Okay.
But there are obstacles now that make it increasingly difficult for men to do that.
'Cause the
One
girl
is that
had
one
naked
is that
pictures on
one
the
is
internet or
that
something?
yeah, it's really common.
So you would
It's really-
sacrifice having children?
One is that the women are increasingly lower quality. They've gained weight. The body count numbers are up.
Buy them a
Yeah, okay.
Stairmaster. I don't know. Like,
What? His solution is buy them a Stairmaster. So hold on a second. So Michael Knowles' solution is marry an obese woman and buy her a Stairmaster, because obviously she's going to use the Stairmaster. If she didn't use it to try to get a husband, she'll definitely get it after she gets a ring in marriage and becomes entitled to half of the guy's stuff. She'll definitely use the Stairmaster then, right, Michael Knowles? I mean, the level of goofery on display here, this is so painful. This is absolutely painful.
get them a
Oh,
job.
good luck. You know, I tried to pay a girl to lose weight. I swear to God I did. Because she came on my show. No, I swear. I swear. And I said, because she was really fat and I told her to. And I was like, I'll pay for your training. And I said, I'll give you a cash prize. I said, I'll give you $3,000 if you lose weight. That's a ton of money.
Yeah.
She couldn't do it. She
I'll
couldn't
hit the
stick to
gym
it for a month.
$3,000.
Yeah.
Do I get the offer?
Well, you look like you're in shape.
Stop it. Come on.
You know,
Yeah.
but that's my point. You know, one obstacle is that the women are lower quality. Okay, the benefits are not the same. Most women are not raised to be traditional wives and mothers, and the cost is getting higher.
So
You know, divorces are getting more expensive.
Wouldn't you think that a supposedly biblical man like Michael Knowles, unless he's a total fraud and charlatan, which maybe he is, wouldn't he be agreeing with everything she's saying? Because everything she's saying is backed up by the Bible and common sense. Like, what is Knowles' obsession with bootlicking the state in regards to marriage licenses? Like, this is weird.
Weddings are getting more expensive. So when you
Yeah.
combine those,
they don't need to be, but
No,
they are often. in
I agree,
reality.
but it's not about what I want the world to be.
No, I'm just saying,
I'm Catholic too.
Does anybody notice the irony here? Michael Knowles is arguing like the emotional woman, and Pearl is arguing like the grounded, logical man. It's like they switched roles from Knowles' usual performance at colleges against some of these woke goof women. I mean, the irony here.
And I think there's awesome things about the Catholic Church. But
Maybe Knowles should have been in the dress and Pearl should have been in the suit.
it's a big
but
it's never good to
no,
say
no,
I'm a part of
no.
this religion, but
No, but it doesn't mean everyone's following it. It doesn't mean that's the norm. And I'm talking about what the world is, not what I want it to be.
but it's not just what you
I'm-
want it to be. I'm saying, like, if I'm a young man and I'm acknowledging a lot of the things you're saying, that's
Yeah.
tough dating out there.
Mhm.
But look, I want to have kids. I want to have a family.
Mhm.
Are you? I know you say you don't want to give
No,
men advice.
I say every man, you have to decide for yourself.
Well, we could just refer to the Bible. Why not go to Proverbs 21:19? Better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. Why not just defer to the Bible? Why is Michael Knowles so against the Bible? I don't get it.
But let's say the man came to you and said, Pearl, I know what you, but I don't care what you want, I demand.
These hypothetical situations.
Well, we're just discussing a concept in the abstract. I think you're kind of sneaking around giving advice, because I think you're saying, look, through my reason, I've arrived at this conclusion about what's rational and advisable, but I'm not giving advice. So let's get through all that. Let's say the man comes to you and says, Pearl, give me the advice. Should I get married?
Are we reporters or preachers?
I'm just a writer and a talker.
That's my point. Is
I'm
I'll give you an
example. Yeah.
Your options are going to be completely different than another guy's options.
Why? Because I'm devilishly handsome.
Yeah. Devilishly handsome, where that's not the case for everyone.
Did he just call himself devilish? Is that a reveal there?
Every man has to decide for himself. Do you think men should be extremely cautious when getting married?
I think they ought to be extremely prudent when getting married. Not cautious. I think courage is a virtue and the prerequisite for all the other virtues.
I mean, this guy's going to etymological logical fallacies now. I mean, this is pathetic. This is pathetic. I mean, this is absolutely pathetic. Prudent and cautious are obviously synonyms. I mean, Cambridge Dictionary defines showing good judgment in avoiding risks and uncertainties. Careful. That's what prudent means. I mean, that's the same thing as cautious. Careful to avoid, Oxford defines cautious as careful to avoid potential problems or dangers. I mean, it's the same thing. They're synonyms. And this goof is sputtering and I mean, he's collapsing so fast and so hard. He has to pathetically grasp at these etymological logical fallacies.
So I don't think men should be little wallflowers backing away from a challenge, but they ought to be prudent. They ought to use their judgment properly. And so there are ways to mitigate risks within marriage. But furthermore, they ought to get married because that is the way to achieve the very thing you're suggesting they ought to, which is their purpose.
What if no women want to get married?
Well, they do want to get married.
No, they don't.
I mean,
because when women have the most choice, we don't choose marriage. Women have the most choice when it comes to commitment around the age of 22. They're not choosing to get married. I don't pay attention to what people say.
No, you mean when they have the most options, when they're the most marriageable. But they do. But you will acknowledge those women who have been duped by feminism. Maybe even after they're past their prime marriageable age.
I don't blame it on feminism.
Wait, how is them regretting it have anything to do with what she just said, though? She said they don't choose it. The regrets of people later in life, how is that relevant? I mean, this goof is just completely collapsed. I mean, he has no logical arguments whatsoever. I mean, he's just been completely thrashed here. Absolutely completely thrashed. Here's an interesting counterpoint. I don't know if she's going to use this argument. I mean, she's letting him off the hook all over the place. If someone wants to do something, they do it, right? Like a man, if his primary goal is to be really good at a particular career, he's working on it 40 hours a week, 80 hours a week. So a woman who wants to get married and have a family, if she's at her job 40 to 80 hours a week, and she's maybe dating 2 or 3 hours a week, I mean, is that truly, I mean, it's, where's the priority list there? I mean, obviously that's her choice. And maybe for some women that is the correct choice. But to hallucinate that the majority of career women are actively trying to get married when they're devoting, let's say, 1% of their time to finding a husband and 99% of their time to either work or partying or whatever they do, or athletes in sports, they could be very legitimate pursuits. But to hallucinate and pretend that someone that only dedicates 1% of their time to something is serious about it, is serious about pursuing it, I mean, what kind of goofery is that? I mean, Knowles is just basically brain dead here. I mean, I don't know. This is going to be tough to get through. We might have to do a part 3 on this.
Get it different. I know women that have been raised in this culture that chose to get married at 22, waited till me, I know
Yeah.
women that did the whole, exactly what you're describing. So it was based on the choice. Every woman has choice. Every
they got
woman has
married.
agency.
And they got married.
Yes, but there's also women that chose to go on OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I'm saying
I'm
you
just
can't
saying,
blame
I think
you
those
can't
women
blame
tend to
your
regret it.
but I'm saying, I don't like blaming your decisions on society, because at the end of the day, you are responsible for the decisions that you make.
Right, but your education is responsible for forming the way that you think about things,
No, but
including
there's
marriage.
people in the same education and they make different decisions.
When I mean education in the broad sense, meaning how people are raised, which gets to the point of marriage. Like,
But I know there's people that that are raised in bad environments and choose not to do that. Everyone has everyone's got free will, Michael.
sure, but we're also
So now Pearl has to educate Knowles on what free will is, God-given free will. I mean, this is so sad and pathetic now. I mean, I was laughing at Knowles. Now I just feel bad for him. I mean, this level of humiliation, how is he ever going to come back from this?
shaped by our social context and our educations.
Right, but aren't you
No-
you're responsible for the choices you make, right?
I'm a moral
are-
agent.
He's totally he just went full contrarian, full vegetable mode. He's literally just saying the opposite of everything she's saying just for the sake of it. And he has no logical basis for doing so. He's getting thrashed.
I
Certainly.
am okay.
But I'm more morally free to act the more that I can discipline my lower passions and bring them into accord with my rational will, which is why I'm discussing marriage as a matter of reason. So I guess the question you'd have to ask is, even before we can say whether or not you want to give advice to men, but should they or shouldn't they, what is marriage for? Like, what's the point of it?
Mhm.
So what's the point of marriage?
I think that the point of marriage is, I mean, it's to create a union. It's supposed to be, you are submitting to your husband's authority and you're creating a family.
And creating a family.
Yeah.
Yes.
creating a
So
family,
it's
yes.
forming a union
Mhm.
with certain roles and
Mhm.
a structure, and to create a family.
And do you think that's how it's being used today for the average person? For the average person,
Yeah, it forms a union. It creates a family.
the average marriage is 7 years.
Yeah, but it's a union.
But
I mean,
the
I
average,
think there's
Now he's arguing with her over what union is supposed to be. I mean, even small children understand until death do us part. And now this goof, he's going full vegetable contrarian mode, even on the word union? Wow. I mean, I just feel so bad for him. I mean, he's absolutely collapsed. The floor has dropped out now multiple times on his goofery. I mean, there seems to be no brain function whatsoever here.
more to marriage than what you
but-
described, but I think that those are some basics.
the average marriage is 7 years.
Right, but that still forms a union and often creates a family. That's what you're talking about, the struggles in
Right,
divorce
but it's
court with
supposed to
kids.
be for life,
I
not for
agree with
now.
that. I agree.
And that's what I say. It's not about what ought to be. It's about what is today. And right now, a man cannot have children in this country
Yeah.
and not be signed up for the state contract. So
But that's,
I
that's always
think
been true.
I think
What? That's always been true? What is this goof smoking? What is this goof smoking? He thinks that things are the same way today as 200 years ago or even 100 years ago. Most of these family court acts, etc., were just this past century. I mean, it's always been true. In the U.S., family courts were established in the 1910s. So prior to that, it wasn't. I mean, this is painful. This is absolutely painful here at just how Michael Knowles is utterly humiliating himself. It's always been true? What? What? I mean, even the laws with divorce and the woman being compensated is relatively new in terms of all of history.
but my point is, why can't we change the laws first?
Because we live in time and space, and you'll die alone without having had kids and without having.
Why?
Wait, what? You can't change laws because we live in time and space, and lifespans are limited. What? What? Okay, this has got to be a joke. He has to be intentionally trying to make the dumbest argument possible. I can't think of a dumber one. Laws can't be changed because we live in time and space. What? And humans have lifespans. That's why laws can't be changed. And he said that with a straight face. I mean, I don't know. This is bizarre. I mean, he's gone full retard, full vegetable. I mean, I don't even know what to make of this now. Laws can't be changed because we live in time and space and humans have lifespans. This is a supposed intellectual, writer, political commentator with a certain amount of education in history and the law. He's saying laws can't be changed because we live in time and space. Wow.
Of a family.
Why? You guys are one of the most influential media networks.
We are.
And
We're very persuasive.
How is she just not laughing in his face?
Very powerful.
You guys are.
And yet we're not changing the divorce laws. Try as we might. It hasn't happened.
No, but you guys barely cover it.
I talk about it all the time. What are you talking about? I talk about marriage on my show probably every single day.
Right, but
And notice, oh man, notice the fallacy stack there. So he strawmanned, goalpost move, non-congruent argument, red herring about how he talks, because she's specifically talking about some of these laws, and he shifted it to marriage in general. I mean, this is just pathetically bad faith. Pathetically.
when we talk about specifics, I was, talking about the tender years doctrine.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like even in California.
Sure, but
if a woman lies about paternity of the child and it's not found out before the age of 2, that man's on child support for life, even though that woman committed fraud. And these are real things that happen in this country.
The man is on if the father doesn't discover that he's not really the father.
Yeah.
Because he's acting basically as like a duped adoptive father or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Again,
because the way the laws are is it goes in the best interest of to the child, which generally means the best interest of the mother.
Right, but you do not need to convince me that the divorce laws are dreadful.
Right.
What you do need to convince me of is that men ought not to be married until the laws are changed.
Why do men have to sacrifice their security for women's security? Women have made the choice to leave marriages. Women have made the choice to collect alimony and child support. Why do men need to sacrifice their security for women's?
Because it is good for men to be married. And
What? Can you imagine if this is framed properly? Like, why is it good for a human to enter a contract with another human? One of these humans is going to have their rights violated, not be entitled to their own children, have most of their stuff stolen from them. Now, in certain cases, it might be justifiable, obviously. If they did something illegal, they beat the wife or the children, whatever. Nobody's talking about those situations. Like, obviously, that's all legit. But in other situations where it's a good man and he's done nothing but support and provide, and all of this is taken from him and the other party has the incentive to break that contract, he's saying you should still do it because it's good. That's his argument. And this whole thing doesn't make sense because it's like he's acting like a bootlicking statist here, the kind that he argues against. Because again, Ephesians 6:12, our struggle is not against the flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities. And this goof is promoting bootlicking? It's really weird.
to have children. That's it's not that they're forced or coerced.
Then why?
It's good for them.
But then why is the reputation of marriage so bad? If this was a great product,
Yeah, I don't think
Michael,
it's so bad.
If this was
I think it's the most popular institution in human history.
Because no, that's not true. Because you're out of touch. Why do we have phrases like "happy wife, happy life"? Why do we have phrases like "it's cheaper to keep her"? Why are those like we don't? These aren't made up, Michael.
Right, they're kind of funny little jokes about marriage, which is the enduring institution.
Right, but
they're funny little jokes. But why are they funny little jokes? And the goof has no response for that. He can only dismiss it. He can only hand wave it as a joke.
Popularity of which is attested to by its permanence throughout human life.
True? Why do they ring true?
They don't really ring true to me. Happy wife, happy
Not
life
to
is
you, but we're
that's
not-
a happy wife, happy life is a recipe for a terrible marriage.
We agree. Yeah, we agree.
Right. But it's kind of a joke. I mean, we make little jokes about that. In the Henny Youngman line, "Take my wife, please." I might use that line, but I don't mean it.
Why is that funny?
Because
it rings true.
Because it's ironic. Quite the opposite,
No,
right? It's
but-
funny because it's ironic.
No, it's funny because
What? Wait, what is ironic about it? Wait. Does he not know what the word ironic means now? Have we sunk to this level where Michael Knowles either doesn't know what ironic means or he's pretending not to? I mean, this is a brand new level of gophery here. I really didn't think, I thought part one was a train wreck. Oh man, we hadn't seen anything compared to this. I mean, is it possible for him to sink even further at this point? Is it possible to sink further? So he thinks unhappy wife would make a happy life? What is he talking about?
because this stuff rings like
Yeah, it's true. You bicker.
Is it not cheaper to keep her in the cases of divorce, especially with rich men? Like, what is Michael Knowles' brain just simply not functioning, or has he just resorted to lying every time he opens his mouth now?
With your spouse sometimes. That's the truthful part.
Mm-hmm.
The ironic part is you don't actually want to give your wife away. Take my wife, please.
Okay, well,
Right.
but okay, it's cheaper to keep her. That's a phrase, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Why does it exist?
It exists because divorce laws are so bad, and that's
Okay.
what the joke is about.
Okay, so again, if the marriage contract
So it does ring true then?
is so good, why do you have to convince men to sign up if they're getting such great benefits from marriage?
Because we live in the reason that we need to convince people.
He's stuttering, sputtering, repeating the question. I mean, this goof just got decimated. I mean, he got thrashed so severely. I mean, Pearl Davis, this random chick in her 20s, has completely reduced Michael Knowles to a babbling moron. I mean, who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it?
To get married is because liberalism has inculcated in people an extreme individualism and an extreme subjectivism that disconnects their actions and their interests from reason and objective reality.
So wouldn't reason so we have reason and objective reality. So we can look at it with the Bible and without the Bible. So with the Bible, of course, we have all these passages that I've gone over. I'll repeat them again, because this goof doesn't know them. We have, of course, Proverbs 31:10. A good woman is hard to find. We have Proverbs 21:19. Better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. So logic and reason would dictate it would better to not be married if the other choice is to be married with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. Now, if you can find a good wife, obviously that would be perfectly fine. But hallucinating that there's only two options, and it's better to get whatever you can get just for the sake of being married. I mean, this level of goofery is in direct violation of the Bible. Not to mention, if we're doing a non-religious, non-biblical argument, again, what kind of goof would sign up for a losing proposition? How is that utilization of logic and reason? I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Michael Knowles doesn't even know what logic and reason are.
And the common good. That's the actual reason why. And it's not just pertaining to marriage. It pertains to building up wealth. It pertains to duties that are owed to the family, to the community, and to God. It pertains to all aspects of public life. It's not.
So if a woman doesn't fulfill these duties, a guy's supposed to just marry whoever he can find? Because everything that Michael Knowles is saying technically supports all of Pearl's arguments. But I don't know if he's just too clueless to realize it. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. He's just going full vegetable for the sake of going full vegetable. I don't know.
Not just marriage, but because marriage is the fundamental political building block, you see it expressed there.
I'm not against marriage, but I think that men, regardless of what I say, because I'm not going to convince the entire country to get married. Like, no matter what I say.
You don't seem interested in doing so.
Because I don't talk about what I want the world to be.
You talk about how dreadful marriage is.
Can you imagine if people just recommended for just any businessman, like, enter these horrible contracts, like, do it. It's for the common good. Enter this horrible contract. Just sign it. I mean, the level of goofery here.
I don't talk about no. There's good marriages, Michael, but marriage as we do it today is not marriage anymore. And I cannot fault men for being cautious. And some men just aren't going to get married because the laws are too favorable to women.
You know what another interesting parallel here is? Like, if you go gambling at the casino, I mean, look at all the people that win. I mean, this guy won on roulette, this other guy won on poker, this guy hit this jackpot on slots over here. So some of these guys are clearly winning. That means everybody should go to the casino. I mean, that's basically Michael Knowles' argument in a nutshell. That there are some success stories, so that means everybody should aspire to be a gambler because there are these success stories. And he thinks all statistics are fake. So the statistical probabilities of winning at roulette, according to Michael Knowles, those are fake and you should play anyway. Like, what is his actual argument? I don't know if he's ever even stated it, other than marriage is somehow good. That's like saying, winning money is good or having money is good. You can support yourself. You can support your family. You don't have to live in poverty. So that means we should all go gamble at the casino, according to Michael Knowles.
And I think that, okay, I'm going to tell a story. I want you to not interrupt me.
Okay.
Can you please not?
Anytime. I would never interrupt a lady.
Okay. So I do interviews of men that have been divorced often. Okay. And there is a guy I interviewed, and he married a Christian woman. Okay. Good Christian woman, no kids, not overweight, no tattoos.
Checks all the boxes.
No glaring red flags. Okay. They have 2 children together. And what happened was one day he comes home. And when he comes home from work, the wife has filed a temporary restraining order on him. Women can get these just like that. He's kicked out of his house. No trial, no evidence, no nothing. Okay. Now he has to wait. It's during COVID. So he has to wait a year and a half to even get to see his children. Okay. And even fight for them. And by the time he gets to court, the mom's been in the kid's ear saying how terrible of a person he is. Okay. Now they go to court and they say to him, well, you haven't been in the kid's life for a year and a half, even though she lied about the abuse and they figured that out in court. This man had, and I saw his court documents, text evidence that this woman was planning to do this to him. In the year, he still had to pay the mortgage on the house. He still had to pay child support in that year and a half period. Goes to court. Now, he doesn't get access to his children. He hasn't seen his kids in 2 years. Michael, they live a mile from him.
That's awful.
A mile from him. He's so stressed out, he loses his job.
That's awful. I mean, look at all these people who lost their life savings in the casino. But as long as there's a couple that hit a jackpot, Michael Knowles still recommends going to the casino. I mean, this level of goofery is insane. And not only that, Michael Knowles is pretending that all statistics are fake. Like, it's so weird. I mean, was this just some kind of is he acting here? I mean, is he playing the role of like a woke goof vegetable? Was this some kind of exercise? I mean, that would explain things, wouldn't it? But it's just so weird.
Job. Because can you imagine going through that? And he's an average earner. He's not like, because I've interviewed men that make, I interviewed a guy from Texas. He spent $1.5 million on a divorce. He got his kids every other weekend. And these are real things. And Michael, the saddest thing that you see is a man. I've interviewed so many men that I would not be surprised if they committed suicide in the next year because the woman has completely ruined their reputation.
I mean, and the suicide angle is also kind of crazy because the gamblers who lost their life savings and committed suicide, Michael Knowles would still recommend that everybody go to the casino just because he can point to however many winners and he can still say, oh, it's worth it. No matter how many suicides, no matter how many people lose, Michael Knowles will only look at the people that win and ignore the statistical probabilities of the casino games. That's the best parallel I can come up with here. And his level of goofery renders him unable to see it, or if he's just flat out lying and he does see it and he doesn't care. I mean, I don't know.
He's called him an abuser, all of this stuff. So his friends, it's completely different with his friends. His kids think he's the bad guy. He's out of money, and he has to start over at 40, 45, 50 years old. And men are 9 times more likely.
What do you mean start over?
Start over as in money.
Yeah.
Like he has to start his life over. They're wrecked. They are wrecked in these. And the problem is in family court, it's not based on evidence. It is not. It is based on a balance of probabilities, meaning it is more likely that he did it than he didn't.
Yeah.
And women are not punished for falsely accusing men of abuse because
And according to Michael Knowles, none of these laws can be changed because we live in time and space. That was his answer.
they've changed the definition of abuse. And these are, even if it's 5% of men that this happens to, let's say out of 100, this happens to 5%, even in the Christian churches. You know, I would never, if I got on a plane and there was, there was a 20% chance of I get to paradise and there's a 5% chance of it crashing, I'm not getting on.
Right.
And you have to understand, this is death to a lot of men. The idea that they can't see their kids that are a mile from them. They're sending them money. And Glenn, you know, he's one of the guys that happened to.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like a lot of these guys did everything that you guys say. And when you guys say get married young, a lot of these men don't know what they're signing up for. And you're not going to be there when their entire life falls apart. I interview them on the other side. And that's why when you just say, you know, just find a good Christian girl and get married. That's
not exactly what
I'm paraphrasing.
That isn't what he said. He said that OnlyFans wasn't even a deal breaker. That's what he said. He did not say find a nice Christian girl. He's saying, oh yeah, if they have an OnlyFans, whatever. It's not insurmountable. Like, I mean, the level of goofery here, this is crazy.
But it's an important distinction.
But when you say, which is the minority, that's not the majority of women. We know that's not the majority of women that are praying every day, that are going to Latin Mass. You know, I'm Catholic. Most of the women I went to school with are not practicing now. So this is not the majority of women. And you know, I think sometimes you minimize the risk. You know, out of every 100 divorces.
And again, just to reiterate with the casino example, how hard would Michael Knowles be laughed at if he just recommended that everybody always go to the casino? Because he could always point to a couple of winners. And he can just hand wave away all the people who lost their life savings and committed suicide and have gambling problems or just flat out lose week after week after week. He could just hand wave them away and only point to the winners. I mean, that's the level of goofery we're dealing with here in this particular debate. It's crazy. And of course, he completely ignores the Bible in all of this.
And I know we were going to go back and forth on the numbers, but just trust me that I'm not making this up. It's 30% are malicious, and by
malicious, they're all malicious. Actually.
No, I don't say that, and I'm not anti.
I think divorces.
Fair.
So now, hold on. So now he's being contrarian to one up Pearl on her own position. Wow, even I did not anticipate this. So he is one upping the gopher. So now he's saying it's even worse than Pearl is saying. Is anybody else in as disbelief as me? So Pearl is saying only 30% of the divorces are specifically intentionally malicious. Knowles is saying all of them are. So that's even less of a reason to enter the contract. Like, I can't even keep track of Knowles' goofery and contrarianism here. I mean, he's stacking the contrarianism to agree with Pearl even more than she's agreeing with herself. Is anybody following? This is madness now. I mean, we've descended into complete madness with Michael Knowles here.
Fair, but when I say malicious, I mean alienating the child or the father from the kids, putting them on child support, alimony. So that's 30. That's around out of every 100 divorces, around 13.
Yeah.
So
again, I would say it's higher.
That's not. But that's.
So he would say it's higher. So he's supporting Pearl's position even more. So what are they even talking about here? So he's saying the statistics are even worse. The probabilities are even worse than Pearl is saying. 70% worse than she's saying. But you should still do it. So, wow. I mean, this is crazy. I don't know how much longer I can handle this, so we're probably going to be wrapping this up soon. I need a break from Michael Knowles. I mean, I don't know. This is tough.
Not an insignificant number. Men, I interviewed a guy. He spent $1.5 million on a divorce.
Yeah.
He gets to see his kids every other weekend.
It's awful.
It's
dreadful.
Awful. And that's why, we could go back and
It's so awful. Let's all sign up for it.
forth about, the numbers. But I've seen so many men on the brink of suicide, and they didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that they didn't do anything wrong, but I agree. The situation is just dreadful. We all do terrible things, and there, but for the grace of God, go all of us.
Notice how nowhere does he think the woman has any responsibility for anything. He's immediately going to, well, maybe they did something wrong. I don't know what the situation is. Grace of God. No, it's like he's allergic. He's arguing like one of these woke, lib feminist women who can never take accountability for anything. Like he's turned into one of them. Like, why isn't he wearing a dress right now?
Because we're all sinners. And the fact that something went so terribly wrong in their marriage suggests that, well, there's no such thing as no-fault divorce, so there was fault somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But
it just couldn't have been with the wife. Like, it had to have been somewhere, but not with the wife. That's just not an option for Knowles to ever acknowledge in any way. I mean, look at the level of gophery here.
we agree so broadly that I'm not exactly sure what we disagree about.
Mm-hmm.
We agree that the divorce court system is dreadful. We agree that the divorce laws are terrible.
Mm-hmm.
We agree that modern dating is challenging. But I guess...
So what I would say, to switch things, I think men shouldn't vote for either party. Because neither party is taking their issues seriously. I mean,
the issue of divorce.
Where is the mandatory DNA testing? You know, I mean, people differentiate
I would not
on
like
these
mandatory DNA testing.
People that, well, around...
Wait, what? So he wouldn't want to know if his child is truly his biological child? That's kind of weird. Now, by mandatory, I don't mean the government would be in charge of it. It should obviously be third-party, private labs. But, yeah, that's weird. So Michael Knowles would rather raise kids that he's not sure are his. Man, this has got to be an act. This has to be an act. I mean, this is crazy.
Around 5% of men, up to 30. I mean, it's disputed. I don't want to go back and forth all day. But a significant number of men are raising children that are not theirs. You know,
there's a line in I think it's the Odyssey of where the son of Odysseus says, "It's a wise man who knows his own father." It's true. It's been true for a long time.
Okay, well, I don't know what that has to.
Well, you raised the question of paternity, and I'm saying this has been a long-standing trope in the Western tradition.
Yeah, also the sky is blue. Like, let's not forget that. The sky's blue, the floor in the room they're in is made of wood. I mean, it's an observable fact, so we have to mention it. We can't stay strictly on topic according to Michael Knowles.
Go back to the earliest days.
But my point is they're not taking men's issues seriously. I don't...
Which Michael Knowles just proved by making a whole joke of it with the... I mean, did they have DNA testing during the times of the Odyssey? Maybe they did. I mean, I don't know. Mud, flood, Tartaria, who knows? But, I mean, just the level of goofery. He wants to make it a joke that a certain percentage of men don't even know that their kids aren't their biological kids. I mean, that's kind of crazy. And he's defending this? This is weird.
I think either party is. So I think... Really, if it was up to me, I would say, men, don't vote until one of the parties starts taking you seriously.
Sure.
I would like to, I would be interested to know what Pearl's thoughts would be once the religious cult of statism is explained to her in very clear terms. Because she seems to be stuck in the statist paradigm. I don't know if she's just not been exposed to what the government actually is. I don't know. Would be interesting.
I think the left should try to buy him. Not buy him, but like, you know, if Biden came out tomorrow and said, hey, we're going to make divorce and family court more fair. We're going to, you know, we're going to do mandatory DNA tests. You might disagree with that.
I wouldn't
but
like that. I find that to be quite disrespectful to the institution of marriage.
Well, I think it's more disrespectful that women are lying to men about paternity. And that's a real problem.
Sure. Yeah.
So
deceitful women, it's a problem throughout history.
Wow. I didn't expect him to actually say that. Is anybody else surprised? This is the first point. We're about an hour in to their interview. This is the first time he's ever said anything even remotely critical about women. Deceitful women. She should have asked, well, what percentage of women are deceitful? He would have probably he would have spiraled there on that question.
Right, and even if it's 2%, 1%, that's 1 out of every 100 guys. That's a real issue. And there's no penalty for women doing it, even though it's fraud.
Sure.
And so until the right and the left start taking men seriously when it comes to their, you know, their issues, I think men should bow out. But you know, this is Pearl's world.
In Pearl's world,
yeah.
Again, so it's confusing because you say I don't ever tell men what I think they ought to do, but you just said I.
At this point, Heracles, I wouldn't be surprised if Michael Knowles is pretending not to know about Eve and the Garden of Eden, or even Lilith. I mean, just the level of goofery that Knowles has sunk to. Like, how can anybody ever watch any debate from now on and not remember Knowles' performance here? I don't know if he can come back from this. I really don't.
I think men should bow out.
I think that would be a strategy. Sorry.
Right, but you say the same kind of thing when you say I think men ought to wait until the laws change before they get married.
Every man has to decide for himself.
You just told men what to do when it comes to voting.
Every man has to decide for himself what he does in his personal life. I think a good strategy could be that men walk away until the laws change. I think it's fair. Like, I think that's a good strategy. There are other ones. Maybe you could come up with some. You guys are one of the largest, you know, political media organizations.
Well,
but I think a better strategy for you guys would be to maybe start catering, you know, to start, because I don't really think banning no-fault divorce would really change much. The culture is what it is.
Change a ton. You know, when they introduced no-fault divorce in 1969, I think it was, in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
He completely missed the point there. Possibly intentionally. Or he's just this triggered. Like, I don't know. This is tough. Her point was that people lie. So they could lie and say someone's at fault, whatever. The cops usually trust the woman in most domestic violence situations. It's, it's kind of crazy. He completely missed that. Like, I don't know, the mental capacity just got turned off. It just got completely turned off.
The divorce rates shot up 500% within 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Ending no fault.
And that was also decades and decades ago. I mean, we're in the post-social media, post-Instagram, you know, narcissism on steroids age now. So, you know, his non-congruent arguments here are just very, very silly.
First of all, no-fault divorce wasn't even recognized in liberal New York until 2010. That change alone, it wouldn't solve the problem, but it would go a long way towards solving the problem.
That generation, a lot of them were separated anyways.
Separation is one thing. Divorce is quite another.
Look,
really? Wow. I mean, Knowles is just so brilliant and astute here. I mean, profound wisdom spewing from Knowles.
Because that would mitigate all the problems you're describing.
I would be for it. I just don't see that getting passed anytime soon.
Right, I don't see any of these laws getting passed. That's why I'm telling men, don't put off your life and put off having a family until the laws get passed.
Don't put off going to the casino. You don't need the odds to improve. Go gamble anyway. Man, I mean, this is the worst. This is worse than Shapiro's blind spots. I mean, even Shapiro acknowledged the side effects of certain medical treatments. I mean, even Shapiro with his blind spot.
Well, I think we would have a lot better chance of getting them passed if that was the number one issue you guys were talking about. If that was the number one issue
It is. It is.
that
It is. I don't think I'm exaggerating.
Okay.
It might be the number one issue I've talked about. I mean, I was just
Okay.
at CPAC, and I got in all sorts of trouble for saying that the way that people describe marriage these days is
Right.
wrong, and marriage is a lifelong union between a man and a woman
Right,
for the
but,
good
but
of.
you would agree it's not how it's practiced today.
It is
right?
how it's practiced by the people who have
Would you
reasonable marriages.
agree?
Again, with his cherry-picking logical fallacy stacks. Look at all those winners at the casino. I agree that people win in the casino of the winners, of the people that hit the jackpot. They did it right. They did it right.
It's not how it's practiced today, not in the special religion, but by and large.
Again, when you say special
By-
religion, it seems to me you're trying to marginalize the Catholic faith or other faiths. But
I'm Catholic.
I suppose, but I think you're marginalizing it anyway. But religion is just a habit of virtue that inclines the will to.
So for people who don't want to go to the casino, they don't want to chance it, are they just marginalizing the casino winners, the jackpot? Are they just marginalizing the jackpot winners? And we should all just advocate going to the casino anyway, because as long as there are enough winners to prove that the casino is a good investment.
Give to God what he
Right.
deserves, right? So it's just kind of the way that one.
Sorry.
acts.
The reason I say that is because I grew up in the Catholic faith, and I don't think that exempts men from the risk of getting married. You know, one girl I interviewed, you know, she was from a Latin Mass, like one of those communities, and she had horrible parental alienation. I mean, her mother, there's a whole book that it's called How to Destroy a Man, and it lays out the framework exactly for how women can legally destroy a man, take his assets, take his children, and ruin his reputation.
I wouldn't recommend
This is a
reading
step.
it.
This is a step. No, I've read it. No, I mean not for that, but it's like a step-by-step guide. And this mother did it, and this was in a Latin Mass, like Orthodox community, and that's why I say
Yeah, again, because of these
I under-
terms are sort of ambiguous and,
Mhm.
and contradictory even in this case. So I'd be curious to see the actual case
Well,
that you're
I
describing.
guess what I would say is sometimes women have feelings about religion at 22, and at 42 they change, and there's no consequence for women leaving right now.
People
In
could change their
fact-
minds at any
In
given time.
fact, correct, but in fact they're paid to do so, and so I will never shame men for making a decision that's right for them.
But you're going further than not shaming them. I think we've gotten to the point where you've
Okay.
said it's at least a good strategy to walk away from the institution of marriage until the laws have changed. You just said
No,
that.
I say, do whatever you want, guys. But
I'm
no, I
quoting what
said,
you
I
just said to
I
me.
said, regardless of what I say, men will walk away.
So let's establish.
Yeah.
Let's establish men won't listen to Pearl, as you just said. Let's establish that you think men ought to make their own decisions. as
Yeah.
We've long established.
Mhm.
You also just said
Mhm.
it is a good strategy for men to walk away from the institution of marriage until the laws change. You just said that.
No, I was talking about the vote.
They
That
should
was the
walk
vote,
away
the
from
vote,
the
voting,
the ballot
that was
boxes.
that was the ballot box.
until the okay.
I said.
at the very
no,
least, we've
I
acknowledged
said
that.
that's a strategy that men can do.
A good strategy,
But
not just a bad strategy.
I mean, how else? I mean, what have conservatives succeeded in conserving the last 50 years?
So he really thought that she's advocating bad strategy? Like what? I mean, can anybody? I don't know if I've ever seen an argument more in bad faith than this. I mean, even anti-flat Earth grifters aren't this bad faith. I mean, they have moments where they're not bad faith.
Not so much as the women's bathroom, I guess.
But so you're asking them to get on a team that's losing.
Right. I mean, that's what Whittaker Chambers said when he left being a communist to become a conservative.
Right.
He thought he was joining the losing team. And maybe that's the case. I mean, in the long run, we're all dead, and the world's going to fall to pot, and then the second coming will occur. But that's
Wait, what? What? We're all dead anyway. He seriously went to nothing matters because we're all dead anyway. Wow. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, Michael Knowles' ability to drop the floor out on his own goofery. Time after time after time. I mean, this is actually impressive. I've gone from feeling sorry for Michael Knowles to I'm actually impressed. I'm actually impressed at his ability to drop the floor out on his own goofery. I mean, I thought he was total flatline brain dead vegetable, but he's actually getting dumber. I mean, I didn't think this was possible. I mean, this is wild.
not an excuse to avoid doing what is just and good and right and in line with our natural
But
desires.
it's not unjust for men to not want to have children. And a
It's disordered.
family.
It's disordered for men not
We
to.
have priests.
Yeah. Clerical life. Some are
Yeah.
called by the charism of celibacy,
Mhm.
but for most men, and by the way, they're called to the charism of celibacy in the priesthood because the priests act in the person of Christ, who is the bridegroom of the church. But for people who are not following a religious vocation, they are called to family life.
Okay, if there are not enough wives, what are men supposed to do?
They are called to family life. Citation, please. I mean, for a guy that claims to follow the Bible, where are the verses? I mean, I cited a bunch. Proverbs 21:19, better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. And again, the Catechism of the Catholic Church, natural moral law, is written and engraved in the soul of each and every man because it is human reason ordaining him to do good and forbidding him to sin. So this is his own reason and discernment, and able to discern by reason the good and evil, and the truth and the lie. Furthermore, the other one I cited was Ephesians 6:12, struggle is not against the flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, those looking to subjugate, those granting marriage license as if people are cattle that don't have the rights or ability to decide for themselves what kind of, if they want to marry or not. 1 Corinthians 2:5, that your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. And Knowles has just turned into a complete bootlicker here. He's an anti-Bible bootlicker here. I mean, this is crazy.
It's about 50-50 in the population.
If there are not enough wives, what are men supposed to do?
There is basically parity between men and women. So there are enough wives.
Okay, well.
What? So, okay, again, completely ignoring Proverbs 31:10. A good woman is hard to find and worth far more than diamonds. So if a good marriageable woman is so rare and hard to find, what is this parody that Michael Knowles is hallucinating in his gilfery? Welcome, Boggin. I mean, you've just entered a complete train wreck here. Michael Knowles is saying that there's parity. Basically, there's a wife for everybody. Now, I'm not technically saying he's wrong, because if there's a man who's a complete sinner, a degenerate, I mean, I guess there's a degenerate woman for him, right? But if you're talking, what is the average man? Is the average man truly this degenerate? Because feminism has basically turned the top 5-10% of men into these promiscuous degenerates that are being promiscuous and degenerate with the top 80% of women. So clearly there's not parity. There's no parity to be found here, like Knowles is hallucinating in complete bad faith.
Then I'm sure you'll see a spike in the men signing up.
No,
for
I
marriage.
agree that there's a great deal of selfishness and liberalism, but I think that's the view that you are articulating, and the view of the red pill people is basically a view that presumes a liberal, secular, individualist anthropology that is contrary to
No,
natural.
Wait, what? Aren't a lot of the red pill people Christians? I mean, Pearl herself said she was Catholic. Like, what is Knowles is just hallucinating here, or just flat out lying if he doesn't know. I mean, this has got to be the worst performance of any debate ever. I mean, this is crazy.
Reason and the flourishing of men.
No, I would disagree with that.
How am I wrong? You're saying men ought to just pursue their own interests regardless of, say,
I think
nature.
when you have a smoking gun, I mean, that's essentially what it, like, I tell you these stories and you just say, sign up anyways.
I'm saying be prudent, but I'm saying be prudent in everything in life. You could get in a car and get in a car accident because of the other day, a teenage girl driver, another girl hit me while I was driving. But I'm not saying don't get in a car. I'm saying
but if I get into a car and I
Wait, he just compared getting into a car to getting married? Wow.
see 30% of people crashing, I'm not getting into that car, regardless of the 10% of people.
I mean, that's a good point, too. That's a good point. Like, based on the amount of drivers, it's actually not that dangerous compared to the marriage stats. I mean, Knowles is just, he's seemingly I mean, he's seeming like he's bordering on illiteracy here. Like, he can't do basic math. He's pretending all stats are fake. He doesn't know the definition of sexism or the average man or anything, really. Like, how can Knowles ever come back from this interview?
People that succeed.
But then even further, to use your airplane analogy, I guess the difference is getting on an airplane and going to Hawaii would be a nice thing to do, and I might like to do it sometime. Getting married and having children is not merely a nice thing to do that I might, in my subjective preferences, like to engage in, but it is an aspect of my nature. It is an aspect of my purpose to which I am aimed. That's the difference. That's why
You know what's really crazy about this whole thing, too? Like, if Knowles was just adhere to the Bible and say, okay, yes, you know, many women are these woke, liberal, regressive goofs, degenerates. You can't marry them. You have to really work hard and find the ones you can because it's worth it. I mean, that's a legitimate stance. Like, why couldn't he just say that? I mean, he's saying if he says marriage is so valuable, you need to do everything you possibly can. Go to these other countries, you know, do whatever you can because it's worth it. But it's like he can't even cede a single point in terms of the degeneracy of a large percentage of Western women. Like, it's kind of crazy because he could still have the same position and he would get his point across a lot better. But I mean, I don't know. Like, what is it? If he's just a vegetable and he's that triggered on this topic, like, why is he pretending that there's parity? It's weird. Then again, parity and parody sound the same.
Do you think men's masculinity comes from marriage?
I think men's masculinity and virility comes from their nature as men.
Do you think? But you don't think it comes from marriage?
I think that marriage fulfills.
He asked a very, very basic. She asked a very basic yes or no question. He did the classic woke goof dodge.
A man's purpose, and in as much as he is more a man, the more he fulfills his purpose.
You think marriage is a man's purpose?
I think that man's ultimate purpose is to know God and to serve Him in this world and enjoy Him forever in eternity.
Okay. But it wouldn't be.
But
marriage?
subsidiary aspects of that would be for lay people, for instance, to get married, which is a symbol of Christ's love for His church, and to. But even taking religion
But I'm
aside
asking,
for a second,
can I get a yes or no? Do you think?
Well, I'm
it's a
trying to
man's-
explain
okay,
to you
go ahead.
the answer to the question you're asking.
Mhm.
But if you say, what's a man's purpose? And my purpose in this conversation is to talk to you.
Okay.
That's one purpose.
So that would be, is the purpose to talk, yes or no? But he can't answer yes or no on any other question. Like, the level of, I'm going to have to go soon. Like, I can't handle this much goofery. We'll go another minute or two, and then we're going to have to go part 3 on this, because I didn't think the train wreck could get this much worse, but it did.
A purpose is also to get to the nature of this question of marriage.
Okay.
Another purpose is to communicate that to the audience. So there are all sorts of purposes that we have. We have higher purposes and lower purposes. And so when you ask, is marriage part of a man's purpose? I say it is. It's not man's ultimate purpose,
Okay.
but it is a symbol of his ultimate purpose, and it is a constituent part.
Notice how he could have just said, yes, it is. It might not be the highest, but it is. But instead, he just spun his wheels for those couple minutes looking like a goof.
Of his purpose and a natural end of his very nature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the reason I say that you are adopting what seems to me a liberal and individualist anthropology here is because you are saying every man needs to make his own decision. Nothing's better or worse. I'm not recommending anything. I'm just, you do
Do you think
you.
every man should make the same decision?
In many matters, yes. Not between chocolate and vanilla ice cream, but between
Do you
moral
feel like you
goods,
should tell
yes.
men what to do?
In as much as I correctly perceive the moral order, yes.
Okay. So you think that you know what's right for every man?
I think that I can. I have a
So, like,
relatively
Joe-
reliable. If
Okay.
you'd like
Sorry,
me to answer,
go ahead.
I think I have a relatively reliable faculty of reason and moral.
Except in this topic. I didn't mean to pause it right there, but this is perfectly reflective of his lack of logic and reason in this particular topic. Once again, if he was actually the Christian he claims to be, if he actually followed the Bible, of which I've cited many passages here throughout this analysis, he would clearly state It is very difficult to find a good marriageable woman, and always was. But it's worth it. So obviously, the majority of women would not qualify for what the Bible deems is a good marriage, obviously. And he could preach how worth it is to find that rare woman and get married to her. But instead, he's just spewing this goofery, promoting going to the casino, promoting increasing risk of suicide for men. I mean, it just the level of goofery here, bootlicking authorities in violation of the Bible. I mean, this is insane.
Conscience. And so in as much as it is reliable, I can articulate the truth as I see it, which is all anyone does. It's what you were doing. It's what all people do when we speak.
He is not saying the truth as he sees it. This is as bad faith as you can get.
Yeah, I don't think it's really our job as commentators to tell people what to do.
But it's our job as human beings to perceive the moral order.
Okay.
Right? And to
Yeah.
form judgments about that.
Well, I disagree when you say it's the equivalent of feminism, because right
No, I'm
now,
saying
right?
it's the equivalent of
Right.
what you're articulating is a
Yeah.
liberal and individualist view. And therefore it's similar.
Not really. It's more for justice and truth. Because if the man really wants the family for the good of society, for the good of his whole family, and he's being put in a position where he can't support the family, that's not his individual selfish position. So Knowles is just reaching new lows in strawmanning here, possibly intentionally not even understanding the argument, or pretending not to in all of his bad faith.
To feminism.
I would say that right now marriage is a feminist institution,
Not mine.
right?
Not the jackpot winner at the casino, or the Russian roulette winner. No, he didn't die. Wasn't risky enough for him. He survived. Everybody should play.
Well, if your wife decides tomorrow she wants to leave you, it will be.
Oh, man. Wow, we're going to finish on that decimation. Well, shots fired by Pearl. I mean, we'll have to wait till next time. Actually, you know what? I do want to hear his response. Let's finish with his response. But that was great from Pearl. Let's see how much sputtering he does to try to dodge that.
The divorce,
I'm
laws
not
are informed by feminism.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. And so
But marriage is
regardless,
marriage is a natural institution that predates the states that currently.
right, but there is
Okay, so he completely dodged that. But man, we're going to end it there. I need some serious recovery time from this one. I'm not sure if we're going to finish this one tomorrow. But, yeah, I mean, wow. I mean, okay, hold on a second. In other news, the conspiracy song stream that got shut down, that is back up, at least temporarily. So you can actually, the stream that got shut down, the Red Hot Chili Peppers Californication stream, that's back up right now. So you can watch that. I appealed the violation, but it's still under review, which is weird. But yeah, so we still have to do part 2 on that one, and then we have to do part 3 on this one, and then we do have another Q&A coming, which the game movie with Michael Douglas was the homework on that one. And then obviously we do have another Logic Olympics round coming up. So hopefully everybody will be ready for that one. But that'll be it for now here. And yeah, we'll be getting to recovery from this complete train wreck. But Michael Knowles has been able to drop the floor out on his own gophery in both these parts. So we'll see if he continues doing that. He continues humiliating himself to a greater degree as this interview goes on. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast in this logical analysis. You want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock for another logical analysis here. This is part 3 of the Red Pill showdown between Michael Knowles and Pearl Davis. This absolute train wreck. I mean, this one has been one of the toughest analyses to do. Michael Knowles making an utter fool of himself as Pearl decimates him point after point after point. I mean, this is really, really a tough one. Yeah, we'll see if we can finish this up in just one more part here in this third part. Hopefully it won't come to it that we'll have to do a 4th or 5th part. But this has been so painful in Michael Knowles' decimation and humiliation here. I mean, I've posited this might be some kind of humiliation ritual for Daily Wire pundits to forward themselves into fame and fortune. Obviously, Daily Wire quite popular. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting, informative, entertaining, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, and this is one of the best evidences of that, this particular so-called debate here. You could also become a YouTube member, help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcasts, or requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. So we are going to pick up right where we left off last time.
But I'll see guys that take you guys' advice. And it sometimes, it ruins their life.
What would men do if they begged you for advice?
And I'm not.
Or we might be having some technical difficulties. I was just about to give YouTube credit for being able to start the stream on time and everything going smoothly. But apparently, okay, we apparently are having some technical difficulties. It does not want to play. Let me try this again. I was just about to give YouTube some actual credit, because there have been technical difficulties for a while now, particularly shutting down any stream that wants to talk about NASA and the occult at the same time. Separately, apparently there's no issue. But talking about NASA and the occult, apparently that's an issue. That's a big no-no for some reason.
But I'll see guys that take you guys' advice. And it sometimes, it ruins their life.
Okay, let's see if this is finally gonna work.
What would
Okay, here we go. Okay, it looks like it's working now, so let's pick right up where we left off last time in part 2. Make sure you're caught up on part 1 and part 2. And we got Dave Scott in the house here. Are we ever really ready for Dunning-Kruger gifts? Is this truly Dunning-Kruger on the part of Michael Knowles? I don't know, maybe. I mean, this guy's just making a mockery of himself, basically using woke goof arguments. Dave Scott says Pearl is a grifter. I mean, grifter or not, she's absolutely mopping the floor with Michael Knowles.
And I'm not.
divorce laws are informed by feminism.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And so,
But marriage is
regardless,
marriage is a natural institution that predates the states that currently.
right? But there.
He keeps spamming this marriage is a natural institution, but as we went over in part 2, using even Catholic reference texts, nowhere does it say that. Nowhere does it say that. He can't back up any of his arguments. He's been bad faith this entire time, possibly more than anyone has ever been bad faith in any debate ever.
There's no way for you to get married in this country and have children and not be a part of the institution of marriage legally.
Yeah, you have to
Because
sign
correct,
up for
correct,
the riddle.
correct.
Though you can mitigate risk even by
so
state.
there's a whole business.
And he keeps going into the mitigation of risk. Like, you should still go to the casino. You should still play roulette. I mean, we can point to all these winners, all these big winners, these jackpot winners. Who cares about the people that lost their life savings and committed suicide? As long as there are some winners, everyone should still, he's still recommending going to the casino. He's still recommending it. And you can certainly mitigate risk by, playing certain strategies in the casino.
Of lawyers making money off of marriage, of feminist women's shelters making money off of marriage, and you're saying, sign up anyway. And I think I would disagree that it's feminist, because what you're saying is sign up for the institution that is run by feminists.
Well, I guess you're putting those words in my mouth, sign up anyway. What I am saying is men ought to do the right thing.
Which in his mind is getting married, which is exactly sign up anyway. How is that putting words in his mouth? I mean, this kind of deceptive goofery, I mean, he's worse than a lot of these anti-flat earth grifters, because a lot of them aren't necessarily bad faith. They're completely Dunning-Kruger goofs. They don't have the mental capacity to understand any of these points. So they might actually be arguing in good faith and just failing to understand anything, on the part of the anti-flat earth grifters. But Michael Knowles here, are we to believe he's this mentally deficient? Like he doesn't know what the definition of average man is. He doesn't know the definition of sexism. I mean, he doesn't know any of these basic definitions. Now he's accusing her of putting words in his mouth when he's literally saying that this is natural, that this should be done, like sign up anyway. Go to the casino. Go to the casino. While completely ignoring scripture himself.
That at the basis of,
and he just has he ever been stumbling over his words as much as he is here? I mean, he's sputtering and stuttering throughout this entire so-called debate interview.
Of the natural law is one precept, which is do good and avoid evil.
Mm-hmm.
By utilization of reason, the utilization of God-given reason, which, again, just to reiterate, if anybody is watching this who has not listened to part 1 or part 2, in part 2, I was literally quoting scripture and Bible passages like Proverbs 31:10, a good woman is hard to find and worth far more than diamonds. Whereas he's kind of hallucinating that there's parity. 50% woman, 50% men on average. So, a man shouldn't have any problem finding a good wife, even though Proverbs 31:10 explicitly states how rare that good woman is. And then, of course, there's Proverbs 21:19, better to live in the desert than with a contentious and ill-tempered wife. So he keeps again spamming natural law, natural this, natural that, God-given reason, when the Bible itself is explaining the utilization of said reason to be extremely cautious in marriage here and watching out for certain women, while he's saying that women prostituting themselves online is not a deal breaker. It is not a deal breaker, even though does anybody actually think that if Michael Knowles weren't currently married, he would go and get married or date an OnlyFans worker? Because that's what he's kind of pretending he would do throughout this entire interview. And just the level of goofery here is so off the charts. I mean, it's downright shocking. It is downright mind-shocking to see a supposed intellectual being thrashed like a redheaded stepchild by Pearl here, intellectually thrashed. I mean, just absolute decimation.
First thing that we apprehend is being, right, is existence. The next thing that we apprehend, and this is the first thing we apprehend through our practical reason, which is oriented toward action.
I mean, all he's doing is spinning his wheels here. He's talking about reason and being oriented towards action and awareness of what it is. That's nothing to do with anything. Like when Pearl was talking about, because this is all red herring diversion fallacy and blatant straw man. I mean, this is just a web of diversion. Michael Knowles has woven a web here. Just this giant web of diversion fallacy. Within this fallacy, he's stacking other fallacies. And quite impressive in the stacks. I don't know if he's ever stacked this many fallacies in any other debate or media appearance ever. I mean, he's, again, I don't want to, he's not quite Craig level, but, I mean, this guy's stacking fallacies like crazy. And he's just spinning his wheels and doing, politician-style demagogue where he's not really talking about anything. My favorite quote so far is in part 2 when Pearl's talking about changing the laws. Why can't the laws be changed? And Michael's response was, because we live in time and space. That was my favorite goof moment from Michael. That might have been the dumbest thing he's ever said in his entire life. I mean, that's insane. That's one of the dumbest things I've heard anybody say on anything. Can you imagine answering a question that has nothing to do with time and space about the answer being because we live in time and space? I mean, just the level of goofery on display here. As I said in part 2, I don't see how he can come back from this. I mean, how can he come back from this interview?
Is good. When you do something, you want to do good and you want to avoid evil.
And what does that have to do with anything here? What does that have to do with family court? I mean, what? I mean, if anything, he's propping up her points, because if you're avoiding the evils and corruption and manipulations of the state, you're not going to engage with marriage as an institution that has any connection to the state, whether it be marriage licenses or whatever.
And so what I'm saying is that marriage and family, the end of marriage being the begetting and education of children, and secondarily, the mutual support of the spouses, is good for man. So I'm not saying this isn't Michael's crazy view.
And that has nothing to do with anything. I mean, that was a super dinger, Dave Scott, because we live in time. I mean, that is what I would expect someone like Craig to say. That was a super dinger. We can call it pulling a Craig. He pulled a Craig there. That was wild.
I'm saying this is a natural part. It's why this has existed throughout all of human society.
So he's intentionally conflating here men reproducing with a woman to state-licensed marriage and family court laws. I mean, the level of goof. Can you imagine the bad faith? I mean, he's just a flat-out liar. Because are we to believe that because I don't think he has a mental disability. Like with Craig, we can think, we can maybe, guess. I mean, it appears he has a severe mental disability. Does Michael Knowles have a mental disability? I don't think so. I mean, how could he cover that up? I mean, it's just insane. Like Craig humiliates himself every single time he opens his mouth on every single video on his channel and every single debate he's ever had on any other channel with any other person. So he's 24/7 even either acting mentally disabled or actually being mentally disabled. With Michael Knowles, that's not the situation here. He's pretty high level in all these other appearances, yet here he is intentionally strawmanning and intentionally building false premises by connecting, by hallucinating that men reproducing with women and having families that has nothing to do with the state is somehow magically the same exact thing as getting a marriage license today or post-feminism, past few decades. I mean, can you be any more of an intentional liar than that?
Everywhere, and it's why we are all inclined to do it,
Mm-hmm.
whether or not Pearl or Michael wants
Okay,
it.
so do you think?
Wait, wait, what? We're all inclined to go get a marriage license? Is that why marriage rates are plummeting? I mean, what? I mean, is he even trying anymore? Like, that's the thing. Like, even some of these anti-flat earth grifters, at least they're trying. They might not have any mental capacity to do it, but at least they're trying. Like, he's not even trying. Like, did he just phone it in for this interview?
I think it's wrong if a man wants to build a business. And
Depends what the business is.
He doesn't, okay, but whatever. And instead of pursuing women, he pursues his business. Instead of pursuing a marriage and a family.
I think it would be a mistake for a man to pursue material.
Justin Johnson on point here. 100% of divorces start with marriage. I mean, that's tough to argue. That is tough to argue, my friend. I don't know how to argue that one.
Good to the exclusion of better goods.
Okay, what about coaching? What about teaching? Like, why?
I think our jobs in the commercial economy are good things, but I think modern liberalism and individual anthropologies make an idol out of that, and that is to the harm of men. We shouldn't make an idol out of our jobs. I like my job a lot, but it's not my whole life.
And the other problem you get in.
Another diversion, red herring, and straw man fallacy, because everything that Pearl is saying is under the umbrella of these family court laws, the corruption of the state, subjugating both men and women, but specifically men in the area of divorces, and he just dodges all of that. I mean, he is such an coward. Like, he can't even have a good faith conversation. I mean, it's not just about, I mean, I don't want to even call him stupid. I mean, he's getting decimated here. He's humiliating himself. But I mean, this is mostly just cowardice. This is cowardice, lack of integrity and character. He's taking an anti-Bible stance here while pretending to take a pro-Bible stance. I mean, can you get any lower than that? I mean, we could actually effectively, he's a coward charlatan. That's what he is here.
Into is, again, just because a man has kids, it doesn't mean that the kids will, I mean, you have men raising kids that grow up to hate them. I mean, even in the story that I showed
you. It's bad, yeah, it's bad. Within marriage or divorce, you mean?
Both.
Yeah, both.
I've seen, kids get alienated from their fathers.
How?
That are, in the same household. It happens all the time.
How does it happen, though? I agree it happens.
Well, I mean, the man's working, and so the mom spends more time with the kids. The mom's talking all day in the kid's ear. It's a really sad thing.
So you're saying the mom hates the dad?
Yeah.
That seems to be a problem that predates the alienation.
No, it totally is.
It
totally is. And,
and the schools and the TV, and everyone says the men are dolts and idiots. Yeah, I agree. That's terrible.
Yeah, but that's my point is just because a man has kids, it doesn't mean his legacy will live on.
No, again, I don't think the kids are the chief end of man in the world, but I do think it is an important aspect of it and an expression of it. And you can raise kids who are likely not to hate you. There are things that you can do and things that you...
Man, this is like a master class in diversion fallacy. Because his diversions are most of them are red herrings because they're tangentially related, but not specific to her point, or flat out non sequiturs. I mean, he's probably been, rough estimate, maybe 80% red herrings, 75% red herrings, and 25% flat out non sequiturs, complete nonsense, unrelated. And I mean, this is really a master class in diversion fallacies.
Can avoid that will increase that likelihood.
I mean, that's true, but there's no guarantees, and I think
No guarantees of anything
and
in
I
this
think
life,
it's and
Pearl.
I think it's a higher risk.
Yeah, there's no guarantee you'll lose all your money at the casino. So let's go play. Everybody should just go full-time casino. Who needs a 9 to 5? As long as there are some winners and there are no guarantees of losing, according to Michael Knowles. I mean, I wonder if he would also apply that to playing Russian roulette. Like, what if you have like an extended cylinder with maybe 12 or even 20 chambers and there's only a bullet in one? I mean, look how many survivors there are. I mean, according to Michael Knowles, I mean, you can mitigate the risk. I mean, just don't load up enough chambers, but you should still play, right?
And I think I would really encourage you to spend a couple days in family court. I think it would really
Yeah, I mean,
change your point
I've
of
had
view.
close friends who have been in brutal divorces. I mean, I've seen a
Yeah.
little bit of it up close.
Wow, so is Michael Knowles just flat out evil? Is he an agent of Satan at this point? Because he's admitting here that he's had close friends or close friends, whatever he said, a number of friends or close friends that actually went through this. So that's like if you personally know people who've lost their entire life savings, maybe even committed suicide because of gambling, and you're still promoting gambling as natural good. Obviously, the parallel here is gambling and marriage, because, you know, just like gamblers, there's people who hit the jackpot and live a great life, just like there are people who are married and they live a great life. I mean, you know, they took that gamble and they came out on top. Now, he personally is saying he personally knows people that did not come out on top and suffered through it, yet he's still recommending it. He's still pretending it's all part of like natural order or whatever, even though it doesn't even mention that in the Catholic reference that we went over in part 2.
It's dreadful.
Yeah, and at times, you know, they didn't really do anything wrong.
Yeah,
Because-
well,
because
they've all
women-
done something.
If women
And look at him laughing. They've all done something wrong. What was what they did wrong? They entered the casino and rolled the dice. That's what was wrong. Because if according to Knowles, if it's relatively 50-50 parity between men and women and marriageable women, even though he was too cowardly to even give his percentage of what percentage of women are marriageable, then he pretended to not know what marriageable was. You know, just the level of deceit here from Michael Knowles. Again, I'm not saying he has this level of deceit and flat out lying and lack of character and integrity in other appearances. I'm just only commenting on this one here. And so he's basically laughing here. I mean, look at this goof's face. Look at this snake's face. He's personally known men who have been dragged through family court with dreadful, according to his own words, it was dreadful. So I don't know if that means they lost most of their stuff, they can never see their own children, and he's laughing here. He's laughing about it. I mean, this guy's kind of revealing himself to be scum here. Look at his smiling, laughing, jovial face. This is not 3 seconds after mentioning how many friends or good friends he's had personally suffer. Dreadful was his word for it. And now he's laughing, pretending and hallucinating to know that all men that were dragged through the mud and lost most of their stuff and can never see their kids must have done something wrong. But according to him, whatever they did wrong, it couldn't have been choosing an unmarriageable woman, because most women have to be marriageable according to him. I mean, he didn't really say that, but he's not saying anything against that. So if most women are marriageable, so taking that plunge, if that's not what the man did wrong, what else did he do wrong? I mean, obviously we're excluding, you know, the abusers and the scumbags. But we're talking about the good men here that get also dragged through family court, false accusations, never see their kids, lose most of their stuff, have to start their life all over, of which Knowles admitted he had several friends or close friends that actually went through it. And look at his smiling snake face here, laughing about it, pretending they all had to have done something wrong. Like there are no innocent victims of family court, according to Michael Knowles. I mean, at this point, Pearl should have just walked out here. Like, why would you want to be in the company of someone doing the devil's work here? I mean, he's a snake-tongued charlatan. He's exposed himself fully in part 3 here.
women feel like leaving, they can leave. We can leave.
They can. But how does the marriage break down? You know, it's like Hemingway describes bankruptcy in The Sun Also Rises.
Mhm.
Happens gradually and then suddenly. So it seems to me, I'm not letting women off the hook. Sometimes crazy, you know.
He's not? He's saying the men did something wrong. How is that? What? That's not. Wait, what? What? What is he talking about? I mean, how can anybody respect Michael Knowles after this interview? I mean, I don't. Again, I held him in pretty high regard. Like, I had him up there with Ben Shapiro. He's a sharp guy when it comes to, you know, schooling woke goofs on colleges, but he's behaving one like one now. And of those woke goofs, college students, some of them are not bad faith. I mean, a lot of them are, but some of them aren't. Some of them are just, you know, lacking in mental capacity or just sheer ignorance. Not all of them are bad faith, but he's being as bad faith as possible here.
Feminist ladies go nuts and divorce their husbands and poison, you know, the kids against their father, and they do all sorts of terrible things. But you know, marriage is a union of two people, and I agree with you. A lot of people, when they get into marriage these days, including the men, especially the men, not only don't know what they're signing up for, they don't even really have a vision of what they're signing up for. They don't even know what they want to be signing up for.
Correct.
And so that's a mistake. That's an error on the part of the men often and of the women. But
Okay, so it is an error to enter a contract with the opposing party benefits from breaking it? Because he dodged that hard earlier in the interview. Sorry to hear that about the guys, the people in the chat that had to deal with family court. I mean, yeah, you really don't need to watch a lot of family court. I mean, you could just, I mean, a couple minutes alone. I mean, it's very obvious what goes on. Like, you don't, I mean, I don't know if people have been living under a rock, but it is very obvious that, you know, there is no justice in family. And that goes both ways, too. Like, a lot of times, even when the man is the bad guy, he doesn't necessarily get punished for it, even in criminal court. I mean, there's a whole problem with a lot of the courts, right? So to hallucinate and pretend that it's all on the up and up, and it's definitely a worthwhile contract to get government involved in your marriages and in deciding for your children, I mean, that's blatantly against the Bible. And Michael Knowles here is supporting it. I mean, Michael Knowles is basically being Satan's salesman here.
the men are the head of the household, so more responsibility falls onto them. And then the way they lead their lives, I would say.
But do they get authority too?
Who do they give authority to?
No, do the men have authority in their own households?
In the good marriages, they do.
So now he's going again to the cherry picking. So he's using the 1% of the 1% to tell everybody to go to the casino and gamble, to tell everybody to jump out of the plane and, you know, with or without a parachute for mitigating risk. I mean, I actually, Shifty Eye Shady, I haven't seen Michael Knowles be wrong about a lot of anything other than this interview. I mean, everybody's got their blind spots. He certainly has one here, and he's digging such a hole here. Oh, man. Heracles, see, that's an interesting comment, because I don't know if it's Dunning-Kruger. I think he's just flat out lying. I don't think we can give Michael Knowles the Dunning-Kruger excuse. I don't think we can give him the mental disability excuse. This seems to be, again, I don't claim anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. But it seems to be he's just flat out lying. No character, no integrity. I mean, he's basically doing the devil's work here. I mean, he was flat out laughing about men that had to go through family court, lose everything, never see their kids. He even said he had friends or close personal friends who went through it, and this goof was literally laughing right after saying that. I mean, this is all a master class in diversion fallacy, of which he's using red herrings and non sequiturs. Mostly red herrings, but he uses non sequiturs as well. But yeah, this is just one giant master class in diversion fallacy and flat out lying. And just bad faith across the board.
Would you say that's the majority?
Well, I don't know. I mean, these days people say that two men can be married. So, you know, people are very confused about
Another diversion red herring fallacy. It's obvious she's talking about men and women, and now he's diverting in red herring and non-sequitur. I mean, this is technically a non-sequitur, because she's talking about men and women, and he's now diverting with non-sequiturs. I mean, this is the most humiliating display I've ever seen by any so-called intellectual. And he's kind of approaching Craig territory here.
What marriage is.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But in the real marriages and the flourishing marriages,
Oh, now he's going no true Scotsman. So all of these failed marriages, according to him, they're not real. So these real unicorn marriages is what he's promoting, but on the other hand, he can't even give an answer on what percentage of women are marriageable. I mean, this is the level of deceit we're dealing with Michael Knowles here.
yeah, the men do have a
What
headship.
what percent of marriages do you think are happy after 50 years?
Well, all I have to go by is the General Social Survey and some of the Chicago
Mhm.
studies that come as a result of that. And the evidence is that, according to statistics and
If
social science,
50% divorce.
yeah, granted anywhere from 40 to 50% divorce.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, according to the GSS, which is
Mhm.
probably the biggest data set we have on this, the happiest people are men and women married with children.
But
Followed
why?
by men and
Why?
women married without children. Well, I'll come to that.
Okay.
Followed by followed by divorced parents without children. Followed.
And this also doesn't include the stats of those that killed themselves and couldn't participate in the survey, right? Or did Michael Knowles not account for that? Dave Scott, if I knew that he would be this level of goof, did you watch part 1, Dave Scott? I actually would have implemented the MINDSHOCK logical analysis system if I knew he was going to be stacking fallacies like this. Because they did have 10 seconds of normal conversation, of good faith conversation. I think it was at the beginning of part 2. I thought this entire conversation would be like that. I really didn't anticipate this level of charlatan gophery, of flat out bad faith charlatan goofery from Michael Knowles. I mean, maybe I'll retroactively add the counters after we're done just to see. But I mean, I guess I should. I mean, I just never would have guessed that Michael Knowles would be in competition here with some of these other all-time goofs.
By divorced parents with children.
I mean, his verbal diarrhea skills aren't good enough. I mean, he's no Sartain or Destiny. Even though he does talk fast, he's usually just explaining a single fallacy while he's talking fast.
And one Chicago study from last year showed the happiness gap between married and unmarried to be 30 points. So you're talking about, again, how do you measure happiness? I think a lot of it's bunk, but in as much as you can.
And the men that get married tend to be tall. I mean, women select for tall, handsome, successful men.
That's how I describe myself. a lot.
And also, again, appeal to humor fallacy, but also this doesn't take into account if that same man wasn't married, would he still be just as happy? I mean, these are impossible metrics. I'm not suggesting you can actually get these metrics, but are they happy because of marriage or in spite of it? Like, if you have a really happy-go-lucky guy, maybe he's successful, whatever, good-looking, he's going to be happy. He has just a good personality, good disposition in life. He's going to be happy no matter what. Maybe his marriage made him less happy than he would have been single, but still happy, and he still put happy on the survey. But goofs like Knowles will never even consider that possibility on this subject.
But you see, so you're attributing it to marriage. And I'm saying the men that women pick are happy anyways.
Wow. Pearl, I'm really impressed with Pearl. This is the best showing I've ever seen from her. I mean, she's just slaughtering Knowles. She's making Knowles look like a mentally disabled mental midget. I mean, this isn't even close. This is complete and utter decimation point by point. I mean, she literally just said what I said. Not that I'm not saying I'm that much smarter than Pearl. I mean, maybe I am, but she kind of made the same point I made. When Pearl is making Bruce McGuire logical points, I am impressed.
You're saying happier people are more inclined to get married. Am I
No,
understanding that
no.
right?
Wow, talk about straw man. Holy crap. That's clearly not what she said. She says, of the men that voted in the survey. Wow. I mean, wow. Man, Michael Knowles has to be on the top list of just bad faith liars now. I mean, for all the good he did in exposing, woke regressive goofs, I mean, he's kind of undoing it here. I mean, how can he ever recover from this interview?
Well, partially, but no, I'm saying that women pick tall, handsome, successful men, and I would imagine that they would be happier.
Because the men are hot and rich.
No, not hot. Why are you?
That's what you just said.
Tall, handsome, successful,
I said hot.
happy.
You said tall.
We could add in
Okay.
happy. I mean, do women tend to, women tend to want tall, happy, successful men. So I wouldn't necessarily just attribute it to marriage, even though in some cases that helps.
I mean, look at Knowles. It's like he's having trouble with basic false dichotomy logical fallacies and reductive logical fallacies. Like, he's reducing this to marriage being the only variable. How can marriage be the only variable in happiness? I mean, it's just insane. And this goof can't grasp a false dichotomy or reductive logical fallacy or false cause fallacy. I mean, Pearl, this random girl in her 20s, she can grasp these basic points, and this supposed intellectual his blind spots look worse than Ben Shapiro's blind spots. This is just mad goofery now. It's kind of crazy, because I mentioned this in part 2. Michael Knowles basically dropped the floor out on his own goofery, and he's continuing to do it. That's kind of impressive. He might soon get up there with Craig. I think I will have to retroactively add the logical analysis system. Justin Johnson says, it looks like he took a bite out of a turd. That's all. That's the equivalent of any argument he's been able to provide.
I'm having a little trouble following. You're saying
he's having trouble following a basic false dichotomy. Again, have we ever seen Michael Knowles stuttering and sputtering and taking pauses this long in any other debate or interview? This is crazy. If Pearl's not already famous, she needs to be really famous. She basically single-handedly decimated the Michael Knowles, a supposed debate powerhouse on the level of the Ben Shapiros out there. She reduced this goof to nothing. He's just sputtering and stuttering like a fool.
Because
you guys always attribute if a man's happy, it's because of his merit.
This is almost kind of like anti-flat Earth grifters pretending gravity explains everything. Like, they default to gravity, not understanding the false dichotomy fallacy, not understanding the false cause, not understanding the reductive logic. This is the equivalent here. This is like a globe earther. This is like Craig arguing for gravity as Michael Knowles arguing for marriage.
I'm just saying
Except, Michael Knowles is a step ahead of the game, because obviously there are happily married people. That doesn't mean that there's evidence for gravity, though. So, Michael Knowles, he is a step ahead of the Craigs, but still.
I'm just saying married people are
Okay,
in as much as one could, in as much as one.
Pearl Shifty Eyes Shady said, I have heard criticism that she keeps going for more shock value. Well, that's the thing. She knows all these goofs are going to get triggered. Like, the traditional conservatives are going to get triggered. All the woke, liberal, regressive goofs calling themselves progressives are going to get triggered. She knows all these goofs are going to get triggered, so she just holds out the circus hoops and watches the goofs jump through them and sits back and laugh. I can't blame her for that. It is kind of hilarious. It's almost kind of like flat Earth debates. What triggers goofs more than pretending that, or, somebody exposing that they pretend that gravity is real or NASA is legitimate without evidence? They get triggered like nobody's business. Obviously, they can, on Twitter or social media, they can continue scrolling on by, but how many of them do that? They immediately get triggered and fallaciously argue. Hello, Sarah. Good to hear you're feeling better. That's awesome. Starting to get a couple more people in here, although this does not seem to be the most popular logical analysis. Yeah, she's a master triggerer of goofs. If there was a triggerer of goofs award, Pearl might be one of the top females out there triggering goofs.
Can measure happiness. Married people seem to be significantly happier than unmarried people.
Okay.
But again,
men will sign right up.
I don't. I think people do things that are extremely perverse today because of largely because of individualism and liberalism. But even that word happiness is important, because we say we can't measure happiness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know that we can define happiness now.
Okay.
What?
Wow. Whoa. Was it possible to move the goalpost further than that? Think about the strength Michael Knowles has to have possessed to move a goalpost that far. He moved it so far we can't even see it. All of a sudden, we can't define happiness. What? I mean, can you say that men who lose most of their stuff and can never see their children, they're not happy, right? I mean, this isn't that difficult of a concept.
What do we even mean by happiness?
Mm-hmm.
I have a definition that I go by, but
Okay.
what do you mean by it?
I guess I couldn't say a definition off the top of my head. I see what you mean.
Look at the honesty from Pearl, though. I mean, she's really impressing me here. I mean, she was so honest there. She didn't pull for a fallacy. She honestly said, "I don't know if I could give you a definition there." Like she's good faith here, grifter or not. She's actually at least appearing to be good faith. She's willing to hear him out, and she's actually letting him get off the hook with all this goofery and flat out bad faith lies. I mean, we got to give massive credit to Pearl here.
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
so many people mean so many different things by it. I always go by good old Uncle Aristotle's definition of happiness as eudaimonia, which is rational activity conducted in accordance with virtue.
So is it rational to enter a contract where the other party is rewarded for breaking it? Is it rational to grovel at the boots? Is it rational to grovel at the boots of corrupt authorities and beg for marriage licenses, all to be regulated by oppressors? Is that rational? Is that listening to the Bible in any way when it says the complete opposite? When it says the complete opposite, Ephesians 6:12, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities. We could also go to 1 Corinthians 2:5. Your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. So the wisdom of men who are making these courts and these laws and all these, the corruption of all of it. So that's the complete opposite of what Knowles is saying. So I think we can firmly call him a bad faith charlatan goof. I mean, he's just a flat out liar. He's doing Satan's work here.
And so the reason I mention this is not just because I love, the old dead thinkers, but because I think they had something right that will help to guide us through this very confused modern time.
Which is the opposite of everything Knowles is promoting here.
The way that you are describing marriage seems to be from an unmoored perspective of
And what?
unmoored, meaning
I don't know
not
what that
grounded in
means.
something. Meaning it's a little subjective. It's a little.
Look how again, Pearl being honest. Pearl doesn't know what unmoored means. So I guess she's not a sailor. But anyway, isn't it kind of crazy that some chick in her 20s who doesn't know what unmoored means and is willing to admit that she doesn't know what it means is absolutely obliterating a supposed intellectual, a high-level writer and commentator? I mean, this is just absolutely insane. I mean, the way she's exposing this charlatan goof, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Michael Knowles just got decimated by someone who doesn't know what unmoored means.
Wishy-washy. Men can do whatever they like. You pick.
not
Some
what I
people have a
said.
different purpose.
That's not what I said.
I thought you said men can do whatever they like. Then
Wait, what? Okay, I'm a little bit confused now. I don't know if Michael Knowles is lying right here. He actually said that genuinely as if he thought she said. So is he not even... Okay, I have an idea here. Perhaps this is my new theory. He's not even listening to what she's saying. That's my new theory. So he's just weaving these diversion fallacies because... And he's going to do that regardless of what she says. Because he's strawmanned her a number of times here. And all he keeps doing is spamming these diversion fallacies, utilizing red herring and non sequiturs. I mean, that's all he's been doing. So it appears that he had this goal all along. So he doesn't even have the courtesy to pay attention. Denise says it's insane that he doesn't realize that he's being decimated. You know, it is, isn't it? I mean, I kind of said that in part one. how did if you were Michael Knowles here, I mean, obviously nobody here is dumb enough to be making these arguments, but, or, I don't think anybody in the chat is this level of a bad faith liar, Satan deceiver. Because, I mean, this is insane what he's promoting and laughing about his own close friends that had to go through family court. He was literally laughing about it and blaming them. Not just them, but all the men he doesn't know. And so, yeah, how did he post this? Like, why would he ever post this publicly? Like, okay, maybe he wasn't prepared, whatever. He didn't know who she was. He didn't know what she would say. I mean, can anybody figure out why he would actually post this on the internet unless this is an Illuminati humiliation ritual? And Michael Knowles wants to break into that next level of fame. And he was willing to humiliate himself this much. I mean, that's my only theory at this point. Does anybody have another theory on why Knowles posted this publicly? Or are we to believe that he really thinks he's doing well here? I mean, that would be one heck of a blind spot. Because even Ben Shapiro. So here's the thing with Shapiro. I think Shapiro knows his blind spots to an extent. I mean, he has certain tells. I'll do more analysis on his. Like, he intentionally dodges because he knows he looks bad regarding certain blind spots that he has. Like, he has a certain amount of awareness of that. Knowles appears not to. That's the difference here. That's the difference. Justin Johnson and Heracles spreading the love in the MindShock chat here. Gifting all the memberships. And everybody in the chat, I mean, feel free to chime in. I mean, there's no way anybody can say something dumber than what Knowles has said here. So, again, there's no judgment here for people in the chat. Unless you're a troll. Then you'll be called out. But yeah, we actually don't really get trolls here. I mean, we call them out, so I don't know if that keeps them away. But even in the bigger podcasts, when we have a lot of people in here, there's usually very few trolls. Denise says, I think he thinks he's doing well. I mean, it is baffling, isn't it? It's quite baffling. That's crazy. Shifty Eyes Shady says, here's one theory. Ben Shapiro paid for production staff and the video. It wasn't Michael Knowles' choice to post it. It was going on Daily Wire whether Knowles wanted it or not. Okay, that would explain that. That would explain that. Shifty Eyes Shady with a solution here. So, does the Daily Wire control Michael Knowles' account? I don't know how that works. Like, Brett Cooper is another pretty popular commentator on the Daily Wire, but I think, didn't she have her own channel and her own social medias before she worked for the Daily Wire? I thought Michael Knowles was kind of the same. Let's double check Michael Knowles' history here. Michael J. Knowles, political commentator. He's only 34? I thought he was older. That's kind of that's a compliment to his intelligence level other than this interview. I mean, he went full vegetable here. But oh wow, he was actually an actor. He went to the Stellar Adler Studio of Acting as part of its advanced teen conservatory. And then he graduated with a BA in history and Italian from Yale. And he produced the English rendering of Niccolo Machiavelli's play Andrea in 2012. Okay, hold on a second. So he's literally a bad actor? So Michael Knowles is literally a bad act. By bad, I don't mean unskilled. I mean he's acting in bad faith here. So Michael Knowles was apparently an advanced teen actor. So does this cement the possibility that he's just a flat-out shill? No way. Shifty Eyes Shady just said Michael Knowles' fact he was hired to be entertainment at a George Soros wedding. Whoa. Whoa. And was he in Skull and Bones in Yale? I wonder if that's public. Like, are all Skull and Bones members public? I mean, I don't know. I'm trying to find it now. He was actually in 2 web series, Never Do Business with Friends, and so that was one of them, Never Do Business with Friends. Good advice, because he's laughing at his friends that went through divorces and family court. And Survive. No information about that. So not only was he an in the advanced teen conservatory of Stella Adler Studio of Acting, he also trained with Wynn Handman, a very famous writer and in theater in New York City. What? Holy crap. The Daily Dot reported that Michael Knowles starred in the student film House of Shades in 2012 as a queer man that seduces another man at a nightclub. Does that sound Catholic? Wait, if this guy's a Catholic, like, why would he even do that? I mean, supposedly he's financially well off. The House of Shades. It's a 15-minute short film. Apparently, this film... Okay, hold on a second. Is available on YouTube. Let me see, it's here. Oh, wow. It is literally on YouTube. Do you guys want to... Okay, I can't even play this. Wow. Wow. One of the comments under it, this is the last time Michael Knowles was honest. He's in bed with another man, just as soon as you bring up the clip. So this is a supposed Catholic here. Wow. Okay, Shifty Eyes Shady said that he found his Catholic faith later after all of that. He was an atheist for a long time. Wow. Dave Scott says we're going to get the stream shut down soon. Heracles said he's a Jesuit. Okay, so I'm trying to find out whether or not he was in Skull and Bones. Okay, he also dressed in drag on 2 occasions in 2016. 2016 is not that long ago. I mean, that's a couple years ago. I mean, 2012, I mean, okay, that was over a decade ago. He's only 34. 2016 is relatively recent. So he was dressed in drag. When did he become Catholic? Hold on a second. So he's dressing in drag on at least 2 occasions in 2016, according to the same people who reported that he was in the student film, which is on YouTube that you can find, so that is verified. He moved to LA, acted in the television pilot I'm Back. He also starred as Alejandro in the comedy feature film Holly Weird. Okay, this is getting kind of weird. So Michael Knowles starred in a movie called Holly Weird. Huh. All I can say is, huh. Okay, so he wrote his book, Reasons to Vote for Democrats, a Comprehensive Guide, in 2017. So just 1 year after supposedly dressing in drag on 2 occasions, which is also obviously an Illuminati humiliation ritual. And then he started his podcast in 2020. Let's see. He's actually got 23 acting credits. He's got quite a few. I mean, these acting credits are going all through 2023. From 2011 to 20... So he never really stopped acting. One of these is titled FU from LA. You know, not F, like the actual expletive written completely out. In 2015, he starred in this short film about a young woman is led astray by a slimy talent agent and a sex worker at Jumbo's Clown Room. These are the kind of films that Michael Knowles is starring in. Let's see what year he found his Catholic faith here. No, it says he was raised in the Catholic faith. So he was raised as a child through his Catholic faith. And he reconverted to the church at Yale. So after he graduated, so after his reconversion to Catholicism, so apparently he was raised Catholic, then as a young teen, he didn't really follow it, and then it says here, he experienced a reconversion to the church while at Yale. So, let's see when he graduated from Yale. He graduated Yale University, PA. So in 2016, he was invited to join the Daily Wire. So is this before, after, or during his drag appearances? He worked with Andrew Klavan's son on theater productions while they were undergraduates at Yale. So both him and Klavan's son were at Yale. Does this make any sense to anybody? This is crazy. This is all wild. I mean, this guy is truly a devil's tongue, deceiver. Let me find, let's see, when. So he was married in 2018. He graduated with honors. Why is it so difficult to find the year that he graduated? Moved to Los Angeles, graduated from Yale, then he moved to LA. So he's doing some of these very seedy, degenerate shows after he graduated from Yale. After his reconversion to Catholicism. I'm trying to find his exact graduation dates for some reason. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple sources from his own interviews where he said he found Catholicism again at Yale. And then after Yale, he still went on to do these movies. Why is there no date here? I've been searching for 5 minutes. I cannot find the date that Michael... Does anybody know the year Michael Knowles graduated with honors? Holy crap. Shifty Eyes Shady says that Klavan's son is openly gay, married to a guy. All the Daily Wire people attended the gay wedding in church. So they're all charlatans, basically. Not that there's anything wrong with any of that, but don't be a hypocrite. Like, a charlatan hypocrite. These guys are weird. Shifty Eyes Shady asks, don't all actors have to do the drag humiliation ritual? A lot of them do, but apparently there are some people with integrity that don't. I don't think Clint Eastwood ever did drag. Did Clint Eastwood ever do drag? I mean, there's some some of those older tough guys. I don't think Jean-Claude Van Damme ever did drag. Steven Seagal. If somebody finds Steven Seagal in drag, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a problem. Shimka Smile says, also the Bible teaches, here's what I have discovered. A bad woman is worse than death. She is a trap, reaching out with body and soul to catch you. You got a verse for that? Let me double check. Is that... Oh, wow. That is Ecclesiastes 7:26. Yet another one. So Michael Knowles, an open deceiver here. I did not... wow. Norm Macdonald never wore the dress. There's a lot of guys who have it, like legit actors. But yes, a lot of the popular pop culture guys have. Yeah, that's a good verse, Shumka Smile. I hope you comment more. I don't remember you commenting much before, but yes. I'm liking what you're putting forward here. I'm still trying to find the exact year he graduated, because he did all of these movies in LA afterwards, like playing these sleazy guys at clown places. Why is it so hard to find the year he graduated? What is this? I've been looking for this for almost 10 minutes now. I cannot find it. Just says he graduated with honors from Yale. What year? Let's see. Why is it so difficult? Okay. Let's see. Okay, let me go to Michael Knowles' Facebook. Maybe he has it here. About... No, he doesn't. No, he does not. Details about Michael Knowles. It just says he's a graduate of Yale. No year. Oh, man. Alright, here's a Medium article here. Background. He was born in Bedford Hills, New York. Trained as an actor. Later graduated from Yale. No year either. This is getting ridiculous. So, he was educated in acting by Wynn Handman in New York City after graduating from Yale. Then he traveled to LA. He made his TV debut in 2014 with the series Tales of Light and Dark. Wow. He also has a minor role in one of the show's episodes, Geo Killing. Yeah, so he appeared in all these other... He made all these other appearances after he graduated. So this... And he was in drag after he graduated. So it looks like he might have graduated here in around 2012. So let's just do the basic math. If he was born in 1990 and he graduated at 22 years of age, that would be approximately 2012, and he's making his debut in 2014. So he did the gay role in the short film at Yale while he was still at Yale. So that was 2010 or 2012. So if he found Catholicism, he may have done that after he reconverted to Catholicism. He may or may not have. So it was within a year or two of his reconversion to Catholicism. I cannot find if Michael Knowles was in Skull and Bones, though, at Yale. Okay, apparently he made a joke. I don't know if this is a joke. Okay, So somebody on Twitter asked him just a few weeks ago, Michael, are you skull and bones like your buddy Glenn Beck? You both went to Yale. Michael Knowles responded, no, I'm a member of Bull and Scones. Instead of controlling the world, we eat steak and British pastries. You know what? Let me see if I can find Skull and Bones photos from, let's say, 2012. Nope. It seems like they keep things under wraps. The only Skull and Bones photos you can find are the really old ones. And those personally shared from the 70s. I don't see... Uh-oh. Okay, The Atlantic just published 2012. Okay, there's a 2010 photo of Skull and Bones. I'm going to put it on the screen in a second, if YouTube lets me. This is wild stuff, man. I never thought we'd be going this deep into Skull and Bones and Michael Knowles. We're never going to get done with this debate, but Ericly says Chuck Norris never wore a dress. Wow, seriously? Shifty Eyes Shady says the Clintons live near Bedford Hills, New York. I didn't know that. I wonder if this is the same article. I'm gonna put on the screen an image here. Oh, Sphinx Bear, you missed a lot here. So this is a recent Skull and Bones photo. Is that Michael Knowles on the left in the 2010 photo? I don't know. It looks like kind of like it could be him. I don't know. The guy all the way on the left licking the other guy's ear. Is that Michael Knowles? There's also a couple guys in the back you can't really see. Apparently, it says here that they've started accepting women in Skull and Bones. Huh, this is a 2010 photograph. So Knowles might have graduated in 2012, approximately. Anybody find this weird? Is that Michael Knowles all the way on the left licking a guy's ear? What does everybody think? It's kind of hard to tell. It could be him. Let me make it a little bigger. Is that Michael Knowles trying to lick that guy's ear? This is supposedly a Skull and Bones photo from 2010. Justin Johnson says, can't trust anything you find. That is true. Alright, so let's try to finish this train wreck of a debate here. So, we don't know. Maybe Michael Knowles really was part of Skull and Bones. Dave Scott says, this is getting more mind-shocking than Paul Walker. Michael Knowles, supposedly, he would have been 20 in that photo. Because I think if he graduated at 22 in 2012, he would have been 20. He's not that old. He's 34.
I'm not going to you took issue with me for saying that I was coming to a moral judgment about how many.
No, I think that every man has to decide for himself. But I wouldn't recommend, say, like...
How should he decide?
Following, in an ideal world, following God and his purpose.
Right. So following God and how do we come to know our purpose?
Yes, Sphinx Bear, I thought he was older too. I thought he was about 40. And he just looked younger just due to his intelligence in other debates. RM, this is live, my friend. This is live. It should say live or premiere. Premieres aren't live. Lives are live. And if you go into the YouTube channel live section, all the lives are there.
I think following God typically meant
How
find
do, how do we
it. Yeah.
follow God?
Um, going to church every Sunday, praying.
I kind of feel bad for Pearl. Like, she entered the lion's den with this lying snake here that is Michael Knowles.
I think there's ways that you can't studying the Bible,
Mhm.
but
And-
I'm not like a preacher,
You're
but,
not. The
yeah.
thing you keep leaving out, I agree, all those
Y-
things are
yeah,
very good to do.
yeah.
The thing you keep leaving out is reason. And it's the thing you keep taking issue with.
Reason? She's promoting reason. She's promoting not entering a contract where the other party benefits from breaking it. She's promoting the use of reason in not bootlicking the state and groveling for marriage certificates and having to deal with family court. That's the utilization of reason, not marrying people who are not marriageable. Thanks, RM.
With
Yeah.
me, where I keep saying marriage is a rational act.
Wow. Wow. He thinks marriage is a rational act. I mean, if you find one of those 1 in a million diamond women, maybe, but why would you want the state involved anyway? Like, non-state marriage, sure. But it's like he's intentionally not listening to anything Pearl is saying.
It was. I don't know if it is now.
But even though the laws are bad and the politicians are dummies, even still, it's a rational act.
Sphinx Bear with an excellent question. Unrelated, but where can I watch the movies for the Q&A? The Blockbuster by my house closed almost 20 years ago. So I'm guessing you didn't live next to the Blockbuster that only closed a couple years ago, like the last remaining one. There are things called streaming platforms. A lot of them are free. There's Tubi. There's a whole bunch. Just look up free movie apps. A lot of movies are on there. And then if you have Amazon Prime, a lot of them are on there. The next movie for our live Q&A is The Game with Michael Douglas.
Over and above the qualities of the state, because of human nature, because men and women are different, because we are a rational creature, so we can,
Mhm.
perceive of things like abstract justice. Animals can't do that. My whiskey glass can't do that.
Whoa. Not only can his whiskey glass not get married or use reason, but he had to lift the whiskey glass in order to demonstrate it. I mean, wow. Wow. Justin Johnson on a roll here in the chat. Wow. He literally had to lift his glass to demonstrate that the glass doesn't have the reason of a human. I mean, whoa. I might need a break soon. I'm sorry, people. Like, this level of gophery and deceit, I mean, this is crazy. Dave Scott says she might know he's a Yale Skull and Bones Satanist and is trying to trigger him by talking about the Bible. He's the one who brings up the Bible, though. That's why he's a charlatan, because he's always talking about the Bible and how Catholicism is great, while in this particular debate discussion, preaching everything in violation of the Bible. Axiom watched the game last night. Me too. I actually remember nothing about it. So we'll do the live Q&A probably tomorrow night on that. And then sometime over the weekend, we're doing the next Logic Olympics round as well.
So we can do that. Men and women are different. We're not, like the feminists say, they say we're identical. We're not identical.
I agree.
We're not, and like the feminists and some it would seem of the red pill guys would imply, we're not totally opposed to one another in
Who?
our interests. Who would suggest this?
Yeah, no, you guys always say red pill guys. I never
Yeah.
know.
I don't like to give them airtime because I find them to be huge jerks and they have smaller audiences and I don't want to popularize them. But I think we know some of the people.
Wait, who's he talking about? The red pill guys have small audiences? Doesn't Andrew Tate have way more followers than Michael Knowles? Andrew Tate has like millions and millions. And wasn't he the most searched man on the internet? This is weird. So Michael Knowles think the red pill guys have small audiences. That's weird. Yeah, Dave Scott, you better jump on for that one because I have some very interesting thoughts on the game. Shimka said, first time chatting. Thank you for the response. Yeah. I mean, it's always interesting to think, like, I know a lot of people, especially during the Logic Olympics, they're kind of afraid to jump in for judgment, but I don't judge people that are good faith. I mean, if they're making publicly available videos on the internet, I'll analyze them, but everybody in the chat is here to learn, so, you know, nothing but love for the chat. Oh, Breek says, Bruce, do you see a difference between red pill and feminism other than the gender? Yes. Well, also, let's not fall for hasty generalization fallacies, because even feminism has some subcategories, but not much. Red pill has a lot of subcategories, because they're a huge. I mean, that's more black. A lot of people include black pill within the red pill. Like, I would liken feminism closer to the black pill guys, not the red. Maybe we need to do a whole podcast on all the different pills. Because the black pill guys that sometimes get labeled red pill, they're the doom and gloom, you know, misogynist guys that hate women. The real red pill actually love women and, you know, praise them while exposing the bad women. But they really praise the good women and just identify that, you know, as the Bible says, good women are hard to find. So, you know, a lot of the black pill gets mixed in with the red pill. RM says, I think Andrew Tate is propped up to push materialism. That's an interesting theory. I went over that a little bit on the analysis of Andrew Tate versus that BBC reporter that got wrecked. He wrecked this supposedly nice lady BBC reporter who thought he was a human trafficker with no evidence. But, yeah, so that's strange about Andrew Tate. The only thing I can think of is Andrew Tate pushes the materialism on younger boys to get them interested. And so once they see this guy driving around Bugattis, now they're going to listen to what he's going to say, and he could ram, you know, pure logic down their throat regarding the corruption of governments and regarding all these red pill truths. That's the only thing I can think of in defense of that, if it's not genuine. The thing is, I think he chose that to fight back against the zoned out zombies playing video games. You know, how about you get some Bugattis and live this luxury lifestyle instead of sitting around in your mom's basement playing video games? That's not necessarily a bad way to get some of these young boys or even young men's attention who are just wasting their lives. It's not necessary. I mean, obviously, materialism, you know, Satanism, materialism, you know, 666 being materialism, Saturn being materialism, the Matrix being materialism. In the only defense I can think of, if that's his way to get people's attention. Because if he was this monk with no possessions, he would have a much smaller audience. So again, I'm not really defending him per se. Maybe he really is a human trafficking criminal, I don't know. But if he is, obviously evidence needs to be presented of that. Not just, you know, rumor mill nonsense. Yeah, I don't know what the whole Islam thing is with Andrew Tate. There's definitely a lot of questions. His dad was CIA, I believe, right? So there's a lot of questions regarding Andrew Tate. But I wouldn't automatically dismiss him because of the materialism. He might just be using that kind of like as a gateway to get the attention of all the, you know, young zombies playing video games. He's like, why don't you play it in real life? Why don't you accomplish something and get a real Bugatti? So that slaps them with attention, and then once they already like him, then he starts talking, you know, discipline, the true realities of government, you know, statism and the government and all that stuff. So again, if that's what it is, again, I don't know that that's what he's doing, but it might be.
Okay.
And I, if you think it's an unfair characterization, please tell me. I think that.
Well, I don't speak for every red pill guy.
But you're describing the interests of men and women as being quite opposed. You've been talking about it this whole time. The mothers when they're staying
the way
at
the
home
laws
with
are
boys and-
the way the laws are today.
Not just the laws, the behaviors. You're saying the mother at home is.
You know what? The multiple wives argument, Breek posted, Islam justifies his arguments for having multiple women could be the reason. You know, that's an interesting argument, because if good women want to have children, and a lot of the guys are just these clueless, useless zombies, if the women all consent to sharing one guy who's a more quality guy than the schmucks around them, it's kind of hard to blame the women or the guy in that situation. You know, if everything's consensual, it's kind of hard to blame either the women or the guy in a multiple wife situation. And obviously, there's plenty of examples of that in the Bible as well. But I don't know. That's a tough one because, you know, obviously the feminist goofs, you know, take offense to that, which is the feminists are more misogynist than anyone. I mean, they're basically arguing that women don't have free agency and are too dumb to make their own decisions. I mean, feminists are some of the most evil misogynists out there. They hate women. Like, it's kind of crazy how people don't realize that. It's like they don't want free agency for women.
Poisoning the children against their father.
It's very common.
Right. So anyway, that's the view I'm
It's
discussing.
very common.
But
yeah.
but again, I don't think that that is ultimately the relation between men and women is hostile interests. I think, call me crazy and old-fashioned, I think that men and women are complementary. We're physically complementary with one another, and we are spiritually complementary with one another. I agree. And so when I say that marriage is a rational activity, I mean that the fact that
So he's basically going, he's spamming red herring, non sequitur, etymological, no true Scotsman fallacies, because he's using marriage as an umbrella term for men and women living together and reproducing as they did throughout history. He's specifically and deceptively ignoring the government's role here in marriage licenses, family court, etc. He's spinning his wheels, specifically deceiving in regards to that. I mean, he's made that perfectly clear here.
And it's social, the fact that men and women are complementary, the fact that men and women are coupling creatures, and that it is in our interest at a very basic level to procreate and therefore, and consequently, to educate the children, makes marriage a natural institution that does not actually change no matter what the politicians say.
What? How does it not change based on the laws you're living under, family court, etc.? Like, obviously, marriage rates are plummeting because of it. So how does it not change? Again, the act of reproducing doesn't change, but that's not what's being discussed here.
I think that that's easy to say in your position.
I think it's very difficult.
And I would agree that marriage is a natural thing. I would agree that men and women are better together. But I think when you're paying people to do the wrong thing, which if a man has children in this country, the woman is being paid to leave, you're going to have a higher percentage of women that do it,
yes,
religious or not. And
well, they're much less likely.
But religious or not, the woman will not care in divorce court.
She will. The religious woman is more likely to.
If we're going to go off of.
Now he's hallucinating likelihoods. I mean, can you believe this? He's hallucinating likelihoods while under the cherry-picking logical fallacy and no true Scotsman fallacy. They're only religious according to his definition of religious.
The numbers, it's roughly 25% to a third of Catholics. That's an insignificant number.
Right. But it's like 5%.
That's
and it's like 10%.
I don't, those numbers
Muslims.
Include people over a certain age, under a certain age. That's
you keep moving the goalposts.
No, that's.
Well, now he's moved on to psychological. She's not the one moving he literally just moved the goalpost like an entire continent away. He moved the goalpost so far we can't see the goalpost. And he's accusing her of moving I mean, wow. I mean, he's literally pulling out every tactic from the woke goofs that he decimated in the college debates and Q&As. He's literally using their same tactic that he criticized.
It's not moving the goalpost. It's something that you should consider. Okay,
but I'm considering. But you mentioned the statistics, but then you say I can't trust the statistics when they contradict your argument.
No, that was what he said. She was using the stats. He was the one that says the statistics are all fake or whatever. I mean, just the lack of integrity here, like the pure dishonesty. I mean, wow, this is rough. I'm only going to be able to make a couple more minutes here. I'm not going to be able to last. I mean, I need a break from Michael Knowles. I mean, I thought we'd be able to finish this, but once again, I underestimated Knowles' lack of character and pure deceit.
No, that's not what I said. I said that over the age of 40, roughly 35, it's a different time. And the women of today are not the women of yesterday. It's a different, we would agree that it's a lower, I mean, just going on whatever. I mean, I don't know about you. I had never met a sex worker in my life.
Yeah.
I never had. But I grew up in a Catholic community
Though when
that wasn't normal.
because
But
because
now
that
I'm seeing
technology
now,
didn't exist.
but
Wow, look at him spiraling. It doesn't matter why. Like, it's not relevant that the technology, whether the technology did or didn't exist. Do you need technology to be a prostitute walking the streets? What does that have to do with technology? Like, the level of goofery from Michael Knowles here is crazy. Dave Scott also has to get out of here. Yeah, I'm only going to go like another minute or two because this is tough. Like, he's basically saying that technology didn't exist to be a sex worker. Like, he's never heard of literally the oldest profession. I mean, that's another super dinger. I mean, he's pulling Craigs all over the place here.
now I'm
Right.
seeing, ex porn stars as preachers. You haven't seen that? Oh,
No.
oh yeah.
At least they're ex-porn
yeah.
stars. Better than current porn stars.
Okay, I'm done. I can't handle this anymore. I mean, just the level of contrarianism. I mean, this is the most anti-Bible supposed Catholic I've ever heard in any single debate or conversation. I mean, this is just way too painful. I mean, wow. All I can say is wow. I didn't expect this level of just flat out bad faith goofery. Man, yeah, I think we're gonna have to take a break for a couple nights from this one because it's just too tough. I mean, Michael Knowles has just really sunk to the bottom of the barrel here. I don't think he can ever recover from this one. I don't think he can. But yeah, hope everybody found another edition of the MindShock podcast interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to MindShock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Red Pill Showdown, Michael Knowles vs. Pearl Davis, Part 4. The logical analysis that has revealed and exposed Michael Knowles for the clueless charlatan he is. Doing the devil's work here, preaching the opposite of what the Bible says, and seemingly happy about it, laughing at the misery of men who had to go through family court and divorces, pretending and hallucinating that none of them could have been innocent in any of it, in any capacity. I mean, just the pure goofery on display here. The goofery and deceit from Michael Knowles. I don't know if he can ever recover from this. But we shall see as we continue to examine in typical MindShock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, his bootlicking arguments here, praising subservience to the state in direct violation of the Bible he claims to follow. As always, if you find the MindShock podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support logic and reason returning to a world where it is quickly going extinct. You can also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you're subscribed, hit the bell for notifications, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. So let's dive right in here, picking up where we left off. If you haven't checked out the first 3 parts, make sure you check them out. We still have a little ways to go here. Hopefully we can complete the analysis of this pure annihilation of Michael Knowles by Pearl Davis.
So people can change their lives. And I think that's something you're kind of downplaying here.
No, I'm not downplaying that people can change their lives. What I'm downplaying is that not downplaying. What I'm saying is that it's not.
He's really trying to strawman and gaslight her really hard. I mean, I don't know if we've ever seen somebody this dishonest, this openly dishonest and bad faith as Michael Knowles is here.
Really wise for men to date former sex workers, regardless of what they say.
Why not? Why not? I'm not saying it's ideal, but why not?
Because
wow. Again, Michael Knowles just ignoring the Bible, ignoring pure common sense. I mean, just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, simply doing the devil's work here.
I think the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
So then you are sort of denying that people can change.
How is a prediction a denial? It's a balance of probabilities. It's like saying, are you denying that someone can win the lottery? Are you in denial? Are you denying? I mean, the level of goofery on display here from Michael Knowles. I mean, this is just astounding. He keeps dropping the floor out on his own goofery. You know, it'd be crazy if him and Craig of Fight the Flat Earth, if they did a debate on something together. I mean, wow. The level of gophery. I don't know if the universe might implode with that much gophery in the same place at the same time.
No, I'm not denying that people can change. I would say most people don't change in general. Like, I wouldn't say women go date a criminal.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend.
I wouldn't. You know, there might be the exception, but it doesn't make the rule.
Yeah, but I tell you, growing up in New York, I know some reformed criminals.
So, anecdotal logical fallacy? I mean, he's really running the gauntlet on fallacies here. I really think I should have used the logical analysis system, although he might have broken it. I mean, at this point, we might have to do it. We might have to. We really might have to. I mean, this guy is really something else. I mean, it's all bad faith. So, you know, I don't believe that this man has a legitimate mental disability. Maybe he does. But I don't know if somebody can fake being this intelligent in so many other areas. I just don't know if it can be done. Unless he has a split personality and one of them is a super genius and one of them is mentally disabled and the mentally disabled one showed up for this. But even still, I mean, the vocabulary's too good. The deceitful tactics are just too obvious and heavy-handed.
Who are actually reformed, who are, you know.
Yeah, but the difference is criminals actually have consequences.
So again, it's like he's recommending playing the lottery. I mean, there's a chance. There's a chance. Someone brought this up in the chat on the previous analysis that, you know, there were cases of people who survived jumping out of a plane when their parachute didn't open. So there's a chance. I mean, maybe Michael Knowles is going to recommend it simply because there were some survivors. I mean, just the level of pure gophery on display here.
This is where women tend to not have consequences for their decisions.
You don't think the women, I think the women, modern women face a lot of consequences. They don't want to admit it.
No, we're bailed out of every bad.
Wait, so if they have the option of not admitting it, how did they face it? Like, are there people in prison saying, no, I'm not actually in prison right now? I mean, wow, he just keeps dropping the floor out on his gophery. I mean, if you have the option of denying consequences, then what consequences have you faced? Wow. I mean, wow. I mean, we can go to pure stats on the, female privilege within even the justice system. Women were 58% less likely to be sentenced to prison. This is the journalist resource. Various different studies here, from initial appearance to sentencing. Do female defendants experience disparate treatment? This is the Journal of Criminal Justice, volume 43, issue 5. So, I mean, just the level of goofer here, just across the board. 46% less likely to be even held in jail before trial. Their bonds 54% lower than men. 58% less likely to be sentenced. And these are all for all the same crimes. So, I mean, just the level of gophery on display here from Michael Knowles. I mean, is it possible to be goofier than Michael Knowles is being? I mean, that's the real question now. Is it possible to put forth dumber points than Knowles had? I can't think of any, actually. I mean, I really can't think. Maybe there are. I'm not saying there aren't. It's just he seems to have dropped the floor out so many times on the goofery. I mean, he'll probably surprise us. We still have a ways to go here. I mean, let's see if he continues to drop the floor out on his own goofery.
Decision we make.
I don't think so, because you can't get bailed out of reality. So, like, I agree,
The reality of what? Not even sentenced to prison for the same crimes? Like, we're not talking about a 5-10% disparity here. Over 50% disparity. I mean, Knowles is armed with nothing but pure goofery here.
Or the divorce courts are jilted toward women or whatever. But like the woman who goes to
or whatever, that's his counter for divorce. Or whatever. What? I mean, is he just basically arguing like a teenage girl at this point? I don't want to offend, I don't want to insult teenage girls. I'm sure there are plenty of teenage girls out there that could argue way more logically and effectively than Michael Knowles is here.
University. I'm sure you get these letters. I get them too.
Mm-hmm.
Woman who goes to a university is told, hook up with every guy you can, study some...
She chooses to, not told.
She's also told, and she chooses to.
Yeah,
she's also told by the culture.
Because that's what she wants to do.
But she's also
told by the culture. Now, there's a difference between degeneracy being generally promoted in the media and specific instructions. Who is telling them? The girl's parents telling her that? I mean, what? I mean, there's a certain general air of be free, do what you want, but there's not specific instructions. Like, what is Knowles hallucinating here? Unless there are, and I missed it, are there PSAs telling high school girls to go and specifically bed as many stranger men as possible? Even the female friends. I've overheard, even at a restaurant, I've overheard some of these conversations. They're never super specific. I mean, maybe they are in private, but there's a general sense of going out, but that doesn't specifically mean engaging in physical activity. There's a difference there. Go have fun, see as many guys as possible. There isn't a specific instruction. Certainly not by teachers, PSAs. There is the general that you could argue that there is some advice against having a single long-term committed boyfriend or relationship. You could argue that, although that's not even that pushed either. I mean, at this point, Knowles has completely collapsed. He's arguing worse than a teenage girl right now. I mean, who would have thunk it? I mean, Michael Knowles completely decimated and collapsed by Pearl Davis. And that's the crazy thing. Pearl Davis isn't exactly saying anything, revolutionary. She's mostly making basic common sense points that small children can make. And yet it was enough to completely dismantle Michael Knowles.
Told to do it by the culture. You can't downplay that, right?
You can be told to do so. I could be told to jump off a bridge. That doesn't mean
right, I know, but you just said she's not told that, and I'm saying she very much is told by the culture.
Does he have a citation? Told by the culture? I mean, there's a difference, that's like saying the culture tells you to do a ton of drugs or murder people just because that's what's on TV shows and movies. Just because things are so-called promoted, I wouldn't even necessarily say promoted, are displayed in the media. Display and promotion's not the same thing. Heracles in the chat here. I knew Pearl would win because of her common sense positions. Well, here's the thing. Did you know it would be this much of a landslide? I mean, this is like Craig territory. I mean, it's complete and utter annihilation. I mean, I don't think Knowles has won a single point. Not one. I don't believe he's won a single point. I don't think he's caught her on anything in his stream of fallacies here, in his pure bad faith fallacies. Yeah, same here, Heracles. I had no idea how bad. I didn't know it was possible. This is something you might expect from Craig of Fight the Flat Earth, but Michael Knowles? I mean, yeah, this is weird.
Saying she doesn't have to listen. I think it takes accountability off of women when we're constantly saying that the world told you to,
No,
and that's why you did it.
No. I agree that their wills have been malformed and that our entire education system, broadly speaking, now indulges the lower passions and denies the rational will.
And notice how he's still spinning his wheel and dodging her specific argument about females. So he's, again, going to the broad, painting with a broad brush here. I mean, it's just nothing but but here's the surprising part. It's not just fallacy. It's bad faith fallacy. Like, again, when you take some of these anti-flat earth grifters, I mean, these guys getting decimated in flat earth debates, not all of them are bad faith. And even the ones that are bad faith, they're not bad faith 100% of the time. Some of the times, they're actually arguing in good faith. They might be utterly clueless, but they're arguing in good faith at least a portion of the percentage of the time. Michael Knowles has been completely bad faith here. It's been an uninterrupted stream of fallacies. The cope of spamming red herrings, diversion fallacies, non sequiturs, and straw man. But it's all done with bad faith. That's kind of what was shocking here. I didn't know he was this much of a deceitful liar. I just didn't know. Again, I'm not, a Michael Knowles expert by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, I mean, he just dropped the floor out on the goofery, and he keeps dropping the floor out on his own bad faith deceit. Heracles said he's an idealist when it comes to the topic, and idealism leads to bad faith arguments. I don't know. I don't think he's I think he's just doing the devil's work here. Intentionally. I mean, how hard did he laugh about the men that got destroyed in divorce court? His own friends. He claimed they were his friends. I don't remember if he said good friends. He either said they were friends or good friends. And then he laughed at them. He literally laughed at these men who couldn't even see their children and, had their lives destroyed. Supposedly he's friends, and he's laughing about it. I mean, if that doesn't expose him, I mean, I don't know.
Denies even the place of reason and truth in public life. But so she does that, and she makes bad choices, and she picks some dumb major, and she graduates, and she's told, don't get married. You got to move to the city, and you got to sleep with 1,000 men, and you got to get a job working as a middle manager at a widget factory. And you're going to do that, and you're going to totally bypass your childbearing.
Where is he hallucinating this from? I mean, obviously, there's something to be said about context and women being... I would say the bigger issue is that females are told there's a certain propaganda of you can have it all. You can have a family and be this boss career woman. I don't know if there's a specific push other than from, certain... purely feminist sources of, don't get married and have a family intentionally and focus on the career. It seems to me most of the culture, even movies, TV shows, there's this illusion that you can have it all and you don't have to sacrifice anything. You can do whatever you want, even if it includes the family, and also having like a top level career. So I don't know where he's hallucinating, strawmanning, spamming these false dichotomies. I mean, I really think I do need to implement the logical analysis system here because I'm curious onto where in the spectrum Knowles would fall here. Because, I don't know, he might be approaching Craig and Sartain. I mean, obviously all in bad faith, but still.
Years sleeping around and going out for brunch and working for Mr. McGillicuddy.
Going out for brunch? What? What does brunch have to do with this? If anything, a lot of these, drunk college students sleep all the way into the afternoon. Well, what brunch is he talking about? now he's come to hallucinating brunches? I mean, who the heck, what kind of hungover college kid goes to brunch? If anything, I mean, they're going to be eating, there might be not even getting to lunch. They might be just eating dinner. Like, the level of gopher here, I mean, is this intentional? Again, we have to go back to the theory this is all one giant Illuminati humiliation ritual. If Knowles is trying to, push through that ceiling to the highest level of fame and fortune, he might have been intentionally told to be as clueless as possible in this debate.
Cuddy at the Widget
chooses
Factory.
to do that.
She's choosing it, and she's making a poor choice, and she's being encouraged to do it by a fallen culture. And then she's going to wake up one day, and she's going to be about 34, and she's going to regret all of these decisions.
Not 33 or 35 or 36 or 37, but 34. I'm surprised he didn't say 33. Would 33 have been too on the nose for this supposed Yale graduate who denied he was in Skull and Bones? But there's a photo of a guy who looks like he's licking an ear that might be Michael Knowles. Again, I'm not claiming he is or he isn't. That was published in The Atlantic.
And she's going to cry into TikTok. That's what's going to happen. That is a consequence. Living with the consequences of being used by men, of not being able to have a harder time getting marriage, not having kids, and
Why is it that?
I mean, can he be even any more bad faith? Because he's not addressing anything that Pearl has said. I mean, he dodged literally every point she made. Let's see what she calls him out on here.
What?
That's a consequence.
I'm sorry. I've been cutting you off a couple times.
Okay.
I do
It's all right.
apologize.
I've got thick skin.
I do. I don't mean to cut you off.
It's okay.
But because my question is, why do we always say is used by men?
Because men
Like, women are-
use women for sex.
No, but
Wow, he seemed incredibly happy about that. What? Again, is Satan just peeking through the veil of Michael Knowles? Is he using Michael Knowles as an instrument here? He seemed so happy and giddy that women are used, that men use women for sex. I mean, he seemed so giddy about that. He seems to derived great pleasure. That wasn't like a laugh, joking laugh. I mean, there was sheer joy, the same as he was laughed by the men that get destroyed in divorce court and can't see their children. I mean, this guy might be evil. I mean, this is crazy.
women don't use. There are women that hunt top men down and try to sleep with them.
I'm sure the top men are at the top. I mean, I don't know what top men.
But I know,
probably
but
some
see,
pickup
even
artist
even
pimp
the
or
way you
something.
Like, he can't hide his joy at this topic. Like, he seems to get great pleasure from men being destroyed and women being destroyed and used, while pretending to stick up for the women. I mean, he might be pure. He might be so pure evil that he just hates all humans of both genders.
Describe it. It's like always
'Cause
putting it on the men.
Because men and women react differently to sex. And
But what does that have to do with who's using who? I mean, has this goof never even heard the term gold digger? I mean, his dodging is crazy. I mean, I'm not going to get into percentages, but to hallucinate that women don't use men for money, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, and nowadays in the culture, I mean, there's actually a fair percentage of females using males for sex as well. I mean, just the level of goofery here. But even that aside, I mean, throughout history, women have used men for protection, for resources, etc. Not that it's a bad thing. I mean, it's a good woman and it's a good man, and they're both honest about everything. I'm not saying that's obviously not a bad thing per se. It's only when it's, in deceit, when it's used in deceit, when that seems to be immoral, obviously. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, it's like he can't hide these smirks and pure joy at people's suffering. It's really weird.
because men tend to pursue in sex and women tend to be pursued.
So hasty generalization, logical fallacy, completely dodging everything Pearl is saying and hiding behind these hasty generalization fallacies.
Because
Oh no, not the top guys.
what do you mean by a top guy?
Yeah, like
Not a top guy?
I've interviewed. I had Brittany Renner on my show. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Do we know that he was smart enough to avoid these pitfalls? I mean, what kind of pitfalls are we talking about while he was in bed with men and cross-dressing? I mean, I don't know.
There are girls that they learn she talks about this. They learn every single thing about, like, they become targets, the men.
Oh, Heracles clarified in his mind because he's a narcissist? Yeah, very possible.
Yep.
you know, and they get the guys to sleep with them. They try to steal condoms. Like this is
But
not.
who's a top man? You mentioned a woman. Who's a top man? And am I a top
Well,
man?
this is something.
I mean, I don't know if she's going to bring it up. I'm assuming she's talking about rich and famous guys or even like athletes in college or that just made it big in the league of whatever sport they're playing. And these women that just throw themselves at these men and try to get pregnant by them using deceitful tactics. Is Michael Knowles pretending that doesn't exist? I mean, it's just weird. Like, his whole contrarian thing here is just really weird. All bad faith.
Want to be
If you were
called
dating
a top
again,
man.
if you were dating again, you might be.
I would be. All right, that's good.
Why does he have so much joy at all? This is so weird. I feel bad for Pearl having to engage with someone that's so bad faith. I mean, love her or hate her, a lot of people criticize Pearl for being not that smart, but it seems to me she's being good faith. Like, she admits when she doesn't know something, like the word unmoored. she admits when she doesn't even know basic words. That would be embarrassing for someone who's a narcissist. Like, a narcissist would never admit that.
Might be. I mean, women, when there's money, you know.
Just my money? It's not my sparkling personality and my good looks? All right.
Look at there.
Okay.
But
I think it seems like obviously this is a pure appeal to humor logical fallacies, but it seems like he's pretending he's joking while trying to indulge his own narcissism so he can hide behind saying that it was just a joke.
just notice in the language, like somehow it's always the men's fault when we talk about sin. So even in that sin,
women sin, but women are
women
women are taken advantage of because
I disagree.
Wow, that's so misogynist. Like, women have no free agency to make their own decisions. I mean, humans are obviously taken advantage of in general, which includes everybody. Everybody's hoodwinked and grifted and gaslit in different ways. But yeah, his cherry picking just does not stop here. It's crazy.
do you think men and women relate to sex in the same way?
I mean, that has nothing to do with what she's talking about.
I think that at times women have more sexual power than men.
I'm not denying.
And so
women always
so
have more
women,
sexual power
I mean,
than
women take advantage of. You could say women take advantage of lonely men on OnlyFans.
But they do. What I'm
Yeah.
asking is, do you think that men and women relate to sex in the same way?
I mean, I would just ask him to define if he was familiar with the term gold digger. Because, I mean, is this goof that utterly clueless about of all of history and basic psychology in that he thinks women don't use men? So because, I mean, again, what's with all these false dichotomies? Because men use women for sex, that means women can't use men for money or resources or sex also? In his deranged mind, like, what is going on in the mind of Michael Knowles? Now, obviously, he's so bad faith and he's just lying all over the place. He probably... I'm not even sure that he truly is thinking about anything because it seems he doesn't care. He's just here to do the devil's work, and he doesn't even really care about logically dissecting anything. Otherwise, why would he just be spewing nothing but fallacy here?
No.
They don't. That's
course
why
not.
we talk about men and women in sex differently.
And Pearl is letting herself be diverted with these diversion fallacies. Because like I said before, this is all a master class in diversion fallacy. Because Michael Knowles, like 99% of this whole so-called debate was Knowles going on diversion fallacies, spamming either red herrings or all-out non sequiturs. This would be, I guess, a red herring because it's tangentially related, but not specifically related to her point. And she's allowing herself to be led astray here by these diversion fallacies instead of calling this deceitful guy on it.
We ascribe different moral...
Right, but I think your
attitudes.
accountability for the action is still, it's on you. So I don't think when women sin, it's the fault of society. I don't think it's the fault, the men are just using you. You know, I think that when women do that, it's a choice.
Sure. Do you think
And
people
I
can
don't.
be...
I was actually going to save this for the MindShock dating podcast. But I'll make the point here. Just because Knowles' deceitful goofery is so extreme, I have to chime in here. I would say 99% of all the issues are because the good women are used and hoodwinked by these scumbag men. And the good men seem to be used and hoodwinked by these scumbag women. And then they paint with a broad brush the entire opposite gender. Some of it might have to do with luck, obviously. You know, those that deny that there's an element of luck, I mean, come on. Good people sometimes luckily encounter other good people and have successful relationships or families. Luck is a factor, just like in business. There's luck, just like in sports. Sometimes the best or most talented athlete isn't the one who wins. There's just a series of circumstances that line up. People get lucky. Now, sometimes good people get lucky too, sometimes bad people get lucky. But the main issue is the painting with a broad brush and the false dichotomies. You know, the really, really good hearted women that got taken advantage of, and then everybody uses that as the de facto example of all men, painting all the good men with the same brush as the bad men who really did do that to the good woman, and vice versa with the man. If I had just a quick little, you know, tidbit there to explain the entire issue with relationships and dynamics, I would explain it as that. Where, you know, the 99% and the 1% for both genders, and just, you know, then they project that on the entire gender and sabotage themselves from meeting other good people.
Deceived?
I think women play dumb a lot. It's like I'll interview these women on abortion, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know. What, you didn't have Google?"
Yeah. Well, you say they play dumb, which they do, but are they
Yeah,
dumb
but
sometimes?
that's fine.
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
You would
sort
say
of.
yes. You would say yes.
Yeah,
So people
but
obviously can be.
What would Michael Knowles say, though?
Deceived.
They can be deceived, but you're still accountable for the choices that you make. And I don't necessarily, I think sometimes it's just the easier choice. Like women don't want to do the hard thing.
What's the hard thing?
I would say it's easy to sleep around.
Yeah,
That's an
yeah,
easy thing to do. Women are
it's a
picky bitches.
temptation for
Women
men
are
too.
correct,
more for men
but
than
it's
women.
but it's easier for women.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Correct, correct. But that's the getting.
That's kind of why I
Yeah.
attack the guys for using women.
But
is
what
yeah.
what percent of men are even using women? It's like 80% of women are involved in hookup culture, maybe 5% of men.
Yeah,
And I
the
can
top
tell you,
men, yeah.
I could even say this like,
Wow, I mean, she's just completely destroying this goof. You know, I mean, this is just basic common sense, basic stats. I mean, and Knowles carefully avoids, like, every time he gets completely and utterly humiliated and obliterated, he just completely pretends she didn't say that and doesn't address the point and immediately spams diversion fallacies to cope.
from doing my show, I'll interview a guy. He's sleeping with like 3, 4, he'll go on
Yeah, that's
3,
bad.
4 chicks from the show.
Right, that's
I-
bad, right? That's bad. You
I-
would say that's a bad thing for him.
I-
Yeah, look at the dodge. He immediately goes after the guy when she just gave him the stats. You know, a couple % of men are involved with the majority of women who are sleeping around. And yet it's it's only those couple of men's fault. Like, this is so weird. Like, the level of goofery here on Knowles. Like, look at his face. I'm actually not even 100% aware he realizes how clueless he is here. Now, that doesn't mean he has a mental disability. I mean, this whole thing is just so weird. It's like he accepted the devil's assignment here, and he's gonna do the devil's work no matter what. But he's also gonna be part of this Illuminati humiliation ritual and humiliate himself as much as possible while doing the devil's work. I mean, is that what's going on here? I don't claim anything is true or untrue. This is MINDSHOCK, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I'm just trying to decipher all of this. S-King36 in here. Hello, not related, but have you ever before made a video on the U.S. presidents being blood related to royal families? Begging the question whether or not they are just put into their position. I've gone over presidents being selected instead of elected. We might have touched upon that in the Is America a British Colony podcast, perhaps? And if the Revolutionary War wasn't as purported in the mainstream. But let's continue here. I mean, Knowles' humiliation. I mean, this is humiliating. So does he not care? Is he unaware, or does he just understand the assignment? Because if he was in Skull and Bones, supposedly there's a lot of humiliation ritual in that as well, priming them for a life in the limelight, which will continue being a series of humiliation rituals to pledge allegiance to this secret society.
Sure, but my point is more women. There's 5 women partaking in it where there's 1 man.
But
And
it's one man doing it 5 times as much as the women. That's why I'm,
right,
that's why I'm knocking the men.
What? Wait, he's knocking at men plural because it's one guy? So there's 5 women responsible, 1 guy, and he only wants to knock the guy while calling it a plural? I mean, we're full-on mentally disabled. I mean, can he not do basic arithmetic here? I mean, what is going on here? I mean, was his assignment to just humiliate himself exponentially, increasing exponentially throughout the entire interview? I mean, if so, mission accomplished, Michael Knowles. Mission accomplished.
My point is more women are responsible for hookup culture than men.
But the men are more. You just acknowledged the men are more culpable in that they are doing it more frequently than the women.
No.
Yeah, but they're not the ones, unless they're violating the woman's rights and will, they're not the one allowing for it. They're the ones technically asking permission, and the women are the ones allowing the act, unless it's a criminal act. So if we're talking lawful acts with consenting adults, the woman is the one who is allowing it to happen, not the man. I mean, obviously the man is willing as well, but the woman, I mean, in certain cases, not even in all cases, obviously, there's a whole lot of weird cases out there, you know, manipulation and otherwise. Yeah, Heracles is saying this has to be on purpose. I mean, I don't know, I might have to appeal to incredulity, unless we say Michael Knowles has a legitimate mental disability, or some kind of split personality, one of which has a mental disability, but his vocabulary is just kind of too good here. It seems like it's all intentional deceit.
Oh, I would say there's 5 women, so it's way more.
But they're individually each doing it with the same guy.
But
and also usually with other guys if they're that promiscuous. So I mean, everything he's saying is patently false. And I mean, this is basic common sense. If you're dealing with a promiscuous woman, she doesn't have one guy. She has many guys. Like, what is he talking about here? Does he not even know the definition of promiscuity? Does he not know what sleep around means? I mean, the level of goofery here. I mean, this is crazy. And not to mention, this is all several layers within a diversion fallacy and several layers within a cherry-picking fallacies. I mean, he just has all these fallacies while dodging Pearl's points every step of the way. I mean, she's being very patient with him here. I would have obviously called him out more on his deceitful and goofy tactics, but I guess she's too nice. I don't know.
Talking about, like, you're basically saying to men, oh, don't sleep. Most men can't. Most men aren't.
Which is good. That's actually a great list.
Wait, what? I mean, he's being more contrarian than Joe Rogan, so she's basically saying it's good? What? So he's completely wrong, and then he just flat out says, yeah, but it's good. So he's completely wrong about everything, just made an utter fool of himself, but it's good. It's good that most men can't be promiscuous even if they wanted to, which has nothing to do with the point here on whether it was good or not. Pearl's trying to focus on the reality of the situations, and Knowles is again diverting. I mean, he's just a master of diversion fallacy. I haven't seen him cope this hard anywhere else by spamming diversion fallacies. Usually, the people he's arguing with are the ones spamming diversion fallacies. Heracles says, I have seen him be very logical on the fly before. I've seen him handle new information without going full retard. This is something way out of character. It's very strange, I have to say. It's very strange. I mean, that's also one of the reasons I wanted to do this logical analysis. I wasn't 100% sure what to expect. But Knowles, before this interview, would have been regarded as an intellectual powerhouse, as a debating powerhouse. I mean, he's absolutely decimated fools on various stages, not just colleges, but yeah, I mean, this is, I mean, I don't know. If this is Illuminati humiliation ritual, then I guess it makes sense.
Imitation of their ugliness.
Yeah, fine. But it's like,
their lack of riz.
But it's just so fun.
Their lack of riz. That's what he's bringing to the table. Lack of riz. So dodging every single point she made, indulging in diversion fallacy after diversion fallacy, and then saying lack of riz. Wow.
The riz. But it's funny because it's like the the hookup culture, women are more responsible for hookup culture than men. And if
Right,
there's
'cause
10
they-
women,
'cause
if
the-
there's 10 women,
Right? So now he's agreeing. See, I've never seen this level of contrarian before. He goes full retard contrarian, full vegetable contrarian, but then he goes contrarian on his own contrarian, just to continue saying like, he's contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. But if this is Illuminati humiliation ritual, because in non-Illuminati humiliation ritual, you wouldn't humiliate yourself by going contrarian against your own contrarian. But if there are no limits here, and he was ordered by his handlers to just humiliate himself exponentially as it goes on, that would explain why he's basically calling himself an idiot by going contrarian on his own contrarian, supporting her own point that he was just arguing against. I mean, does anybody have any other explanation for this? Like, I've never seen something quite like this before. I mean, I've just never seen something like this. Because even Joe Rogan in his contrarian goofery, he's such a narcissist, he's not going to admit he's wrong. He doesn't go contrarian on his own contrarian, but Michael Knowles is.
that partake in it, there's less men that can't.
No, women are more responsible for hookup culture than men because they allow men to sleep with them.
That was exactly her point. Like, look at his face. Like, he's actually genuine. Okay, I have no idea what to make of this. I have no idea what to... This whole interview doesn't make sense because he just spent 10 minutes disagreeing with her, and now he just phrased exactly her point. Because the lack of accountability, he was saying it's the men's fault, and now he's saying, well, it's actually the woman's fault, which was her point in the first place. Wow. Wow. Again, I mean, I don't think we're going to finish this in this part either. I mean, the level of goofery here, I don't know. Heracles, help me out here. You've been here this whole time. What do you make of him going contrarian on his own contrarian, and then stating basically the point that Pearl was making? He states the point that she stated after he's just spent all this time humiliating himself, arguing against it. I've never seen anything like this before. I mean, I have no idea what's going on. Heracles can't explain it either. As King 36 says, it is not easy to analyze logical thought of a retard. No, but here's the thing. Michael Knowles is actually fairly intelligent. I mean, is it a split person? Okay, is it a split person? Okay, I have another theory. Is it a split personality where he's weaving in and out of personalities very quickly? Heracles says, if he had blue hair, I would understand. Now, even Destiny doesn't go contrarian on his own contrarian. I mean, Destiny's full vegetable, full retard, no question. But he's also an extreme narcissist, so he doesn't admit that he's wrong and basically restate the exact point someone else is making. Knowles has done this continually this entire so-called debate. So if he's quickly weaving out of personality, so if personality A is the highly intelligent Knowles that we've seen pretty much everywhere other than this interview, and he was given the assignment to do the devil's work, and this is an Illuminati humiliation ritual, and he's intentionally carrying it out. But then, if he does have a split personality and the other one is full retard, if the other one's full retard, he could have weaved into the other one just for that statement, and then he goes back to his first personality where he's intentionally humiliating himself as an intelligent person doing the devil's work. I think we got it. Does that cover everything? I think I covered it. Heracles, does that make sense? So personality A is highly intelligent and accepted the assignment, the Illuminati humiliation ritual. Personality B might not even be aware of the ritual, and it's just full retard personality B, which he just wove into for a statement like that. So he's just weaving in and out of both personalities. I think that covers all the variables here. That might be the McGuire theory for now.
And they're the ones who are being pursued. So I agree with you on that.
Well, the top
But that is he agrees with her on that while just arguing against it for 5 minutes straight.
the top men are the women are pursuing them. I would, if you look at
Yeah. Again, do we have an example of a top man?
A rock star, an athlete, a millionaire. I mean, Pearl's. This is a big minus on Pearl. I mean, very easy to answer this question.
I mean, examples that I think of, and I know because this is always where the convo goes, then it's like the religion decides who's a top man, but I'm talking about like who women
No, this is
pursue.
the first I'm hearing this
Okay.
term, and I would like it to
Okay.
apply to me, but perhaps
Are we believing that this is the first time Knowles is hearing the term top man? I mean, I guess that would be synonymous with high value man, or just, a one percenter, or a rich guy, or an elite athlete, or a rock star. I mean, a star, a celebrity. I mean, the level of gophery and deceit here, deceitful gophery, is what Knowles is mastering here.
So who's
Okay,
a top man?
an example of a type of man that women go for is, say, athletes.
Yeah, sneaker
that's-
chasers, jersey chasers, we called them.
Yeah.
Wait, so he's well aware? What? Is he weaving personalities again? Jersey chasers. I've actually never heard that term, but whatever. So he's well aware? Like what? What is he even arguing? I mean, what is going on here?
Correct. I'm saying, like, in those examples, the women are pursuing them. It's not the women being innocent and used. It's women driving to the games, getting a hotel,
they're interested in it.
stalking. There was one chick. God, it was crazy. She, she tells me that, like, God, this is just such a crazy story. They literally like figure out where there's like a, what do you call it? A hangout, I guess, after games where the athletes all go and the wives aren't there. And there are women that go there and try to get men to cheat on their wives.
Groupies. They're like groupies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my point is there are far more women.
So Michael Knowles is actually helping her make the exact argument that he's arguing against, then pretending to support. This is the most bizarre interview I have ever seen.
Responsible for hookup culture than men. But yet, when I go on podcasts, we always somehow bring the conversation back to the men, even though far more women are engaging in it.
This is, I guess,
and we
why.
can't even definitively say don't date a woman that did sex work.
I find this kind of utilitarian view of responsibility actually kind of delightful when you say, look, there's...
He's got an earpiece. Is that an earpiece? Is that an earpiece there? Which is kind of funny because Heracles was just saying that he has marching orders, no doubt. So he's got an earpiece there. Interesting.
5 women who are doing it.
Yep, he's got an earpiece.
Though I think it does cut the other way because each of these total Sigma Chad dudes are sleeping with like 5 women each. So I think either way it kind of cuts. But that's not really my question at all. My question is, don't men have a moral responsibility to act in a certain way?
Men cannot lead women.
And I don't think she has an earpiece unless her hair is covering her right ear. Like, there's no earpiece in the left ear, and there's no earpiece in Michael Knowles' right ear that the camera can see. Heracles is saying what she is not saying is that there are good men all around these girls trying to get their attention. Yeah, that's a good point, and the women are all not interested in the nice guys. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Well, Knowles, in all of his spanning of fallacies and his deceitful nature, let's accept that these 1% or 5% of scumbag guys are taking advantage of women, but most of these women want to be taken advantage of and are also taking advantage of the guy. So, as I stated earlier, it's kind of a 1 to 99% ratio where the really good women are being taken advantage of by some of these scumbag guys, and these really good men are being taken advantage of by scumbag women, and nobody calls that out the way that I just did. You have these men's rights activists that are all anti-women and the black pillars. Even the red pillars don't really seem to state what I just stated. Because a lot of these guys that go red pill, so to speak, are because, and again, I'm usually not one to go the luck route, but luck does play a role here. It really does. And so some really good men and really good women simply get unlucky, and they allow that to stain their image of literally everybody of the opposite gender. SKing36 says, I think he came into this with the goal to beat her because what she speaks of isn't politically correct, and he always takes the politically correct side. Does he? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, isn't he anti-PC regarding everything other than this topic? Because he just dismantles, all these college kid goofs who technically have the PC side.
Women that don't want to be led. Yes,
then,
yes.
Hold on.
I think the main issue is that he thought Pearl was just this dumb girl. He didn't expect her to come armed with all the facts and stats, and including even Bible references, absolutely decimating him. It seemed like he kind of thought he didn't even have to prep for this. And this is the decimation that left him stuttering and sputtering. I've never seen him stutter and sputter as much as in this interview. I might even do a compilation because it's definitely over a minute or two of just pure stuttering and sputtering.
Yes, yes. Wait, I'm gonna
Yes,
finish.
okay.
Let me finish, Mike.
Okay, I was trying to lead you.
Wow, he admitted it. He was trying to lead her. All the straw manning. Why is she being so nice about this? He's been straw manning her this entire time.
Sorry. No. I do think men have a moral responsibility to act in a certain way. Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, there you
But
have it.
I don't think men have to get married if there are not enough wives to go around.
But there,
Right there again, the stuttering and the sputtering.
It's like it doesn't.
if there are not enough
compute.
women who you say are
You
marriageable.
know what's so crazy?
What?
Under the age of 35,
Yeah, it does not appear she has an earpiece. It's just Michael Knowles with the earpiece to his handlers.
now the problem is with a lot of these. I know we're gonna go back.
Statistics are all
but-
fake, but I'm happy to hear them.
Well, I'd believe it too, just from interviewing
They're all fake except when Knowles is using them to make a plan.
1,000 women.
Sure.
5 to 15% of women under 35 are on full OnlyFans, cam, or some sort of sex work. According, there's a guy who does research for me. He's really,
Okay.
Dr. David Baker. He's like a published author, really smart guy.
That seems high to me.
That's what I thought too. Swear to God, that's what I thought.
And those are the numbers they came up with. Theoretically, they could even be higher. I mean, maybe they could be lower, but they could also be higher. Obviously, the true numbers are unknown. Heracles said she is usually getting openly attacked, so she's probably happy that he isn't calling names. Yeah, but he's being so deceitful. I mean, this guy's an absolute snake charlatan. I mean, I didn't know that before this interview. And then we find out that even after he, he refound Catholicism, he was still doing these degenerate Hollywood movies and degenerate acting work. Because someone in the chat said it after he did that, he no longer did those acting roles, but he clearly did because that was after his Yale graduation.
So I interviewed 1,000 women. I can't even count how many sex workers I've met.
But don't you think the
we
kind of
interview
women?
random. No.
You don't
sorry.
think the kind of women who go on like
No, not at all.
relationship podcasts
No.
are kind of self-selecting?
Okay, that actually is the first decent point Knowles made. So here's the thing. By that logic, a lot of good women who are not only honorable, but also intelligent, would they even sign up for any of these dating apps? In which case, wait, Heracles, what is your wow in relation to his first good point? Because the good women, the very few good women, according to the Bible and just basic common sense, the really good women who, again, the red pill guys love and, praise, unlike misogynists like Michael Knowles and feminists who, think that females don't have agency and aren't responsible for their own decisions and are too stupid and are just being manipulated by men. So unlike those misogynists, red pill guys actually praise and respect good and intelligent women. So not black pill guys, which is the straw man argument. Obviously those guys are relatively misogynistic as well. But they praise these good women, which are obviously the minority. There's not that many of them. So if they're not on the dating websites and they're not going on the podcasts, by default, they're hard to find. So Michael Knowles here, even though that statement was true, it exposed his own goofery as well. So that's not even like a real point for Knowles. Because if the really good women are that hard to find, you won't find them. So they won't be on the hookup dating apps and, the majority of girls engaging in this hookup culture on college camp. Like, you won't be able to find them because they're hidden, as the Bible says. I mean, do we have to go through the Bible passages again? Proverbs 31:10, a good woman is hard to find and worth far more than diamonds. Yet Knowles himself was saying that OnlyFans doesn't disqualify a woman from dating a woman. And yet, with the same breath, this hypocritical charlatan snake doing the devil's work is saying that those are the type that would go on the podcast. So like, the hypocrisy is so insane. So even though that was a technically accurate point, his own hypocrisy is so insane here. Now, is he so dumb that he doesn't see it? Is he weaving into his full retard split personality? I mean, what's going on here?
Don't you think the trad women just don't go on camera?
But are the trad women on OnlyFans, which he said don't disqualify them from being marriageable? I mean, look at that snake's smile. It's like he knows he's being deceitful and he doesn't care.
That's been my experience.
No.
No, I think that.
No,
I think trad
I
women
would say
do.
when you do when you interview 1,000 women.
Wait, what? What? When you do 1,000 women? What? Someone actually made a comment about Pearl being in the closet or something in the previous ones. Was that a Freudian slip? She almost just said, when you do 1,000 women? That's kind of weird.
You just start to see patterns. I've had Christian women on. I've had women from Eastern Europe. I've had women. We don't select.
Eastern Europe is like the hotbed of pornography in the world, isn't it?
I thought that was Hollywood. Wow. I mean, is Michael Knowles really a shill? He's trying to shift. I mean, doesn't he blame Hollywood also, though? Again, is he being a contrarian on his contrarian? This is crazy. And Eastern Europe has millions and millions and millions of people, even if it is a hotbed. Isn't California a hotbed for that? And yet, I'm sure there are some good women in California. Maybe not in Hollywood or LA, but, out away from the cities, California is huge.
Well, I mean, I could say Japan. I could keep going. I'm in London, so it's pretty international.
I guess my only point is
And-
women who go on shows to be interviewed tend to be a little less trad than the women who stay home and bake bread.
His only point, did you guys catch that Freudian slip? He just literally said that's his only point, and it's true. That's the only point that was legit that he made this entire time. And he admitted it openly. So he just admitted that he's just being a charlatan here and contrarian and just totally bad faith other than that one single point. But what's weird is with the same breath, this goof was saying that the OnlyFans girls aren't disqualified from being marriageable or dating material anyway. He just said that earlier. Now he's saying that they're the type to go on podcasts, but he just said they weren't disqualified either. So what's the real point here?
You know a lot of women under the age of 30 that
Yeah.
are staying home and baking bread.
I do.
I think that it's, again, as I've said, you guys are a bit out of
Heracles says this interview could be a case study. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a case study for possibly weaving in and out of full retard personality disorder, multiple personality disorder, and also diversion fallacy. I mean, this entire thing is almost all a diversion fallacy from Knowles.
touch to what the average man is experiencing dating in this country.
Or are we just in touch with a different group of people? I guess is my point.
And that would be a point if he didn't just say that OnlyFans doesn't disqualify someone from, being marriageable. So if it's a different group, then why is he including the sex workers in the same group that he's talking about of his cherry picking of a cherry picking? Because Pearl is talking about the general population. He was talking about not just the Catholics, but the real Catholics. So it was a cherry picking of a cherry picking. So he's talking about this 1% of good men and women in his mind, when Pearl is clearly talking about everybody. And this deceitful goofery and bad faith, because I mean, a small child could grasp the difference there, whether you're talking about 1% of something or 100% of something.
You're right. When one surrounds oneself
Mhm.
with people who are divorced or with people who are on OnlyFans or whatever, then it kind of skews where you would.
Well, he also, again, this complete intentional misunderstanding of what she said. She said she's had everybody on: Christians, career women, college students, non-Christian. I mean, she's had so many different types. I think she said out of the 1,000, only 30% were sex workers, right? Not even the majority. Not even the majority. And then this goof is pretending that she's only interviewing these types of people. I mean, could you be more dishonest than Michael Knowles here? I mean, I don't think it's possible. I mean, if somebody can figure out a way, I mean, feel free to mention it. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying I'm not seeing it. Because this intentional misrepresentation, false premise, straw, just blatant lies at this point. Blatant deceit.
Find the median or the average. But if you spend your time in like the middle of America with like in nice parishes.
Well, you just contradicted yourself because earlier you
He just contradicted himself every second. I'm glad that Pearl's finally calling him out on it, though. What took her so long?
said that you had close friends that were divorced.
I do.
So
but it's not the average.
Even in your circles, you still.
Well, I'm from New York and I lived in LA, so I wasn't always
Right, but that's why sometimes.
I mean, look at the pleasure on his face talking about when he lived in New York and LA. I mean, this guy, it's like the devil can't contain the smile while using Knowles as an instrument.
I'm like, do you not see?
And why didn't she just repeat? Like, did I hear that wrong? She only said 30% were OnlyFans or sex workers, right? Out of the 1,000 she interviewed. Did I hear that correctly? I don't want to go back through it, but from what I heard, that's what she said. So the minority are in sex work out of everybody she's interviewed. And she just said the mentality was the same even from non-sex workers and, Christians or religious people. So she's saying the mentality was the same across the board. He either didn't comprehend that or intentionally pretended not to while spamming more diversion and straw man.
Reality? Like, do you guys not see what's going on out here?
Yeah,
and
I agree
religious
that-
attendance in the younger generation, it's going down. Slower than ever.
Yeah, sure. Though again, you kind of got to get a little bit more specific about it because the people, first of all, there is a movement of young people going back to churches, and they're going back to the more orthodox one.
Wait, what? Is anybody even following Knowles at this point? He just agreed with her that the church attendance all-time low for young people, and then he's saying they're also moving back to going to church. So even if it's an all-time low, but it's possibly recovering, so it's possibly already hit bottom and reversing, that doesn't invalidate her general point. I mean, this... Is anybody else as mind-shocked by this interview as I am? I mean, just the level of... Michael Knowles is legitimately giving Craig a fight the flat earth a run for his money. I never thought I'd see anybody being able to give Craig a run for his money, but Michael Knowles is doing it.
They're not going to the hippy-dippy
Good.
egalitarian feminist.
Yeah.
So, again...
I mean, look at that insane strawman and appeal to extremes fallacy, where he's bringing up men going to feminist churches. What? Nobody was even talking about that. Why is he even bringing that up? Why is he talking about brunch and feminist church? Like, this is not a subject. What is going on?
And this is why I find the statistical arguments to be kind of fruitless.
They're fruitless because they destroy his point? Salt in the chat here saying, I'd say Knowles is doing this on purpose, but Craig isn't. Yeah, that's a good point. Knowles seems to be completely bad faith. Unless he's oscillating in his full retard split personality back and forth, in which case that personality wouldn't be doing it on purpose, but his main one would be.
Which is, okay, when we say something is natural,
Mm-hmm.
we mean it in two ways, right?
Mhm.
We mean it in deriving from the principles of nature, like a tree sprouts from the ground.
Appeal to nature fallacy.
And we mean it in a way that involves free will. Like, you can make a natural choice or an unnatural choice.
Well, also, as we went over, I believe it was part 1 or maybe part 2, where Knowles was either intentionally lying about the natural definition from Catholic reference texts, because I actually went through the Catholic reference, and it was not what Knowles said. So he's intentionally lying about it, or he's clueless about Catholicism.
And so I guess what I'm suggesting is we live at a time that is exalting really unnatural and disordered behaviors, especially in the circles you're talking about. And I'm suggesting maybe we ought to focus on these circles that are growing in a lot of places where they're.
Let's focus on the 1% and ignore the 99%. I'm not pausing this on purpose, but it is very revealing. The so-called, the micro expressions or the catches of Knowles. Like this is a good representation of his brain function in this interview thus far.
There is a return toward reasonable behavior.
What about what Glenn was talking about earlier when he was talking about what verses were they?
Proverbs 31.
So Proverbs
31, starting from verse 10, talks about.
Oh wow, I've been mentioning this verse for the first 3 parts, and they finally brought it forward. Pearl's producer here, about to decimate Michael Knowles here about how rare a virtuous wife is. Let's see what Knowles' response is. Look at the panic. Look at the sheer panic on his face. He knows, yeah, he's definitely doing it on purpose. Look at the sheer panic on his face. This was like when Pearl asked him what percentage of women are marriageable. He definitely knows Proverbs 31:10. Look at the sheer panic on his face at this being brought up. Let's see how he attempts to scramble out of this. Look at his face. Here, I'll blow it up so everybody can see better. Look at the sheer panic. Look at that. Is that not a busted face? He got busted. I mean, there's way more verses. We went over them on the previous part. Let's see how he attempts to scramble out of this one.
How rare a virtuous wife is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's as rare as rubies.
For those who can't hear without the microphone,
Yeah, okay,
that a virtuous woman
Mhm.
is rarer than the finest rubies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was
That's all he's got. He just repeats the verse, and he makes no reference to he talked about parity earlier. It's not hard to get married. 50% are women. And then he just repeats the verse, and that's it. That's how he gets out of this. He repeats the verse, so basically proving his deceitful nature, and that's it, and makes no reference to how this completely exposed him. Well, let's see if Pearl calls him on this. Like, I wanted to bring... What happened to the parity? Not parody, parity. The parity he talked about, where half the population is women, so it's very easy to get married. Yet Proverbs 31:10 directly contradicts that, because a virtuous, a good woman is so incredibly rare. How do you find her?
But even in the Bible, it implies that it's an exception, not the rule.
Sure, and also the Bible says, "Be fruitful and multiply," and our Lord.
Wow. His only cope is completely dodging and scrambling for another passage. Wow. How cowardly. So not only is he a deceitful liar, but he is an all-out coward. Wow. I mean, they should shove down the other verses. We can go through them again. we have Proverbs 21:19. It's better to live alone in the desert than with a quarrelsome, complaining wife. Alone in the desert, not alone in a house. It's better to be in the desert. And there was actually one more. Someone in the comments actually brought it up. I had totally forgotten about the other passage. There's actually a couple more passages. Let's go over them. I hope they ram them down Noel's throat because this is another non sequitur fallacy. Multiply. Do you need to get married to multiply? Obviously not. And who are they talking to in be fruitful to multiply? The context there. They're not talking about evil people being fruitful and multiplying. This is specifically in relation to God blessing Noah and Noah's sons. This was God's personal blessing to Noah and Noah's sons, not the entire population of the earth, not to the heathens and the sinners. This is specifically to Noah and his son. Noah personally chosen. I mean, could you be more, like, this is the most embarrassing. I mean, I don't think I could ever watch Knowles again. He is intent. I hope they call him on this. And look, I'm not even a Bible scholar. I know I do quote the Bible a lot. I enjoy reading the Bible. I think there's a lot of knowledge in it. I'm not a Christian, by the way. I research the Bible like I research everything. I'm very comprehensive. But I am not a Bible scholar. And even children in Sunday school know that the be fruitful and multiply does not apply to everyone, first of all. Second of all, that has nothing to do with marriage. It's a specific blessing from God to Noah and Noah's sons, specifically to repopulate the earth at that time after the Great Flood, because the Great Flood wiped out almost everything, or everything in a certain area. So it needs to be repopulated by Noah and his sons, not by heathens and blasphemers and Jezebels and Lilith's line of demonic women. Like, the level of deceit here from this snake, Michael Knowles, intentionally misrepresenting the Bible and completely dodging that passage and misquoting an out of context Genesis 1:28. I mean, he also said that to Adam and Eve in Genesis 1:28, and then he said that to Noah. So he said it to Noah and Adam and Eve. I'm looking at multiple different translations here, not just the King James. So in both of those cases, the context was specific to Adam and Eve. Not Adam and Lilith, by the way, Lilith, the mother of demons. Some people believe the Jezebel line of evil women all originated with Lilith, and that Eve, the good woman, the good wife, even though she was deceived by Satan, that's still the good line of women. So Lilith would be the bad line, the Jezebel line, and then Eve, the good. And so these instructions are for Adam and Eve and Noah and his sons. So both in the context of the Garden of Eden and... Okay, so Genesis 9:1 was God blessing Noah and his sons, be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. There's also Leviticus 26:9, where the specific reference is to those with a covenant with God. So again, not those who mock God, not the blasphemers. This is very specific. We're talking about a 1% of a 1% of a 1%. 5 of you will pursue 100, and 100 of you will pursue 10,000, and your enemies will fall by the sword before you. I will turn toward you and make you fruitful and multiply you, and I will establish my covenant with you. So he's obviously not telling the enemies to be fruitful and multiply, the enemies of God and God's people. So is it possible to be even more out of context and deceitful than Michael Knowles is being here? What's up, Dave Scott? I mean, Michael Knowles is such a lying snake. I mean, he's literally doing the devil's work here. I mean, just there's no way he's full retard and he doesn't know that be fruitful and multiply refers specifically to Adam and Eve and Noah and his sons, and in Leviticus 26:9, those specifically with a covenant with God and not the enemies of those people. So these are very specific references that Michael Knowles is intentionally misrepresenting. Intentionally. I mean, this level of goofery, just the goofery, the deceit, the bad faith. I mean, this is crazy. Is it possible to be more bad faith than Michael Knowles? I'm not sure it is. I'm not sure it is. There's also, this is another one. I hope Pearl's producers is well versed in the Bible, because I hope they call him out on his deceit there. And also there is Proverbs 5:3. Five, 3-4. For the lips of an immoral woman are as sweet as honey, and her mouth is smoother than oil. But in the end, she is as bitter as poison and as dangerous as a double-edged sword. Proverbs 2:16. Wisdom will save you from an adulterous woman, from the wayward woman with her seductive words. Proverbs 22:14. The mouth of an adulterous woman is a deep pit. A man who is under the Lord's wrath falls into it. There's also Romans 1:26. That is why God abandoned them to their shameful desires. Even the women turned against the natural way to have sex and instead indulged in sex with each other. I don't know if that's specifically to bisexual lesbian women, but it says that that's why God abandoned them. Proverbs 23, 27, 28. A prostitute is a dangerous trap. A promiscuous woman is as dangerous as falling into a narrow well. She hides and waits like a robber, eager to make more men unfaithful. And these are the women that Michael Knowles specifically said are not disqualified from dating or marriage. Michael Knowles, he called it an obstacle, but not a disqualification. He didn't say she has to repent and change her ways. He just said it wasn't ideal. It's not disqualifying from her marriage, but according to Knowles, she's still qualified for marriage. It's just she's not an ideal candidate, but still a candidate, according to Michael Knowles. I mean, he is literally doing the devil's work. Mark 10:12. If she divorces her husband and marries another, she commits adultery. That's an interesting debate on divorce. Proverbs 30:20. This is the way of an adulterous woman. She eats and wipes her mouth and says, I've done nothing wrong. I mean, the Bible is so crazy in its psychology, not just of women, but men's psychology, the psychology of rulers, the corrupt, the psychology of statists, scum, and oppressors. I mean, just the what the Bible reveals about human psychology is just incredible. 1 Timothy 5:13. If they are on the list, I don't know if this is Chris Jericho's list. You just made the list. They will learn to be lazy and will spend their time gossiping from house to house, meddling in other people's business, and talking about things they shouldn't. I mean, was this predicting the rise of Karens? Does 1 Timothy 5:13 predict the rise of Karens? I still can't find the passage. Does anybody remember the passage that a listener brought up in the chat on the previous part? Alright, we're going to go into MindShock land now because supposedly the women of Zion were specifically referred to as evil. Alright, are we going to get our stream shut down from this? Alright, we're going into MindShock land on this one. Alright, who knows what a Nazirite is, or a Nazirite? Nazirite. This is Numbers 6:1-21. In the Hebrew Bible, a Nazirite or a Nazarite is a man or woman who voluntarily took a vow. A sacred person whose separation was most commonly distinguished by his uncut hair and abstinence from wine. A Nazirite, to abstain from or to consecrate oneself to. Nazirite. The vow of the Nazirite is to abstain from wine, wine vinegar, grapes, and raisins, refrain from cutting the hair on one's head, avoid corpses and graves. I mean, is it popular to not avoid corpses and graves? And even those of family members in any structure which contains such. Okay, so I guess you can't ever visit any cemetery. Wow. Wow. I mean, is that coincidental that what the Nazirite is? Nazirite or Nazirite? Or Nazarite? The Nazirite would also offer a specific animal sacrifice. The Nazirite is described as being holy and holy unto God, yet at the same time he or she must bring a sin offering. This has led to divergent approaches to the Nazirite in the Talmud and later authorities, while some viewing the Nazirite as an ideal and others viewing the Nazirite as a sinner. The Nazirite comes from the Hebrew word nazir, or nazir, meaning consecrated or separated, and may ultimately derive from a root meaning to vow, similar to Hebrew nadar. The nazir is also sometimes used to refer to a prince of darkness perhaps, who fills a special position of secular power, and the cognate word netzer can refer to either the state of being a Nazirite or else to a physical crown. Anybody find this all coincidental? We got Nazi rights, Nazis, and NASA, which means to deceive. I mean, these are all very, very weird etymological claims here. I mean, is this all coincidental? I mean, I'm actually getting somewhere here with the women of Zion in a second. So again, the Nazirite or Nazi right, the right of the Nazi. I mean, this is crazy. The etymology here, I'm actually surprised. I don't recall much of this. I really don't recall this. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about this. But the laws of the Nazi right include sacrifices. 3 offerings, a lamb as a burnt offering, an ewe as a sin offering, and a ram as a peace offering. Also 3 additional offerings, a basket of unleavened bread, a grain offering, and a drink offering to accompany the peace offering. He would also shave his head in the outer courtyard of the Temple of Jerusalem and place the hair on the same fire as the peace offering. Wow. Wow. The prophet Amos condemned the Israelites for their failure to respect the Nazirite vow. And I raised up some of your sons as prophets and some of your young men as Nazirites, and you gave the Nazirites to drink wine, and you command the prophets, saying, do not prophesy. Huh. The Nazir or Nazir in the Hebrew Bible is translated as he who vowed or he who was made holy. Wow. You know what also is kind of wild that nobody talks about? The word Ashkenazi, Ashkenazi, that describes European Jews. Why do European Jews include the word Nazi in Ashkenazi? And now we have Nazirs or Nazirs and Nazi rights in the Bible. Is this all coincidental? That's my question here. Is it all coincidental? Well, the Nazi right is also mentioned in the Torah Hebrew Bible, as well as the Talmud. So it's in both. Wow. This is crazy. I mean, I can't believe Michael Knowles is just being this bad faith and deceitful about what the Bible actually says. But I wanted to get into the Bible verses regarding the women of Zion. We have 1 Kings 21:25. No one else so completely sold himself to what was evil in the Lord's sight as Ahab did under the influence of his wife Jezebel. So the influence of a wife is warned against in 1 Kings 21:25. Okay, now check this out. Isaiah 3:16 to 3:18. The Lord says, beautiful Zion is haughty, craning her elegant neck, flirting with her eyes, walking with dainty steps, tinkling her ankle bracelets. So the Lord will send scabs on her head. The Lord will make beautiful Zion bald. On that day of judgment, the Lord will strip away everything that makes her beautiful. Ornaments, headbands, crescent necklaces. Jeremiah 3:20 also says, you have been unfaithful to me, you people of Israel. You have been like a faithless wife who leaves her husband. I, the Lord, have spoken. Wow, the Lord's words, they're taking offense to the people of Israel being as bad as a faithless wife who leaves her husband. Wow. So he chose that. That was what. I still haven't found the passage. I haven't found the passage. That someone brought up on the previous episode. Actually, let's see. Is whoever in here the guy who brought that up? Groupthink Skeptic, was it you? Did you bring up the Bible passage warning about women or warning about bad women? Does anybody know what passage it was talking? Somebody brought up. There's Proverbs 6:24 to keep thee from the evil woman, from the flattery of the tongue of a strange woman. Hmm. Proverbs 14:125. A wise woman builds her home, but a foolish woman tears it down with her own hands. Is that kind of a warning against single mothers who divorced their husbands and made life difficult for their children? I don't know. Maybe it was Proverbs 5:3-4 that I read earlier. For the lips of an immoral woman are as sweet as honey, her mouth is smoother than oil, but in the end she is as bitter as poison, as dangerous as a double-edged sword. Maybe it was that one. Is that the citation, Heracles? It might have been that one. Oh, Dave Scott says Timothy 6:1. Well, I don't know if it was 6:1, but Timothy does sound familiar. Hmm. Hmm. Timothy 2:11-12. A woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent. I mean, if we're talking religion, I mean, that would disqualify many women from being godly. But It wasn't that one. There's Timothy 2:9. In like manner, women should adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broided hair or gold or pearls or costly array. You mean like Chanel bags? So no dramatic behavior. Wow, that would disqualify quite a few. Quite a few. It wasn't that one, though. Perhaps it was the double-edged sword one. Oh, wait a second. I think it might have been the double-edged sword one that I read earlier. Is this stream gonna get shut down for discussing what the Bible says? I'm not claiming the Bible's true. I'm just pointing out Michael Knowles' goofery and pure deception here. Joyce B. said Ezekiel 43:7. And he said unto me, son of... Wait, are you sure? 43:7? Ezekiel 43:7 is, and he said unto me, son of man, this is the place of my throne and the place of the soles of my feet, where I will dwell in the midst of the children of Israel forever. No more shall the house of Israel defile my holy name, they nor their kings by their harlotry, or with the carcasses of their kings in their high places. Wait, what? That's interesting. There's also Jeremiah 3:17 in the same vein. At the time, Jerusalem will be called the throne of the Lord, and all nations will be gathered in Jerusalem to honor the name of the Lord. They will no longer follow the stubbornness of their evil hearts. Ezekiel 6:5, I will lay the corpses of the Israelites before their idols and scatter your bones around your altars. That's dark. I didn't think we'd be spending this much time on the Bible, but it's Michael Knowles who claims to follow it when he clearly doesn't. Galatians 5:17, for the flesh desires what is contrary to the spirit is what is contrary to the flesh. I think it was the double-edged sword one. I don't feel like going through it. Actually, you know what? I could have already gone through it by the amount of time. You know what? Let me go find it, because otherwise it's going to take forever. I'm just curious as to what it was now. I think it might have been the double-edged sword one. It was closer to the end of it, so I'll just scan it real quick. Talk amongst yourselves, chat. One thing's for certain, Michael Knowles' gophery will not be forgotten. This blasphemer. Well, it's not showing up in part 3. Maybe it was part 2 then. Huh, let's see if it was part 2. Or is the chat getting censored after the fact? Oh, wow. I think they're actually... Is YouTube actually deleting? Wow. This is crazy. So, I'm going back in the chat, and YouTube appears to have deleted not all the comments, but a lot of comments in the chat. This is crazy. It only left like 15 comments, 20 comments. This is weird. Wow, that's messed up, YouTube. Huh. I'm pretty sure it was not part 1, but unless it was part 1. But it still appears like there's a lot missing from the chat replay. It's only showing a couple of comments. Yeah, this is messed up. I wonder if this happens on other streams too, on other channels where they just don't show most of the chat. I mean, this is so terrible. It barely showed any of the comments in the chat. Wow. Yeah, this is terrible. Oh, here we go. Wait, what? No, it's showing up different comments, different times. I'm not gonna let the whole thing play through. Oh, here we go. I found it. There was no... It was Shimka Smile who posted it. And it was Ecclesiastes 7:26. Yeah, this was it. Wow, this one's dark. And I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands. Whoso pleaseth God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her. More bitter than death. Wow. I mean, that's dark. More bitter than death. So I hope they shove this all down Michael Knowles' throat here. This deceitful scumbag.
Lord says in the Gospel of St. Matthew, what man has joined, let no man separate.
Right, right.
What man has joined, let no man separate? Alright, let's see the context here. So it refers to marriage. It does not refer to what percentage of women are marriageable. Like, Wow. I mean, this guy's pure deceitful scum. I mean, wow. I hope they ram all these other passages down his throat. This diversion fallacy master. I mean, this guy claims to be a Catholic. I mean, he's utterly clueless about the Bible.
But when one out
And he
of
describes
when
himself
when
as
a
a bride.
quarter of women are getting abortions, it's the women that aren't going along with this.
But what is your point? You're
Again,
saying you're
my-
citing
my-
the Bible to say people
my-
ought not to
my-
get married, but I'm
no, I'm
saying-
No, that's not what she was doing at all. she was saying how rare it was to find a good woman, which the Bible warns specifically of. Because this goof was saying that all of these sinner women who are specifically warned against in the Bible, he was saying it doesn't disqualify them from marriage. I mean, this is crazy. And now he's strawmanning and pretending she was saying the Bible warns about marriage. That obviously that's not what she was saying at all. I mean, a small child can understand the basic English here.
not
doesn't
saying
say
not
that.
to get married. I'm saying it's incredibly difficult for a man to find a woman worthy of being a wife in the current climate.
What do you think virtue is?
Wow, talk about non sequitur. Oh man. Oh man. Wow. Wow. Now, that question of virtue, I mean, is he proving her point further while being contrarian and stacking his. This is just so bizarre. Like, he's being contrarian to his own contrarian. I mean, wow. Wow. Groupthink Skeptic says Jesus knew the prostitutes and tax collectors were better people than the scribes and Pharisees. That's why they hated him. Well, I mean, sure, but that doesn't mean that the prostitutes were marriageable in general. And obviously not all prostitutes are equal. You know, they're you know, let's not do the false dichotomies. But yeah, Flatman B, I'm probably gonna have to retroactively add it because I did not think Knowles would humiliate himself like this. But now that we're making our way through this, I'm going to have to add it afterwards. Just because I think he might actually be approaching Craig and Sartain territory. I'm not sure, but he might be. I mean, he's been spamming nothing but fallacy.
What do I think? You brought up the terms.
No, you brought it up. You're the one who said you said.
No, I don't use that word, virtue.
You just mentioned.
Oh,
you
fine,
brought
fine,
up the line of
oh, well,
Proverbs
Glenn,
that says a virtuous
well,
woman.
Glenn
is right.
brought up but yeah.
And then you brought up Glenn. So what? So I mean, I just think there's
I mean, look at his diversions and dodge. Who brought up what? The point is the rarity of a good woman that he's dodging and sputtering over.
a misunderstanding here because
Yeah.
And he's claiming she's the one misunderstanding that a good woman is hard to find. Wow. Wow, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. The level of deceit here. I mean, I don't think, how is anybody going to stomach Knowles after this interview? I don't think there's any coming back from this. I really don't.
virtue is not something that's static.
Mhm.
Virtue is a habit. So you
Which, sure, another diversion fallacy. It has nothing to do, you know, a good woman is hard to find. So a good woman might have formerly been a bad woman, now she's a good woman. But that doesn't change the fact that she's incredibly hard to find. I mean, just the level of goofery here. It's not that people, and Pearl has already gone over all of this. Most people don't change, a small percentage can. So if a redeemed woman, per se, who led an immoral life, and she would have made a horrible wife previously and wasn't marriageable, let's say now she's marriageable. That doesn't change the fact that she's in the absolute minority relative to common sense and what the Bible says. So again, this guy's just a master of deceptive diversion fallacies.
cultivate virtues and you cultivate vices and their habits. It's like drugs, that would be a vicious habit.
But shouldn't men marry women with good habits and good virtue?
But
And here comes the stuttering and the sputtering. I mean, she's absolutely cooking this goof. And he knows it too. Look at his face. He's laughing. He just got cooked. He just got absolutely cooked. And he starts sputtering and stuttering again. I mean, this image on the screen right now, I mean, it perfectly illustrates Michael Knowles in this debate here. Groupthink Skeptic says those prostitutes that genuinely ask God for forgiveness are marriageable. They didn't happen all too much because life changes would be immediately visible. The light of Christ shines brightly. Yeah, I mean, we're talking total numbers. We're not talking about, you know, the fact that people can change if they really want to, but obviously that's a very small percentage of people. I mean, Pearl just decimated and eviscerated this goof. Sarah Catherine, if you just got here, you just missed a doozy. You just missed a doozy. Pearl is absolutely wrecking this fool. Joyce B said, God commanded Hosea to marry the prostitute Gomer and to go after her every time she strayed and was unfaithful. Well, also, I mean, there's a lot of stories in the Bible that are very specific to those people. Like, for example, be fruitful and multiply. Those were specific instructions to Adam and Eve and Noah's sons. So there are specific instructions referenced in the Bible for a particular person or persons. That's not a prescription for all humanity. The book of Hosea is actually an interesting book. I mean, so God knew that Gomer would be unfaithful to him. I'm a little hazy on the story. There was obviously some greater plan, and obviously God wanted Hosea to learn something. But Hosea is, of course, famous for the Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So again, lack of knowledge, lack of following godly teachings, etc. So, yeah. But look at Knowles, like, he knows he's decimated here. Look at his face. His face betrays him. He knows he got absolutely slaughtered by Pearl here. I mean, she's taken him to task for his goofery. So she pointed out, again, all these Bible verses saying how rare good women are and warning against bad women out there. And he tried to reframe by asking her what virtue is, which proves her points further. Then he tried to divert by saying that virtue is a habit, and then she's saying, well, why would men want to marry women with bad habits who aren't virtuous? And look at his expression. He started stuttering and sputtering because he knows he just got absolutely eviscerated. Let's see how he tries to sputter out of his goofery here. I mean, that's like an embarrassed smile right there. I mean, he's getting thrashed like a redheaded stepchild this entire interview.
The way a habit works is it's not static in time.
Which has nothing to do with what she just said. I mean, by this argument, should people just hire, career criminals? Because their behavior is not static in time. Who cares if they killed all these other people and robbed all their former employers? You should still hire them because behavior's not static. I mean, this is the argument that Knowles is putting forward. I mean, can you imagine the level of goofery here? I mean, again, he's not necessarily wrong that a career criminal can't reform, but why would you expect them to? Because behavior's not static? That's why you should hire someone who murdered or stole from every single employer they ever had prior to stumbling upon you? I mean, can you imagine the level of gophery here? I mean, how is he even... I would say, how can he argue this with a straight face? But he didn't have a straight face. He was laughing at the start. He did not have a straight face while mounting this argument.
Right.
It is something that continues and
Right,
changes.
but
And can reverse.
But with how
It could reverse. That's his argument. It could reverse. Like, why didn't he, or maybe he did marry a prostitute. Why didn't he marry a sex worker? Because, I mean, it could reverse, right? Her behavior can, why didn't he marry a serial killer sex worker? Because, you know, behavior's not static. It could reverse. Why didn't he marry one? I mean, maybe he did. But if he didn't, why didn't he if behavior is not static? I mean, can you imagine the level of cope here? Like, I mean, I still can't imagine how he even posted this on the internet. Again, if it's an Illuminati humiliation ritual, then that was his assignment and he had to do it.
unfair the laws are to men, again, don't you think men should be extremely selective? I question if
I'm not saying that men ought to throw a stick out the window and marry the first woman it
I
hits.
mean, you said an ex-OnlyFans model. That's basically the equivalent.
I said that.
Like,
no, I don't think so. I mean, basically,
come on, an ex-only. That's like the. I can't think of anyone.
I don't think anyone's
I can't think of
beyond that.
anyone worse for my. I don't know how you can't definitively say no to that.
Well,
Like, if I had
because-
a man, like
because
someone that I loved, and he
Because, the goof's got nothing. He's got nothing.
was looking for a wife, like my brother. And he said, well, I found this girl in church that used to do OnlyFans. I'd say, oh, please, no, anyone else.
Yeah. I guess.
Hey now, you are free to create. Don't start blaspheming against the Bible. What I was talking about earlier is how accurate the Bible exposes the psychology of men, women, corrupt authorities. I mean, it's so accurate in exposing the psychology of humanity. Joyce B. says, some Bible teachers say Hosea is a model of Israel's unfaithfulness and idolatry over and against God's faithfulness. It portrays God, the only true covenant keeper, and all mankind are covenant breakers. Groupthink Skeptic says, Knowles is forgetting about the scorpion on the frog's back. He's just trying to justify marrying the first slut to give him a little JK. Are you really joking, though? Are you really joking? How do you know? How do I know you're joking? How does anybody know you're joking? How does anybody know that that's not what happened to Knowles? I mean, he spent college doing these movies where he was in bed with men and cross-dressing, so who knows?
Please, God, you wouldn't
Yeah.
want your son, you have sons, right?
I do.
You wouldn't want them to date an ex-OnlyFans model. Like,
Yeah,
you would want them to be really selective, especially
Sure.
with what's going up against.
So he said, sure, but that's for his sons and not all the other men, including his friends that he was laughing about that got ruined in divorce court and can't see their children. I mean, just think about the level of scum Michael Knowles is. He couldn't hide it. I mean, the Freudian slips and then just the laughs. I mean, he hates women, too. I mean, he was laughing about how men take advantage of women. I mean, this guy hates men and women.
I guess the point I'm making is
Yeah.
that no one is beyond redemption.
Who's arguing that no one is beyond redemption? The question is, would you marry somebody that isn't redeemed yet? Or someone who's still engaging? So is a drug addict shooting up every day? And I'm not saying that it's their fault either. You need to check out my podcast on drug use, because I think there's far too much blame on the user, given certain circumstances. But it's bottom line. Like, if you're looking to build a family and have children, you're not going to marry a current, somebody who's shooting up on the street and murdering people currently. I mean, if they reform, maybe they will qualify. But in their current behavior, they are not marriageable, and Knowles can't even say that. I mean, that's how much of a deceptive scum this guy is. Yeah, Joyce, check out the previous episode on this. Check out part 3. I didn't know it either. Someone mentioned it in the comments. Knowles apparently was a Catholic growing up. Then he fell away from the faith, and then he came back to it in college in Yale. He didn't give a straight answer whether or not he was in Skull and Bones. And people said by his own words, he became Catholic again in college at Yale. And he did this one movie at Yale. We don't know if it was before or after Catholicism, where he played some kind of homosexual character and he was in bed with a man in the movie. Now, he cross-dressed at parties also, so that may have possibly been before. I mean, if he found Catholicism his last day at Yale or his last months at Yale, then he wouldn't have done that after, but he moved on to Hollywood, where he continued playing degenerate characters. I went over it in part 3. There's a photo I put on the screen of a guy who kind of sort of looks like Michael Knowles licking someone's ear in a Skull and Bones photograph from the 2000. I forgot the exact year.
And it seems to me you're saying people are beyond redemption.
No, I'm saying that men don't have to forgive your sin, and actions have consequences. And when we tell women,
But no one's denying it'll be harder for an ex.
I mean, it's kind of crazy how Knowles doesn't even understand. Like, it's like he doesn't understand the first thing about the Bible. It's not up to people to judge. God judge. I mean, people can judge actions, but not souls. Only God can judge. So it's not up to another human to judge a soul. And I mean, it's like he missed even the rudimentary children's points about the Bible. It's weird. Again, I'm not claiming the Bible is true or that Christianity is the one true religion. I'm not a Christian, actually. I don't belong to any religion, definitely not the religious cult of statism. But it's just weird how Knowles, it's like he doesn't even have a rudimentary understanding of the Bible.
OnlyFans person to get married.
it's,
No one's
it's
denying that.
pretty much impossible, I would say.
Yeah, it would be it's very difficult.
Yeah,
It's not
but
impossible.
yeah.
I know.
Now, earlier he said it was just it wouldn't even prevent you from. He said it earlier, unless I'm mistaken. I mean, come on, who's paying attention in here, Heracles? Pearl brought up a current OnlyFans model for dating. Does it disqualify them from dating? And Michael Knowles says no. He said it was an obstacle, but not a disqualification. Now he's saying it's very different. I mean, this guy is so inconsistent, hypocritical, and just outright deceptive, doing the devil's work here, is Michael Knowles.
I know ex-pornographers who have gotten married. But
yeah.
Anecdotal fallacy again. He knows ex-pornographers who got married. Okay, well, what percentage of people involved in the industry end up getting married? And are they going to end up divorced? Is it a happy marriage? Is it an ideal marriage? He left out all the information, which obviously he doesn't know. And maybe it is. People do win the lottery. Does that mean there should be a prescription for the average man to quit his job and only play the lottery and rely on winning it just because you can point to some people that have won? I mean, this is the level of goofery Knowles is promoting.
Well.
so it's not impossible, but it's harder.
It's not impossible to win the lottery. Or like the casino example that I brought up before. Everybody should just go play because there are some winners. There are some winners, so everyone should just go risk it.
It adds a lot of challenges.
Right, but
I recommend people not do bad things.
Yeah, correct. But what we often, and I saw this, even in the chastity speakers. I'm sure you know him actually. That Jason and Christiana Everett.
I don't.
Really?
I don't.
It's like the #1 chastity. Whenever you would have.
I don't go to a lot of chastity events. I'm already married. I'm not. I'm chaste. I'm not
Yeah.
celibate.
Well, they would have them like come to our high school, and whatever sin the woman always did, it was always blamed upon the man. Always. Like, it's always if she
In the sense
slept
that
around. If she slept around, it wasn't because she wanted to. It was because she was being used. Do you see the difference?
Well, there is a distinction here, which is that women are the weaker sex, so men bear greater responsibility. Eve eats the apple, but all man sins in Adam.
What? Holy diversion fallacy, Batman. He's upping the ante on his diversion fallacies. Wow. 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 The Bible says women can be easier to deceive in general. That doesn't mean that women don't deceive men, which there are countless Bible verses that I just went over on that, which Knowles conveniently hallucinates don't exist. Isn't that convenient? In his misrepresentations and out-of-context quotes. I mean, this is just crazy. I mean, it's, again, the level of deception here. If we are to believe Knowles is honest, he's completely clueless about the Bible.
How is a man responsible for women doing OnlyFans? That's a choice.
And
that's what I think we should.
Men are the consumers in the case of OnlyFans, right?
Yeah, but
So they do bear some responsibility.
well, I mean, even they have to post it before there's any consumers.
No, the reason they post is because there's a market.
Not really. You know what the average
What? So he's never heard of Instagram? First of all, the majority of so-called models or wannabe models with their thirst photos or whatever they call it. I mean, Instagram is kind of a cesspool. I mean, it's basically like a softcore platform. Like, literally, just scrolling through Insta. Like, I don't even have an Instagram unless I made an account and forgot about it. But just scrolling through it, like, you could try to be looking up specific topics, and there'll always be some kind of bikini models being injected into feeds. It's crazy. And they don't make money off of that. I mean, obviously a select few do, but the majority don't. So the level of goofery here, it's like Michael Knowles he's never even heard of Instagram. And what happened, even when Facebook started, like, they were always, a certain percentage of women, I'm not going to say what percent, they were always posting risque photos. They don't make any money off of it. Like, they're not getting anything out of it. It's attention seeking to a degree, nothing to do with markets. Just the level of goofery on display here, it's just crazy. Or just like, the wardrobe choices going to nightclubs. I mean, go to any major city. I mean, actually, it's getting kind of crazy, actually. It's getting kind of crazy. Like, even going out during the day or just going to the beach. Like, modesty's kind of a thing of the past in first world countries. It's getting kind of crazy because I remember in my youth, regardless of the year, this kind of risque dressing or whatever, it was kind of reserved to nighttime. Now, I mean, think about it. Like, let's compare post-2012 to the 80s and 90s. Now, in the 80s and 90s, you would see, crazy revealing outfits at nightclubs at night or walking the street at night. You wouldn't see it in the middle of the day. Now, I mean, literally go to Walmart. It looks like nightclub time in the 80s and 90s. Has anybody else noticed that? That can't just be me. So Michael Knowles apparently ignoring all of this. I mean, man, this guy is such a charlatan snake doing the devil's work here.
We're getting back to the chicken and the egg.
No. Do you know what the average OnlyFans model makes? It is
Nothing.
not about money.
They're duped. But why do they get on?
Attention. They want attention.
Michael Knowles is going to explain female psychology to Pearl. I mean, I like how she's just cutting him off and decimating him. He gets cut off at the knees like every time he opens his mouth, but it's like he has a glutton for punishment. It's like he's the non-good faith version of Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. Although some people think that Craig is an actor and he's also faking all that. Who knows? But I mean, clearly Michael Knowles is bad faith, though. And it's like he just has this glutton for humiliation. I guess it's all part of the ritual. I don't know.
But why do they?
There's women on podcasts, and you see them. They say they'll do it for free. They want attention.
Right, but
Women will. I think you were on a show, right?
On whatever.
Yeah, didn't that girl say that she would do it even without the money? Or
Maybe.
even if
some
we
of
go,
some of what they say gets a little
Michael,
blurry.
let's go outside. Let's walk.
Yeah.
So I went to Vegas.
Yeah.
The women are walking around with the stickers on their boobs. No man made them do that.
The little pasties.
Yeah.
Yeah, but right. But why are they doing it? You're saying again. I'm
saying they like the attention. They know it'll attract attention.
Right. So I'm not saying that women aren't culpable when they do bad things. But what I'm saying is that.
Has anybody ever seen him stutter this much? He's usually so well spoken. I mean, he's getting decimated every point here. I mean, this is crazy.
And share some of this culpability because they're the ones consuming it.
No, I think everyone's responsible for their own choices. And I think that includes women. And the more we coddle women and
Right.
say, oh, you poor thing, it was the men. Oh, you were lied to by feminism. Oh, everything's everyone else's fault. That's why you have these women at 35 that act like entitled brats.
Whoa. I mean, look, I want to know what Knowles is going to respond to that. Let me guess. He's going to spout a diversion fallacy. He's not going to address any single thing she just said. I mean, when God gave man free will, man was referred to as mankind, all humans. All humans have free will. Again, Knowles really needs to get, if he's, again, in the off chance that he's simply mentally disabled, I don't believe he is. I don't think he is. In the off chance, he does need to get a Bible tutor ASAP.
No, but
You know,
but
No, 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 but. That's his response. No, 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 but. I mean, this goof is spiraling and stuttering like a fool. I mean, even if this was an Illuminati humiliation ritual, I mean, I can't believe, like, how could anyone post this? I can't believe, how could anyone post this? His response is no, 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 but, because his goal was to interrupt her there. Did everybody see that? He wanted to interrupt her decimating him. Like, he doesn't actually have any real rebuttal. He just wanted to say some words to interrupt her destruction of him.
I guess this is why I'm suggesting
Yes, this is.
Yeah.
that, like, the view I'm articulating.
That, like, again, has anybody seen Michael Knowles sputter like this in any other debate, discussion, appearance of any kind? I mean, I can't believe Pearl is the one to take down Michael Knowles. I've actually never seen Michael Knowles get obliterated or taken down like this. Pearl Davis is the one to take down Michael Knowles.
You might get a husband after OnlyFans.
No, no one's suggesting that that would be
Yeah.
particularly easy.
Notice how, and he always reframes everything as if she was saying it was particularly easy. I mean, the sheer bad faith strawmanning and blatant lying is off the charts here. Yeah, Heracles says I have to score it. Yeah, I'm going to. Again, the reason I didn't is because I thought this would be a generic discussion without really a lot of fallacies from other side. I thought it would be more of a discussion than a debate.
But I guess the reason I'm
But I guess, like, he's just stuttering like a fool. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh, shout out to Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson is awesome. Okay, Groupthink Skeptic, you gave me an idea. I have to do a soundbite of Jesse Lee Peterson saying beta.
I'm suggesting what would be probably the conservative or traditional or Christian view
Right.
of marriage and the sexes. And the reason that I'm describing yours
Wait, the conservative Christian view of marriage and the sexes is that there's a parity between marriageable women and men, and that it's easy to find a wife? What? 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 How is that? That is not the conservative or traditional view, is not to go out there and date and marry sex workers. I don't believe, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got my definition of conservatism and traditionalism wrong. I mean, maybe it's me. Like, what is Noel's actual argument here? It's like he just wanted to argue with her for the sake of arguing with her. And of course, humiliation ritual. Doing the devil's work here, Michael Knowles.
and I
Yeah.
take it the red pill's view of marriage and the sexes as being liberal and individualist and feminist.
What? What? So it's kind of the opposite. I mean, if anything, well, okay, so obviously he did a hasty generalization and false dichotomy fallacy on the red pill. That people are always roping in the black pill with the red pill, which is, I mean, that's one of the major issues in all of this. But if anything, isn't the red pill advocating more conservatism and traditionalism in selecting a wife? They don't want the wife to be promiscuous or feminist. Like, Michael, again, I don't know what to make of Michael Knowles here. I mean, just the pure, unadulterated goofery spewing from his mouth is insane.
Is because of, well, what you just said. You said everyone is totally responsible for their own choices, and that
Do you think people aren't responsible for their?
Joyce B says, I'm leaning towards humiliation ritual. Perhaps he is compromised in a way that makes him blackmailable. It seems to be, just judging from his activities in college, is particularly if he was Skull and Bones. You know, they pretty much have everything on all the Skull and Bones people.
Own choices?
I think that our wills are conditioned by our environments and our education and public life because we're a social creature who lives in community with others.
So how do you explain people making completely different choices?
Wow. I mean, there's the decimate. Pearl is on a roll here. I mean, the decimation here is just astounding. Like, every point, she's completely demolishing him, and all he can do is sputter, stutter, and divert, and it's just ad nauseum. We're just going through the same cycle every point that's brought up.
In the exact, I know siblings. I know siblings where one ends up doing one. I mean, come on,
Right.
with like you have a couple kids, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, they're different.
2.5, I suppose. So they have one on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, congrats.
Thank you.
People are different and they make different choices.
So are you saying people aren't conditioned in their will by their environments? That's what an extreme liberal would say, and maybe that's what you believe, but I don't believe.
No, I think.
I mean, it's, again, diversion fallacies and black and white fallacies. That's all this goof has. And Pearl's called him out on it here and there, but not as much as she should have. But I think I'm actually more interested in watching her debate again, because I think she might have learned a lot from this, especially if she watched it back.
I don't really know what that means, but
Meaning, are we affected if you grow up in a really bad community where you're taught all sorts?
Look at his face. Like, what is wrong with this guy? It's like the devil is revealing himself through the instrument of Michael Knowles.
To bad things where you're introduced to drugs.
What is wrong with this guy?
And porn and
It's almost like he's getting joy from talking about these evil things. Like, he couldn't hide his laughter when Pearl brought up men that got destroyed in divorce court and can't see their children, even though he specifically said he had friends or good friends that went through that while he was laughing. And then when he was talking about women getting used by men, he couldn't stop laughing. And now it's like he can't hide, mentioning all these evil things. And it's like he's laughing through the snarl, like he's trying to cover it up, but he can't quite do it.
Gluttony and just all this nasty.
Gluttony and nasty stuff. Look how happy he is. Like, he can't hide his smirk talking about nastiness and gluttony and all these evil things. I mean, man, this is very telling in his micro expressions.
Stuff early
Yeah.
on. Are you more likely to fall into bad vices and habits and temptations?
You're
later?
more likely, but you're still responsible for your decisions. You are 100% responsible for the choices that you make.
I mean, again, this is just a masterclass in diversion fallacy. Cherry picking, non sequiturs. Like, is a serial killer more likely to become one if they had a bad childhood? Maybe, but clearly there are still people that had good childhood and loving parents that try. So, again, all these arguments are neither here nor there arguments while dodging all of Pearl's actual points.
Sure.
If a man chooses, there are men that grow up in bad environments that choose to be millionaires, and there's others that choose to be drug dealers.
Then there's some who choose to be millionaires and fail. So there's an
Another non sequitur, because that's not related to her point. But even if they fail at being millionaires, that doesn't mean they're drug dealers. They took a good path and they're law-abiding citizens. Maybe they failed at their dream of being a millionaire, but maybe they're still well off. Or maybe they're in poverty but didn't turn to the life of crime like the people they grew up with. Again, just this master class in diversion and non sequitur fallacy from Michael Knowles.
What you seem to be describing is a real primacy of the will, of the individual will. And I'm saying that free will obviously exists, but it's conditioned by other factors. Why is it that marriage is collapsing? Is it because everyone just of their own free will, just totally absent environmental concerns,
Because women want
just decided one day not to get
Another false dichotomy and red herring fallacy. I mean, wow. I will retroactively use the logical analysis system because Michael Knowles has earned it. I think he's going to be in competition with the top dogs.
Women want to leave because when women got the choice to get money instead of have a father in the home, women have chosen to take the money.
I think you've just proven my point, though. Even if what you just said is true, you're saying that a political and social condition changed.
So because of that, everyone should just marry serial killer drug addicts because it was all the fault of society. So they're still marriageable, according to Michael Knowles. Like, notice how he's never actually staying on the real topic.
The way that human beings, that
changed
women
No,
exercise their free will.
It changed the incentives, but that didn't mean women had to take it.
But
And
it changed the way they exercise
it's
their
not, but it's not the government's fault. It's women.
And again, there's still a percentage of women who weren't duped, who made good choices. And it's just what Knowles keeps dodging is that that percentage is a lot smaller than he's pretending and hallucinating. And for whatever reason, he's too utterly clueless.
Women's fault for making that choice.
Right.
It's not society's fault. It's women's fault. It's the person's fault for making. Everybody is.
Well, it's technically both, but it's, again, this is neither here nor there. Because someone who's murdering children while shooting up drugs is not marriageable material at that moment. Possibly ever. Possibly ever. I don't know why that's controversial. I don't know why Knowles has to say behavior isn't static. Like, he can't admit that that's not someone who's shooting up drugs and murdering children is not currently marriageable. Knowles, like, can't muster. I mean, again, he's doing the devil's work here.
Responsible for their
But had the social condition and the law not changed, women would not have made those choices. In
Well, you
Well, again, even if the percentage skew was different, you still have women today who chose not to fall for the propaganda. Those are the ones who are marriageable. I mean, is this really that controversial? Do we really need a 2-hour discussion of Knowles humiliating himself here? I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy.
you would be surprised, actually.
I thought that's what you just said. I thought you just said that the reason.
No, the majority.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I didn't say the reason. I said it was because women
started
wanted
then.
to. No, I said it was because women
Wow, he can't stop interrupting with the straw mans. I mean, this is crazy.
wanted to.
Women wanted to.
Women have
And it
chosen,
just coincidentally, they all of a sudden decided they wanted to when the law changed?
Women chose, well, they wanted to before that. I mean, they fought
they
for
didn't do it.
50 years for abortion. So I'm saying when people, okay, we could go back and forth about what I want to do, what you want to do. All I look is at what people do.
No, I'm not talking about.
I would have just forced him to answer. Is a woman who is currently a child serial killer and shooting up heroin, is she currently marriageable? And see what he says. Because according to him, behavior is not static. So she can change. It's possible. It's theoretically possible. And I agree that it's theoretically possible. But that doesn't change the subject of this entire debate.
Your individual desires at all. I'm talking about desire itself and the relation of desire to. You seem to be saying that people exercise their free will in something like a vacuum, and therefore they bear all of the.
She didn't say that at all. She was just pointing out how hard it is for a man to find a good wife. I mean, this is crazy. The level of cope that Knowles has generated could probably power the entire world for months just from this single interview.
Moral responsibility, and I'm saying that we're a social creature, and there's more to it than that.
Do you, I'm just confused. Do you think you're responsible for the choices you make?
I think I am a moral agent, and I bear moral responsibility, and that my ability to exercise my will is conditioned by my environment.
Which has absolutely nothing to do with the topic here. What percentage of women are marriageable?
By
Okay,
the
so
laws and the customs.
you think
and
the
community.
environment's responsible for the choices you make?
No, that's not what I said. I said I'm a moral agent, and I'm responsible for my.
Okay, so you are
actions.
responsible.
Does any of this change the current percentage of marriageable women?
But my free will, my ability to exercise my will, is conditioned by the laws and the customs and the community in which I live, which is why it's not merely an individual question, but it's also a political question for human beings who are the political animal.
Well,
I would also ask him, what about the conservative traditional women or even non-religious women who didn't fall for the feminist propaganda and they are good, honorable women and marriageable? They were able to resist the dupe. So clearly they're good and marriageable and there might not be a lot of them, but, clearly they are currently marriageable based on their current behavior, static or not. Their current and previous behavior rendered them marriageable. What about them, and what is the percentage versus those that are not? Yeah, Lord Zed, that's a good point. Lord Zed says, I'd say Pearl is thinking too locally. There are women from other cultures overseas who are marriageable in higher numbers than here. So I would say that, yes, Joyce B also has a good point. A lot of these good women are also surrounded by scummy men, and they are still single because they have the wherewithal not to settle with a scumbag. So, yeah, but it all goes back to the numbers, and Pearl should have brought that up and just ask Michael Knowles the basic question. Who is more marriageable? A woman, whether locally or not, who didn't fall for the scam of feminism, who's not a druggie, who's not a promiscuous druggie, who is more marriageable in that situation, and why would the man choose the less marriageable woman if his goal is to have a solid family? Religious or not, but if that's the goal. Like, Knowles is just being contrarian and an utter goof here for seemingly no reason.
That just sounds like a lot of words to me.
It is a lot of words.
That
I tried to be.
that's making it a bit more complicated than it needs to be, from my point of view.
Yeah, I think it's just describing reality.
And no.
Wow, Knowles thought he just described reality. Pearl's been the one describing reality. I mean, even he thinks that's hilarious. Because I think he knows that was just a projection there, because Pearl is the one describing reality. I mean, Knowles looks like a complete clown here. I mean, he's just got this devil's smirk for most of this interview.
Oh, I think
But it's not
I think reality is that you are responsible for the decisions you make. I think that's the best,
Should Knowles be like an attorney for serial killers? It was totally their upbringing. It was society that caused this school shooter. I mean, not that that's untrue. Obviously, society had influence, but that doesn't change the reality that this particular individual became a school shooter or mass shooter, and other people with the same influence from society didn't choose to do that. Man, the goofery here is just off the charts.
One thing I'm really grateful for, in my...
How does one make a decision? I guess.
Wow. Wow. He goes to, how does one make a decision? This is what we've come to. This is as dumb as when he said the laws can't be changed because we exist in time and space. Do you guys remember that? It was either part 1 or part 2. Pearl is talking about the laws of family court and all of this, and why can't that be changed? And Michael Knowles responded, it because we exist in time and space. So apparently no laws about anything can ever be changed because we exist in time and space. That was his response. Now his question is, how do we make decisions? Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to call it here. Wow. I need a break from Michael Knowles. I apologize. There's only so much goofery I can handle. I need more recovery time before finishing this interview. I hope you guys understand. I mean, I'm just a mere mortal. There's only a certain amount of deceptive goofery I can handle per dose, and Michael Knowles has filled my quota for the day. So, it probably will take 4 more hours, Dave Scott, but not today. Not today. I need a break from this guy. I mean, this guy's an absolute goof snake. Like, I don't think he will ever recover from this interview. Just pure deception across the board. So hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. This logical analysis was hopefully enlightening and entertaining regarding psychology. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.